Okay, I got 4:44. You have to be 10:08 in the morning. Yeah.
Abandon 911 tower location only from the 4505 north route, 4552.
Disregard. Yeah, I got 541. Still pretty good. Really? 47 also.
530 Brick Lane.
Good.
Philip, 1400 North Block Drive, Shannon.
Can't count 19 declination. Definitely. Can't kind of make noise on 32nd and Route 129 North Wire. Junior Route 129 North Wire. Can't count 520 Route 3rd. You want 70 Dolphin Route 129 North Wire. Junior Route 129 North Wire. Can't count 520 in there. Zebra 9803, I believe 46 or 66. That'll be out hard in front of the gate here. I don't know if that's right or not. The 1090 at Liquor World, 110 Motor Shopping Center, West Glass.
21-10-4.
F. It ends in a 4-6. We'll be approaching zone. Cleaning crew, no problem.
10-4.
Five points, clear. There you go, go up, Congress. You were checking out 530. I'm gonna be leaving at the end here.
34.
Good.
I call for a 1037 subject at Walgreens, 501 North Townsend. The 1017 device believes he's being followed in the store now of the little 96.
Good. Okay, so all the board members here. Okay, come on, 52.
Or he should be inside the Brian Schmidt.
There you go. Yeah, Tom, I'll be clear. DN 2523511. One 72, check status. Status transportation load, transportation load.
22 to 29. Next thing, resubmit James Charles, Henry, Mary, Ida, David, Christine Bryan, Bryan, Eversville, 6478.
The photo ID at the moment.
Yes. Harvard Day in house. You want 72 and route to Riverside. 72 on Riverside.
Sheriff Route 21, I'm off 219, vehicle mate.
Okay, John Robertson on the James Zimmelman.
Zimmelman.
What's an ambulance, you can mount there, go to same areas, tell them they don't need the license iron.
Okay, John, ambulance 6 will be en route, Walgreens.
10-4, PD, request if possible, shut the sirens down before you get there. Not very cooperative.
Message received.
You motherfuckers can't even cross the street without getting fucking ran over. Ah.
One today. Yeah.
Or 7B in quarters. Ambulance 7 in quarters. Okay, come ambulance 6 Yancey.
Report. I'm gonna have Brian move 105, I'm gonna bring in 1019 here shortly for safety until he gets out of the hospital.
And I'm just a rough in and see if we better.
Boy, they're
Covered it
hand
on
trafficking him.
Right.
1090 Riverside Credit Union, 368 Larry Power.
Tomorrow.
10-4, it's just showing zone 2 radio alarm.
Okay. 121 South Secret Unit.
10-4.
Okay, come 121 on You want to hear secure?
10-4, but it's gonna be about 30-minute ETA on them. 10-4.
Okay, confirmation location. Okay, call. And then Greg, carry on. Greg, Kennedy.
Greg Kennedy.
Okay, John Robertson for the moment, Mr.
Okay, fellas. What do they call them? Fellers. Okay, fellers. This is what I need from you. I need you to start a funding for security for Trump's family. Not his immediate family, but like his cousins and shit. I need you to protect all of his family.
And you can show a woman collaborate, clear the scene on the second page.
Start a security team that specializes in protecting the Trump family.
Second car, 1,000 east, just north of 6,000. In the ditch, 20 is Charles Henry, 84711, CH, 84711, I'll be out there.
I took no fucking money. I fucking burn all my accounts because I don't give a fuck about the fucking accounts. I care about the fucking truth bombs. I can fucking find my fucking army in a crowd. I don't give a fuck where we're at. I could spot my fucking comrades.
I took no fucking money. I fucking burned all my accounts because I don't give a fuck about the fucking accounts. I care about the fucking truth bombs. I can fucking find my fucking army in a crowd. I don't give a fuck where we're at. I can spot my fucking comrades. I took no fucking money. I took no fucking money. I fucking burned all my accounts because I don't give a fuck about the fucking accounts. I care about the fucking. I took no fucking money. There's no one else making some phone calls.
I don't want your money, and my word was forged in fire. Promises kept. One, two, I'm coming for you. 3, 4, you better lock your door. 5, 6, wear your crucifix. 7, 8, stay up late. Where the fuck is the right mic? They're all sucking. 1, 2, I'm coming. 3, 4, you better lock your door. 6, wear your crucifix. Dude, the squad brought in the flying ants. Had to be a fucking mercenary this morning. Fucking genocide flying ants. What the fuck?
the squad running the flying ants. Had to be a fucking mercenary this morning. Fucking genocide, flying ants. What the fuck? Dude, the squad running. Dude, the squad running the flying ants. Had to be a fucking mercenary this morning. Dude, the squad running the
Invasion of the Flying Ants. Part 2. The Genocide of the Flying Ants.
I've had people call in the last year. I'll put a tag on this and shit.
Fucking put a number on that. Hey, motherfucker. I don't know fucking Junior so well. What's his name? Fuck, I don't even give a fuck what his name is. All I know is, dude, double back on my point. You're sending motherfuckers on foot in plain clothes to fucking gang stalk me, dude. You got another thing coming.
Hey, motherfucker. I don't know fucking Junior so well. What's his name? Fuck, I don't even give a fuck what his name is. All I know is, to double back on my point. You're sending motherfuckers on foot in plain clothes to fucking gang stalk me, dude. You got another thing coming. Hey, motherfucker. I don't know fucking Junior so well. What's his name? Fuck, I don't even give a fuck what his name is. All I know is, to double back on my point. They're sending motherfuckers on foot in plain clothes to fucking gang stalk me, dude. You got another thing coming. Hey, motherfucker.
I hope that was the new neighbor and not your agent. Fucking street. Test, test, test. Test, 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 test. The fear should be weaponized enough where we don't have to go kinetic. But some motherfuckers are so fucking dumb.
The fear should be weaponized enough where we don't have to go kinetic. But some motherfuckers are so fucking dumb. The fear should be weaponized enough where we don't have to go kinetic. But some motherfuckers are so fucking dumb. The fear should be weaponized enough.
Weaponize the fear. Only go kinetic last resort. What's going on? Joe fucking CIA agent Rogan.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. I'm going to say something here that probably a lot of you guys, you might cringe initially, but just give me a little bit of a second here to explain exactly what I mean. I like liberals. Oh, but Hive Mind, haven't you made hundreds of videos debunking the liberal hypocrisy, or the hypocrisy of the left, rather? Isn't your channel called Liberal Hive Mind? The metaphor that the left side of politics is just a hive, a cult, all ascribing to the same ridiculous dogma? Yeah, but I've made the distinction between a liberal and an illiberal leftist, a leftist authoritarian. And even though they're very rare nowadays, I mean almost extinct, real liberals still exist. Most people in my family would probably fit that category. And the beautiful part about actual liberals is that you can have a real conversation with them. They live in reality. If the Democrat Party, or leftism in general in the modern day of politics, was represented by actual liberals, for the most part Republicans and liberals would be able to meet in the middle and get bipartisan agreements on things, meet in the middle and actually pass some serious legislation that does good for the country. Lefties are nuts, but liberals, they have some pretty good ideas every now and then. And the beautiful thing about real liberals, who are being honest, is they know that Joe Biden is out of his damn mind. The vote blue no matter who crowd is pretending as if Joe Biden is saving the country, the greatest president in American history, as they lie to everyone on their Twitter feed and of course lie to themselves. But real honest liberals, more moderate individuals, many of which probably are, I guess, identifying as Republicans nowadays, or at least voted Republican down ballot, they can admit the truth. And Joe Rogan is one of those individuals. While I don't agree with most of his political takes, when it comes to cultural Marxism, well, I guess we could just call it cultural Marxism, at least he's willing to tell the truth, and this time he did. The most obvious truth, the elephant in the room, that Joe Biden's brain is melting. And so once again, folks, let's focus on the Biden gaffes that the media refuses to cover. Joe Biden's out to lunch, and his mind is seemingly deteriorating in front of our eyes as the media pretends it's not happening. We've got a lot into. It's been a couple of gaffe-filled days, but before we get into any of it, please make sure to leave a like, a comment, subscribe, share the video as much as possible. We're still shadow banned by the YouTube algorithm, hidden from non-subscribed viewers. And with that out of the way, let's roll the tape. We need more discussion like this, folks. We need more real people telling the truth. And that's exactly what Joe Rogan did in his most recent segment. Watch, Joe Rogan slams Joe Biden. We don't really have a leader in this country anymore.
Well, we're unhinged, in a lot of ways, and we're not anchored down by a real leader. We don't really have a real leader in this country anymore. I mean, you could say Joe Biden is the president, he's our leader, and you'd be correct on paper, but I mean, everybody knows he's out of his mind. He's barely hanging in there.
And what a breath of fresh air that really is. Hollywood has become so morally bankrupt, so corrupt, so tied in with the Democrat establishment that they sit in front of you talking about taxing the rich, talking about social programs, as they have entire teams of accountants and tax lawyers, a whole myriad of schemes and setups in order to avoid paying as much taxes as humanly possible. They are hypocrites. They lecture you on #MeToo while cozying up with Jeffrey Epstein and Harvey Weinstein. They say believe all women, unless it's Tara Reid with a seriously credible accusation targeting their boy, Joe Biden. Those are not liberal.
This is the fucking white squall. This is a real fucking squall. National Weather just reported it as a squall. This is the fucking white squall. This is a real fucking squall. National Weather just reported it as a squall. Fifth dimensional warfare.
I'm the talk of the town. I know you're feeling it now. Come on and move to the sound. And keep it going, and turn it up loud. I got a good feeling.
Transitions, light under control.
आपने मुझे ये बोला था कि देश की रक्षा करनी है सरहद पे. दिस इज व्हाट यू टॉट मी. अब सर सरहद बदल गई तो उसमें मेरी क्या गलती है? वॉर हैज चेंज, द बॉर्डर हैज चेंज. इज इट माई फॉल्ट? इट्स नॉट माई फॉल्ट. आई डोंट बिलीव इट्स माई फॉल्ट. सब कुछ बदल गया. अब ट्विटर पर लड़ाई होती है. और जो ISPR को, DG ISPR को आज की तारीख में ठोक रहा है, कौन ठोक रहा है? गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया नहीं ठोक रही. इट इज अस कॉमन सिटीजन्स. सब कुछ बदला जा चुका है. एवरीथिंग इज चेंज. झूठी खबर है कश्मीर में. कश्मीर में कर्फ्यू लग गया. कश्मीर में 1 लाख लोग, कोई कहता है 2 लाख लोग मार दिए, कोई कहता है 10 लाख. जिसके मुंह जितना जबान है उतनी कहानियां, उतनी दास्तान है. 47,000 तकरीबन लोग पिछले 30 साल में 1989 के बाद कश्मीर में मारे गए. किसने मारे? वो वो हैं जो हिंदुस्तान जब भी कुछ करता है तो उसके खिलाफ जाके दुनिया भर में आग लगाते हैं. पेट भर गया ऐसे. और हम लोग जो आज वर्दी नहीं पहनते,
Out the out with an abandoned vehicle, each ridge in port. Right in front of the old Kmart. It's at the stoplight. No one's inside. 2800. It's going to be a temporary Illinois plate. 569 P-Paul 198. 569 P-Paul 198. It's going to be on a tan Mazda SUV. Tan Mazda Tricky.
As well as land, sea, air, and space, cyberworld is increasingly becoming a new front line. Innovations in technology are changing the tactics of modern-day conflict. There are new tools in today's arsenal of weapons, helped by advances in electromagnetics. And modern information and communications technology has created a new form of electronic warfare. It's called cyber war. It's increasingly recognized by governments and the military as posing a potentially grave threat.
in every developed country, in many developing countries,
Let's get checked for a full range of conditions. Let's get fast, accurate results. Introducing Let's.
Ireland. Most of you have figured out that's where I'm from. A misguided few have thought England, Scotland, or even Australia. Some especially repugnant mouth-breeding bottom feeders have even suggested my accent is fake. I can only assume this is coming from Americans whose idea of an Irish accent comes from their litany of horrid media representations, which are often done by people who are not Irish.
Only thing better than getting pissed is picking a fight. Am I right?
Christ almighty. Also, Ireland, like most countries, has a lot of different accents. I hold a personal, deep-seated hatred of the stereotypical Dublin accent, which is unfortunate, because that is where I'm stuck living at the moment. So rest assured, if you don't recognize my accent, it's because it's from a place you've never heard of, which for most is probably everywhere outside of Dublin and Belfast. But don't feel too bad, you're uncultured yet. A lot of Irish people can't place my accent either. It's just not a very distinctive one. With all that said, you might be surprised to hear this is the first ever Tales from the Bottle episode based in Ireland. Why is that? Well, this series usually focuses on sensational, bizarre, and unbelievable stories, and Ireland is generally a fairly dull and miserable place where only bad things happen, like being surrounded by Dubliners. Any noteworthy occurrence in Ireland is usually fairly tragic, making those stories a little too depressing to be told on this series. That is not so for today's episode. I mean, people still died, and I guess if you stop and really look at it objectively, it's pretty sad, but I'm going to put a comedic spin on the whole thing. It's Ireland. There's a massive whiskey fire. You have to escape. But you're Irish. Fire bad, but whiskey good. What do you do? Yes, believe it or not, all the people who died in this fire died of alcohol poisoning. How? Let's see. The year is 1875. It is evening time on the 18th of June in central Dublin. In a storehouse where 5,000 barrels of whiskey are being stored, a fire breaks out. Exactly how this happened is unknown, but the fire spread quickly. The fire heated the barrels of whiskey to the point of bursting, and as the whiskey began to flow, it carried the fire with it, which only allowed the fire to spread even more quickly. This being Ireland, you'd think the whiskey storehouse being on fire would be an earth-shatteringly disastrous occurrence of apocalyptic proportions, but actually, no one noticed it was happening at first. Now, back in those days, it wasn't uncommon to keep livestock in the city. I mean, you'll still find plenty of fucking animals in the city today, but you won't see any livestock on the streets like you would back then. It was actually pigs who were the first to notice the fire and squeal in terror. If you've ever heard pigs squeal, you'll know they are an unusually loud animal, and their squeals are extremely piercing. It really makes you wonder why they have that ability. But the cacophony of pigs alerted people in the area to the fire. Good pig. Everyone in the area managed to evacuate quickly and save what animals they could from the fire, which was now making its way down the street on a river of whiskey. It must have been utter chaos. By now, so many barrels had burst in the fire that the stream of whiskey stretched several hundred meters down the street and was 6 inches deep, like me every night. As people were fleeing, they realized that the burning river was made of alcohol. Some started to drink from it. Yes, while it was on fire, people used jugs, caps, boots, and even their hands to lap up the precious alcohol, and a drinking session erupted on the streets. The amount of whiskey flowing had a value of 6 million euro in today's money, so there was a lot of this stuff to go around, if you didn't mind the raging inferno. And this was 1875. When you heard about a massive disaster happening in the city, you'd travel over there to have a look at it. There was no TV, that was entertainment back then. And so people from all over the city joined in the drinking, and everyone got absolutely shit-faced. People were literally drinking themselves into comas. At least 24 people had to be brought to hospital, not from burns or smoke inhalation or anything, but from drinking. And if a whopping 24 people drank themselves into the hospital in one area on one evening, imagine how many more were just monstrously drunk. When the fire brigade showed up, they had quite the problem on their hands. The fire was massive and spreading fast. They knew trying to fight it with water wouldn't work, as the whiskey would just float on top of it like oil and spread even faster. Instead, they tried to stop the fire by breaking up the streets in its path. They pulled up paving stones and shoveled sand, grit, and horse manure in front of the burning river, and eventually they were successful in putting the fire out. In all, it was one of the most destructive fires in Dublin's history, destroying many buildings on numerous streets. But surprisingly, no one was directly killed. This was put down to the swiftness with which the area was evacuated, and even in the rushing of the crowd, no one was killed. However, of the 24 hospitalized from drinking, 13 died of alcohol poisoning. That's right, a raging fire killed 13 people, and the only casualties were from drinking. They survived the fire, but killed themselves with the whiskey the fire poured onto the streets. Only in Ireland. Of the 5,000 barrels of whiskey, only 61 were recovered. Although not all the barrels were destroyed, the authorities arrested a number of drunkards caught robbing barrels from the burning building. How many people literally risked life and limb just to drink this fucking whiskey? I still can't believe the prospect of free whiskey was so enticing to these people, they literally drank it off the street from a burning river until their bodies couldn't take it anymore and they died. A few pigs were killed in the fire, sadly, and it was reported a dog died several days later in unusual circumstances. Some lad in the area had his door open, and this crazed dog ran in, smashing up the place and attacking him. He had to defend himself with a stick. Then the dog ran upstairs, jumped from the top floor and killed itself, or, as it was reported, terminated its existence in the road below. It was thought the dog was suffering withdrawals from the whiskey it had been enjoying in the streets over the previous days. So there you have it. In Ireland, a whiskey storehouse caught fire and 13 people and a dog literally killed themselves over it. Like I said, it's a little sad when you actually really think about it. But sure, look, if you don't laugh, you'll cry. If you don't subscribe, you'll die. That's right, folks. In addition to the amazing value you already get from subscribing and seeing all of my future content, if you subscribe now, I will throw in the added bonus of not calling in a hit squad after you. I probably won't call it in if you don't subscribe either, but why take risks with your safety? Your life is in your hands, ladies and gentlemen, and if you subscribe now, you'll never have to miss another amazing Cukester video, and you'll never have to die. Cheers.
Stand by, keep the peace at 1884 Summit Avenue, Ariana Lopez calling in. Shoot me in about 10 minutes and ready for the Corolla to pick up her daughter.
Are you so ready?
As again, as you lead towards the end. So we're about to take a journey into the pre-flood world. We're also about to fall straight off the edge. Atlantis is a prefigure of the entire pre-flood world. It's not just a city. It could have been that as well. But this is the entirety of the ancient world. You need a Garden of Eden style world for your ancient past. That's what you're really looking at. And what did Atlantis have? Why were its tropical trees and its fruits and all of its animals were weird and exotic and like mixtures of animals and things? And of course, you have hundreds, really it's thousands of flood legends all around the globe. And they become the more precise the closer you get to the event. And the Epic of Gilgamesh, as is seen in my hand right there. That puppy, boy, that looks nice, doesn't it? That's a recreation. That puppy definitely covers the pre-flood world right there. Underneath the ground were large pockets of water in the legend of Atlantis, which provided for those amazing Garden of Eden style environments on the surface of the planet. In ancient China, you have the legend of Nua and Fuxi, and they even put a date to it. They believe that the flood occurred in 2952 BC. We're going to fall off of the edge of this? Yes, sir. Okay. Oh my God. 150 feet. Dude, bring the camera over here and take a look at this. This is the pterodactyl. We're going to take a journey into the pre-flood world. We're going to be falling straight down. Is this thing safe today? You think so, you sir? Absolutely. Okay. All right. Before we get to ancient bloodlines, these are the three sons of Noah on the screen right here. And by the way, one would literally expect to find massive building projects that bedazzle and amaze us, coming right through the lineage of a family like this. This is an actual Sumerian document I'm holding in my hand. This is from the legend of Enmerkar and the Lord of Aratta. Lord of Aratta is Noah from the mountains, the Ararat Mountains. We're going to be talking in this thing about time, space, and matter. Enmerkar, the name Enmerkar, the Kar, the name Enmerkar. From these texts, well, Kar means mighty hunter, just like in the book of Genesis, God calls Nimrod the mighty hunter against God. What you're looking at right here is a walkthrough of the Book of Enoch, all of the pertinent parts of the beginning of history. What it really is, it's a traveling in both darkness and light. So using a mixture of the Sumerian text, using a
test.
In case that checker says.
Yo. Dude, Kar means mighty warrior, an ancient Sumerian or whatever the fuck. Dude, Kar means mighty warrior. Mighty warrior. Mighty. The T is silent. The T sounds like a B.
a mixture. All the texts they told you not to read, all of the things they told you not to look at, and approving that all those things were real. Parts here, you're looking at Genesis 6 and Enoch 6, which, by the way, both cover the fall of the angels. Isn't that just magical? Or focusing on the Hebrew symbols, the pre-flood Hebrew symbols that go atop that pyramid. It's important for us to realize that all Hebrew symbols have not only a meaning. So the most quoted line in the English, all of literature, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. In the beginning, those three words are these six pre-Canaanite, really pre-flood symbols. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hebrew symbols from before the flood. You may find that this matches sort of identically with your 6. Now you really have 7, and we call this Rome phase 2. But up to leading to the crucifixion on the cross of Jesus Christ following the flood, our written records as well as the archaeological evidence give us 6 ages of empires. Starting right there. The first one, tower, rose, Nimrod would have been Sumerian, Assyrian. Right there in the same area where every written record on earth, pretty much every written record on earth that covers the flood, from the Eridu Genesis to the book of Genesis to the legend of Noah and Fushi, tells you that the boat that saved all mankind landed. 6 ages of empires. We have the Assyrians that would equal the Sumerians, the Assyrians in that package. You have the Egyptians, Babylonians, Persians, Greeks, and Romans. So the Romans that Jesus died following that flood. So if I hop back over here to the words in the beginning, or Bereshit, we start with the Hebrew Bet, the second letter of the Hebrew alphabet. And of course, these 6 symbols as well. You start with the Bet, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and you're at the last letter, the 22nd letter of the Hebrew alphabet.
We have the subject to a press lane. I don't know. We have
Now,
the
fancy
civil matter,
magazines
from the
and
field,
literature, you
respect to
have
vehicle.
the drop cap, like the I on in the beginning. Well, the first place they got that is out of old King James Bibles, like this one right here. And where they got that was in old copies of the Torah from the Hebrews. And where they got that is that's the way they believed that Moses got it.
The Moors is going to be outside by a red Mustang.
Now, the first
Whoever
letter,
that was
it's
her
commonly
hand.
said that the book
I'm
of
not sure she's up there or
Genesis,
not.
the entirety of the Bible, from Genesis to Revelation and everything between, is a tale are two cities. I'm going to take it a step further than that. What you're looking at is a tale of two trees. Now, what the rabbis will tell you is that whatever symbol starts a paragraph, a sentence, or a whole page, or the entire book, from Genesis to Revelation and everything between, should give you some indication of what the entire text is going to be about. Well, in the case of that giant emphasized bed that starts the book of Genesis, well, that bed, that's the symbol for home. So everything you're reading from Genesis to Revelation is about home. But stepping from there to our iron, the iron is the number 70. Israel, when Joseph's family entered Egypt, they entered a family, and there were 70 of them. They entered a family, and they left a nation. Now, speaking of sets of six that end with a cross, just like man was created on the sixth day, I guess that brings us to the Vav, the sixth letter of the Hebrew alphabet. Now, what the rabbis would say is in any genuine or authentic Torah, ancient Torah, the Vav, each scripture is going to start with the Vav. That's because the rabbis believe this is the only symbol that connects heaven to earth. What they're really stating with that is that man, consciously plugged in, built entirely out of genetic digital coding, the software coding of life itself, and running loose in this place in his biological spacesuit. Man, the Vav, number 6, is the connecting piece between heaven and earth. Okay, I guess we're going on a journey. This is an air balloon. Top of the world.
Here comes the fun part.
Okay.
That is the ground. If you do not like it, suck it up or
This
suck it
chair
down. I don't care.
is about to fall straight down, and here we go. So this little guy right here, pterodactyl, you actually have reports where you have some of these creatures that, I don't know if they're true or not, but in pockets of the deep jungle, you have reports of sightings of these guys. God spends more time talking about what he did in the lives of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and Joseph, each one individually, than he does on the entire creation of the world. At the end of the book of Genesis, mankind is in a desert and is about to be starving. And the man they're going to turn to, Joseph, is a man in the bottom of the Pharaoh's cage who is listening to the Creator. But 30, 40 years ago, you even have reports that come out of San Antonio, Texas. The symbol of the iron can either be light on the right hand, or it can be dark on the left hand. And if the eye be darkness, then how great is that darkness? That passage comes from Matthew 6:24. That's a heavy number of authority, by the way. Now, at the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, the cross, there were 3 Vavs. That's the symbol for the nails. There was one in each hand and one in feet. 3 Vavs on that cross. The symbol for the iron, the number 7, the pre-flood symbol, iron, represents light on one side in the book of Genesis, the primeval light of God from Genesis 1:3 in the book of Genesis. And the first place we see the iron become dim or one towards darkness, well, that would be in Genesis 3. This is the Vav going back there, I think determined. Genesis 3, where God made garments of skin. And the word skin makes use of the iron in that passage. Now, the Great Pyramid is covered with 144,000 casting stones, so it's believed to be. Now, that's not a throwback to the book of Revelation. I don't know what would be. You know, 3 pyramids would all be in a perfect row. They're shaped like Orion's belt because the one on the left-hand side is askew. Notice that one path goes up, like it's headed towards heaven, and the other path goes down, like it's headed towards hell. Whether that was intentional or not, the symbolism is fascinating. 153 feet, that's exactly how many fish that Jesus brought in. Go look at the mathematical properties of the number 153. The Grand Gallery, of course, has an empty tomb inside of it. Joseph, the prefiguring these pyramids, we're going to be making a case to you. These pyramids are all a symbol of Joseph. More than that, it's a symbol of God. In fact, the pyramid directly in the center that looks the largest is actually, the appearance of it being larger is actually an illusion. It's a Great Pyramid that's in line with it. The other pyramid, which is smaller, is actually punier, as you look up here at the top, and it's askew, it's out of line, just like the thieves at the cross. The one on the right said, Lord, if you be who they say you are, would you even remember me? Think how weak that is. Would you even remember me in your kingdom? His hands are nailed to a cross. There's nothing he can do, no work he can do that can save him. He just believed, even a wimpy belief in Jesus. Jesus did not reply wimpy. He said, assuredly, this day you shall be.
I'm going to be back out of Hall. Hall has
the thief on the left. They're both thieves. They didn't get named. The thief on the left.
I'll be back.
He's mocking at you. Both were mocking at the start. One changed his heart. The one on the right. The one on the left mocked all the way to his death. Up at the pyramids. You have 2 here, and the one that's little bitty and puny, the one that's askew, is that left pyramid. Just like the 2 thieves on the cross, light and dark. And of course, the top of the pyramid up here is missing its iron, its capstone, almost as if, symbolically speaking, there's some kind of a war about what eye should peer from atop that ancient structure right there. No one really knows where the capstone went. Now, aside from all that, the reason why that these pyramids are commonly compared to Orion's belt is because that alignment with the askew one at the side matches up with Orion's belt. Whether that's by chance, accidental, or God knew or didn't know, I find it fascinating. There's these 3. There's Orion's belt, and of course, Orion's belt is part of the constellation, part of the zodiac of the mighty hunter. So those askew stars are part of the askew hunter, which of course brings us to Nimrod, the first eye atop a tower. And I absolutely assure you, your first Nimrod is a foreshadowing of your much larger last Nimrod. Right now we're inside a cliff dwellings leading towards all of these ritual ceremony sites. So we're going to be coming inside take a tour to the pre-flood world. This is this is an ancient kiva. And inside of these are in some mesa cliff dwellings on the edge of the canyons. This is where Indians were. This is specifically where spirits would come out from. Now, part of the way that happens, just like we covered in pre-flood, just like we covered in all that stuff. And back there, it looks pretty rocking, doesn't it? It's not just a weird thing that you also find around ritual sites in the ancient world. Trust me, we go through that in this book here. And in entities. When you're taking the ayahuasca, the peyote, these different magical plants. That right there is called lamb. That's the first drawing in history of what they call today a gray alien. It was drawn by Aleister Crowley. It was a being that he said looked like a trafficked with a Babylonian king. I got it in the book Nimrod. He said that creature right there would step out of thin air when he summons you. Just like over here, in Hall, said he would summons the yoga, an amphibious, reptilian-looking spirit, which would magically appear. What's on inside the magic circle? Are you willing to talk about it? I know you. Look, just admit it. Just admit it. We all know the stories you were making up. Can you just say you're sorry? Can you say you're sorry? Okay. So, that's a friendly thing to do. Well, that will let you make entrance to spirit world. Or people that have sleep paralysis, and they believe something's in the room with them. When you take the ayahuasca, that all of a sudden the entities appear. The aliens come out from another realm. This is okay. So can you tell me about it? Okay, what does he mean then?
He's a god of power.
He's a power god. Is he real?
Uh-huh.
I mean, no. I mean, really, in reality.
Yeah. So we worship him.
Okay. Can he manifest? There's my friend Mike Hughes touching the top of the pyramid right there. If the eye peering from the top of the pyramid can go on a dollar bill, then certainly a Joseph coin for 2020, made by Mike, by the way. He felt that compelled. This is a Joseph period. What are these on him? This is a third eye? Okay, so what does the third eye do? In this video you're watching now, exactly 0 glory gets to go to ugly, wiggly little devils. All glory. So the third eye, he can see through realms and things. So then he's $3,000, which give all glory to the Lord God of the universe. It's a Joseph coin right there. For these videos and every video from God in a Nutshell goes to, well, just like it says right on the back of this coin, Yod-Heh Vav-Heh, God himself, the creator of the universe, my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Everything is covered by the blood of Jesus. Welcome to the Joseph period. And that right up there behind me, that's the pre-flood Hudson Rock in Colorado. We're talking about the pre-flood world. Can you talk to us about it? Can you share some information about it? Joseph himself, and I've often referred to this time period that you're in right now as a Joseph period. That's a time of
6,000. The owner called in. If you can give her a call.
For the pagans to be able to come in later, take that prosper, use it against God, and go to their tribulation. The eye can either be light or dark.
You, as parents, have one primary duty above all else. Prepare your child.
After pre-flood, Nimrod, when it says turn the cover on the top, that's because it looks like that on the back.
But I think we have food in our sister bed.
You are on part 1 of a 3-part set journey into the pre-flood world. Now, speaking of the ancient world, these dudes that I have in this little box right here are called triops. Here's one of these guys right here, claimed to be hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of years old. These are living fossils, is what they are, that are found identical today as they were way back in the ancient world. The same class of things. They are the same things. These are the great-grandbabies of the trilobites. Trilobites, which you have plastered and sandblasted into walls and canyons and in every layer of strata underneath the ground. Like a day of catastrophe of water smashed this planet Earth. Well, these are the great-grandchildren. Sold in this box here at Walmart for $10. These are the smaller, wimpier versions of the trilobites that you find in the walls. Just like everything here is declining, including us and all of the animals. The elephants were mammoths in the ancient world. Everything here is going downhill, including the ancestors of the trilobites, or the great-grandchildren of the trilobites. In that same line of thing, here are horseshoe crabs found in fossils, just like these fossil fish right here are identical today as they are in this rock. These evolutionists used to claim and tell all of us that they were, well, they still do, 300, 500 million years old, strangely immune to evolution, like hundreds and thousands of other things. Evolutionists believe these were extinct hundreds of millions of years ago. Put that in perspective. That's older by hundreds of millions of years than your dinosaurs. Well, until evolutionists visited restaurants in China, where the Chinese were totally unaware they were extinct, and only in the fossil record, because they were serving them in restaurants in China, Malaysia, Thailand. In China, by the way, there are records. Now, all sorts of records like this, particularly that come out of China. You have books of dinosaur bones.
I spoke with Mrs. McLeod. She advised it happened in bad weather yesterday. She advised that you report this time. She would have to put out earlier this morning.
We're also in this thing going to be trying to talk about time, space, and matter. And I think it's only appropriate, since we're going pre-flooding this, to start with the words from the book of Genesis, the names in that book. You have 10 names from Adam to Noah, the time of the flood. Just like you have 10 plagues in Egypt, 10 commandments, 10 beginning, which is like a thought. Is a number of completion. It's a universal part. These are the 10 names. They begin with Adam. Each name has a direct meaning. There is, you have in a possible time, convincingly, some rabbis concocted this in the Genesis text. Adam, it means man. Seth, appointed, mortal sorrow. Man, appointed mortal sorrow. The blessed God shall come down, teaching. That's Enoch's name. He was the seventh from Adam. When he left, he was not, for God took him. When he left, he had this testimony, that he pleased God. Came down teaching. His death, whose death? God's death shall bring the despairing, that's you and I, rest and comfort. By the way, Methuselah, whose name means his death shall bring the judgment. He died the very year, or 7 days before that flood. But to get into this, to really get in and understand our eyes atop the pyramids, I think it's important that we know a little bit about, since Egypt is a foreshadowing of Revelation, to really look at the Exodus, we've got to understand just a little bit about Egypt, particularly ancient Egypt. This is all pre-flood. In fact, this is your timeline of where we're going right this second in this video. In fact, we're not going to start way back to the pre-flood world and with the rocks jetted straight up out of earth. We're going to come forward through Nimrod, forward to the Exodus, and start at the hour of the pyramids with the eye on top, right in this video, beginning now. Of course, we know that our current maps of Egypt were drawn by Berkeley-style university professors because, well, you've got Upper Egypt down here and Lower Egypt at the top, up there. Your current timelines of Egyptian history look a little something like what I have on the screen back here. The first little seedlet of Egypt, right here in the first dynasty, is King Narmer, depicted on what's called the Narmer palette right here. At the top of the Narmer palette, you have the first gods of Egypt, at least the god that he thought to portray the most prominently. This character here with horns coming off the top of its head. And King Narmer is pretty much, well, like all of the sprinkles of kingdoms that began to develop, dropping right down along the fertile land down in here in what would become Egypt, and also over in here in what would become Babylon, from Ur, Uruk, Kush, Babylon, and Nineveh. And of course, the little settlement and warlord of Eridu, with the tallest and first ziggurat of Eridu, often called the biblical Tower of Babel. The Ziggurat of Eridu, which is a real and actual place and thing, would in fact have been not only the oldest, well, probably the oldest ziggurat in the world, but also the largest. Seen here on the screen, somehow it was shaken to its very base. But no one would argue that King Narmer of Dynasty 1 was just a little bit more. This goes on from the first dynasty of Egypt under Narmer until something unusual happens in Dynasty 3 under King Djoser. There's a very mysterious visor named Imhotep, the magic man of Egyptian history, who would build the first step pyramid of Egypt. Right down in here with scaffolding we're walking under, which this guy here really isn't supposed to be taking us through, I guess, or so he claimed. These are the pages that deal with Imhotep and Joseph. These are called cartouches, or the names of the pharaohs. The names of pharaohs are in cartouches. I have been waiting for years to go through all these parts. I'm giving away some secrets in this pre-flood video here about the Exodus, but don't worry about that. Egypt has plenty of secrets to give. Imhotep, compared right here on this page to Joseph, the things you learn about the cartouches. This is a Joseph coin. And on the back of that coin, the magic man that made the wealth of all Egypt. Well, there's his grain storage facilities right there. And here in the year 2020, that's Imhotep, i.e. Joseph, on the front of that coin right there. This step pyramid was built by King Djoser of the 3rd dynasty, and his visor, Imhotep, it's an important name, Imhotep, was revered through all of the ages of Egyptian history. In the same general area, just a few miles, in fact, a few kilometers, in fact, from where the Great Pyramid, or the Pyramids of Giza, including the Sphinx, would later be built. More than this, that step pyramid complex in Dynasty 3, built by Imhotep, under King Djoser, would actually be the model for the pyramids that would come. The Great Pyramid of Giza, built by Khufu, which is in the 4th dynasty of Egyptian history. Now, speaking of Egyptian history, all of your current timelines of Egyptian history come from this guy here with a star occultic pagan thing on top of his head called Mentho or Manetho. You say tomato, I say tomato. This man's timelines are not only the basis for all current dynasties of Egypt and their timelines for all of your secular universities, but not only that, they use the timelines from this guy and his Egyptian history as the underpinning of what you are basing your current world history on. This guy's documents. Manetho, he was a priest of Egypt, actually during the time of the Greeks, who believed in this guy here, the Greek god Pan, with the two little double horns on top of his head. Egypt had been conquered by Alexander the Great and largely become a joke. You're going to find the Kokopelli, who plays the flute, is always by these kivas. These Indian places always playing his flute. Well, Pan plays his flute. And the flute company's not that playing the flute's bad. This is the Pied Piper story, where the children are going to follow.
172 South Prairie.
But they followed the Pied Piper, the magical Pied Piper, and they all listened and didn't think. In fact, Alexander had declared himself as Pharaoh, but nonetheless, the priests of Egypt began under Alexander the Great. Alexander the Great was putting together all of the historical and religious texts of the entire world. That included Manetho, who gave us the Egyptian timeline upon which we today have based our entire world history timeline. But let's give him a shot. The uppity-ups and the university professors back there drinking their brandy think that Manetho is the most trustworthy guy on the planet Earth. Let's give him a shot. First of all, the name Manetho means the truth of Thoth. With a name like that, we know it's got to be solid. Okay, so let's take a look here at Manetho, or the Truth of Thoth's document upon which we've based all of current work.
1090 back over at Riverside Credit Union. From the lobby motion.
No less. So all of your world history today is based on the writings of the pagan priest Manetho, priest of Thoth, during the time of the Greeks. Gave you, what the secular guys use it, all of your universities, where Egyptian history is based on the writings of Manetho. Those documents. That's we're gonna have a total of 969 years. Let's see, Kronos, the god Kronos ruled for 401 years. Now, actually, he made a mistake in the video that you're watching, it stated that Kronos ruled for 401 years. It's actually 40 years. So I didn't want to upset any Kronos fans. I want to correct that while we're standing here. And just to be clear about this, according to the Greeks, Kronos came from Uranus. He says after this that Osiris and Isis ruled for 35 years, Typhoon, the god Typhoon, for 29 years. So your world history
Okay, sounds like 28 out of Pennsylvania.
is based on Egyptian history, or what they claim is Egyptian history, based on the writings of pagan priests, Manetho, priest of Thoth.
PayPal and Venmo touch-free payments now accepted at CVS stores nationwide.
People, D. George, 9628 out of Pennsylvania. I'll go knocking on the door here.
Oris, of course, ruled for 20 years, according to his document. And the Aries ruled for, of course, 23 years. This just sounded rock solid to me. Let's listen on. Now, here's the funny thing, is that in Egypt, you always have Upper Egypt, which is at the bottom, and Lower Egypt, which is at the top. So you have two different sets of pharaohs, even of gods and goddesses, going at any given time in Egyptian history, which means that history is about half as the timeline, which you see, right? It goes on to state that Anubis, the Egyptian god Anubis, ruled for 17 years. Right after that, Hercules ruled for 15 years. Here he's got Apollo for 25 years, Amon for 30, Typhus for 27, Sosos 32, and of course, right down here at the bottom, he's got big old god Zeus down there for 20 years. Now, let me ask you, university guys, because you're less smarter than I am, looking at this list, upon which you have based all of Egyptian history and all of your history on top of that. Now, here's my question, guys. Here's my question. Because you always say that those timelines are just unstretchable, they're rock solid. They're in your hand, rock solid. So let me ask you this. Is there a possibility in your mind, because Hercules seemed to me like a pretty strong dude, are you absolutely certain that he only ruled for 15 years? I mean, he's not tougher than Anubis, who says he ruled for 17? Or let me give you another practical example, guys. I mean, you're all hardcore atheist secular professors that are out there pitching these timelines as absolutely rock solid, nailed to the wall, airtight. So let me pose this for you. Zeus, that's the thunder god that throws the lightning bolts from the sky. Manetho has got him down here for only 20 years. Are you kidding me? That's all that Zeus gets, according to you fellas? I don't know. I don't know if I can trust this list. Now, of course, here's the truth, but it's not the truth from Thoth. Well, what they've actually done is taken what they've liked and left the rest and pushed it aside. The problem is that you can't do that, guys. Because when Manetho is telling you that he believes that Hercules ruled for 15 years, that's equally as real to you as when he's telling you about Ramses II, King Tut, Akhenaten, Thutmose III, Imhotep, the Djoser, Khufu, or Nama. And more than that, what he's actually copying those documents largely from is the largest pharaoh, and most powerful pharaoh, and most religious pharaoh that ever lived, breathed, or walked on the face of this earth. The pharaoh that you guys yourselves in Egyptology call the Napoleon
number in there is 2184052928 to clear her out. She did call me back. I did verify that it was her.
Chronology and the dynasties of Egypt. And more than that, it was that same king, Thutmose III, that is largely, he is responsible. Takes the most credit for the Book of the Dead. In fact, all occult today traces its power back to that man, upon which that your lists for your current world timelines are entirely based on. But that brings up an interesting point. Let's take a look at what Manetho was actually writing. Sometimes I think you guys don't actually read some of this stuff, or a lot of this stuff, maybe any of this stuff, that you actually pitch forth. You're too busy back there sucking down your brandy, sitting in your fancy university chairs. Let me read you what Manetho believed about the history of Egypt. If you guys in the major universities get to pick and choose what you like and what you don't like, what you get to keep and what you don't get to keep, to put together your timelines of all the world history, then I get to do it too. The only difference between, I guess, me and you, I guess, is that I'm actually going to read to you what your guy actually said. Here we go. Oh, look at this. What a surprise. Starting in verse 6, no less. From the creation of Adam, indeed, down to Enoch. And that's something. He brings up Enoch in this. To the general cosmic year 1282, the number of days was known in neither month nor year, but the egregori, or the watchers. That would come out of the book of Enoch as well, wouldn't it? Sounds like this guy had a copy. Who had held and conversed with men, the watchers, the fallen angels or fallen stars, had conversed with men, and taught them that the orbits of the two luminaries, being marked with the 12 signs of the zodiac, are composed of, down here, what does it say? 360 parts. Now, let me think. Where have I heard that before? Oh, yeah. In the book of Enoch, in the book of the luminaries. Enoch's calendar has 360 days, with 4 days of remembrance. Those 4 days belong to God. That's why Daniel's prophecy is based on a 360-day year, because the extra 4 days already belong to God. So whether he's going to bless you or curse you, those 4 days belong to him. He's doing it on a 360-day year. But hopping back over to Manetho, oh, you're going to love this. Mesraim, or that would be Mesraim in the Bible from Genesis 10, lived not long after the flood. For after the flood, Shem, he means Ham there, that would be the biblical son of Noah, which he actually specifies in his text, began Egyptus, is where you get the word Egypt from, or Mesraim, who lived not long after the flood, right here, who was the first to set out to establish himself in Egypt at the time when the tribes began to disperse this way and that. Now, the whole time from Adam to the flood, oh my gosh, this cannot be good for you. These are hardcore atheist university professors that are pitching me as this guy being the inventor of our timelines for Egyptian history, upon which we put our timelines for world history. And he's telling you right here verbatim, from Adam to the flood, according to him, was 2,242 years. Am I missing something here, guys? This is the history that you guys wanted to use for our world. And when he says the dispersion this way and that, he means from here at the ziggurat of Eridu, otherwise known in the Bible as the time.
No answer. I'll try back later.
Are about covered here in the Eridu Genesis text. That's what it's called, which covers the event. And goes a step further in their documentation by stating that after the flood, the kingship, this is a God kingship that came down. That's really what Manetho is referring to with Hercules and Zeus and Anubis and all these names in the Egyptian gods, talking about pre-flood things that came in, just like Enoch was. After the flood, when the kingship from heaven was lowered, the kingship was in Eridu. What are they talking about there? Let me show you. Well, right here on this document, Lord Arata, that stands for Mount Ararat, where the boat that saved all mankind is said to have landed, is having issues with Enmerkar, or the biblical Nimrod in the text. And what he writes is this. This is Enmerkar, who's having trouble getting Lord Arata, who lives up in the mountains, to give offerings to his pagan gods in support of his newly building tower project. And he states this: Enki, the wise and knowing Lord of the earth, this is one of your oldest documents on the planet, shall bring back the speech. The tongues were confused at the Tower of Babel. The word Babel actually means Babel. Shall bring back the speech in their mouths, so that the speech of mankind is truly again one. And who is the Enki? Well, of course, he's this little dude here. These wavy lines represent a dimensional portal in which he's stepping up into all reality out of, because he's been summoned right at Eridu, where the Tower of Babel was, just like it's clearly and distinctly specified, and pretty well, all, not just the Bible, pretty well all of your original documents of this planet Earth. So as Manetho continues by telling us, beginning in 12, notice the things that the double Thoth is not Yod He Vav He. 12. 12 is a number of authority to God. It's the number he uses. The zodiac has an equal number of parts, 360. You got that from Enoch. But he got it filtered through who? And the reigns of the gods who ruled among them for 6 generations in 6 dynasties. He's talking about prior to the flood. Covered, of course, is the Egyptian Nu or abyss, the boat that saved all mankind, and the long lifespans covered not just in the biblical text, but right here in the Epic of Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh, whose father was the unseen one, ruled for 126 years. Empires right falling down over here, beginning with the Tower of Babel on this side over here, where you see massive ziggurats beginning to form, and the inception of Babylon. By the way, Gilgamesh claimed that he was part man, part god, and part something else. And of course, the Sumerian kings list places the flood anywhere between 3000 and 3500 BC. Same kings list that also covers the flood from the Sumerian or Babylonian Assyrian side, putting these kings prior to the flood with enormous lifespans. Now, let me ask you something about this particular document. Not dissimilar to the cult of the Egyptian stuff. Does this particular king's list, does it look like it's got a lot of, I mean, that's 3 sets of 6s right there, isn't it? Heading back over to our empires that are the size of modern day super Walmarts. What Manetho is actually copying here comes from the perspective of Nimrod, right over here through Cush and up through Ham, who was the son that Noah put the curse on. And that's according to his own words right here when he says Misraim lived not long after the flood. For after the flood, Shem, or he means Ham, that's who Nimrod came through, or in Merkar, the son of Noah, begat Egyptus or Mizraim, who was the first to set out to establish himself in Egypt. And Manthos is writing you in his document exactly what he's starting with right here, a history of Egypt.
Yeah, you got me even the 24th.
One okay. Okay, 10 seconds. Patient fire, 825 East Emory. We have a caretaker arrived on scene. Caretaker patient laying on the floor. Unknown situation. PD comes out, or fire on the 4th entry.
Ambulance 2, engine company 4, 825 East Emory. Subject is on scene. You can see through the window that the subject is on the floor. The door is locked. Ambulance 2, engine company 4, 825 East Emory. For a patient that is on the floor, called in by a third party who's there to check on them. The door is locked. Patient has a history of heart issues and kidney failure. Check a page 0830, respond on city fire. We'll also have PD around.
Personnel 825 East Denver.
2-4, okay.
Ambulance 2 and Route 825 East Denver.
Ambulance 2, okay. Denver.
Ken Carson. Hi, catch you to a dash report for staff of our package.
We're in. Okay, got my report, number 2.
Engine 4, okay.
King County ambulance 2 on scene 845, number.
Ambulance 2 on scene.
Bring your cost to the front door, please. Okay. Where's those people from?
Can't come eliminate traffic stop.
You good?
Killeen River, the Killeen River on a gray Ford sedan, Q28 4298, 28 4298, Alaska.
And what? Oh. Saffron.
Can't come eliminate.
You good?
Five 430 5681.
Valid with one passenger limit. Can't count 134 traffic stop.
Brown Boulevard, by Sunflower Medical Group, on a gray Volkswagen 28 Charles Henry 39039, CH 39039. Morning. Next patrol, Shannon River.
Second sentence. I'm here for it. You can go ahead and look at time. K11, check your status.
One more round project sheet. I'm available for calls. Also one tech, Joe. Gigcom 134 is 10-8, Rick Warren. Gigcom 143. We think we want Ricky Johnson. Gigcom 134. Force clear returning.
Okay, we have you on the return.
Good.
You got 530 Lakeview Court for a possible stroke.
Okay, coming in 60 will be en route Lakeview. Okay, come in, 160 is on Steve, Lakeview Court. Grant County Ambulance, 60th station loaded, continuing care at this time.
K11, Jacob. Here's the subject, 518 South Indiana, reference to incendiary device left outside the residence.
Grant County, Board and Quarters.
Here's the 474, car 6. Can you give me a call, please?
I would love to.
Eleven 43. Free work. We are advising fire the situation.
Fishing. We're gonna be around the St. Riverside.
That far?
think I was. Fun, but appear to be before they made Molotov cocktails. There's no fire hazard this time.
Engine 6. So, per car 6, 518 South Indiana, standby with PD for some bottles that were left outside a residence. 76909, respond on city fire.
For 11.
Information we do have. Engine 6 heading over there with the investigator to check on it.
Okay. Being route 518 South Indiana.
Engine 6, okay.
They have a camera available.
11 under round 1.
Yeah, from this one.
Good. Yeah. Good.
Can't come in with 60 at that Riverside.
Okay, 13 pickup. Parked on front 1856 Pearson Parkway, a white Chevy. Vehicles running. Color doesn't have no full one there. Come on. Thank you. Apparently the vehicle was there yesterday with a female white driver. Cause advises that the resident there recently passed away.
One of you advise project is coming, correct?
I have a engine head that way.
Okay.
Ambulance 1 Shapiro, 805A, 80-year-old female, high temperature lethargic. Ambulance 1 Shapiro, 805A, 80-year-old female, high temp. That page, ready to respond to any fire.
Okay, can I just click on the scene with PD?
Engine 6 okay?
Ambulance on the route, Shapiro, 805A. Okay, so can you see the lights out on the corner? Okay, 20. Yeah, was it? Union 53536. Charles Union 53536. The white Chevy Impala. Or Clearvale to Luis Alvarado out of Gilman. Wait, 2000 Chevy passenger. Or it's parked in front of 1816 1816. So.
there was for an English call in November 2018. Okay, so then.
Airline stop on, truck 309-8590, 309-8590, just over, Chevy pickup.
And for 4 crossroads of Skyler.
South, just in front of town road.
And for okay, 10, 15 seconds then. Down. Then for seconds then.
There's no need for any more status checks down here.
And for Harbor Apartments, we have a caller calling as a suspicious person in the area, but he wouldn't give any further information.
Say 110-4. Amos 1, just checking your status.
Okay, comment.
That's just good.
Dr. on GPS. I'll call.
On for Dini.
Day 6 from 424, you need some?
Need to call you on this one.
No.
Can't comment on what's one.
It's a Riverside Hospital.
And it's 1 Riverside. Can't remember 2 as well.
For 2, where are you en route to?
Disregard. Go ahead.
No fire hazard here. He's gonna take care of the investigation and just text available.
Okay, go simple. Simple.
Okay.
I spoke with a couple subjects outside, workers. No suspicious in the area of the victim. Two back and forth.
Go ahead, can't drive anyway.
K-10. Ed, I'll know.
Can't comment what's one and the right for Riverside.
Ambulance one, okay. Thirteen, 23. Seven.
Bain, C-A-I-N-S, first name is Mario, C-E-M-A-R-I-O, middle initial R is Robert, date of birth 3/11/97, 3/11/97, okay.
Very good. They're valid. And good.
Just for Chad, Adams 4 and, Texas Market on the
Can't comment, just 6 quarters.
56, okay.
K-Hump T13. The male subject, the customer has been banned from the store. They don't want to press charges or anything. The male subject, the customer is 1096. He's been banned. I'm sure you just 10-8 for now. On 21. Can you give me a 21, please? Go.
Okay, go ahead and switch. I'll be 10-8, 11-8, and 11-7, but. Okay, come in with 60 will be on the return. Okay, copy, that's one available, 2 quarters.
And this one okay?
For 24, I'm out soon.
11/8/11.
Go ahead.
There's one more on this side of the fence. North side of the house.
Yep.
Kid count, ambulance 60 seconds, district.
Several. Five 20 K-Com.
Go ahead.
Fight in progress, 161 Bridgeview Court. One male, two female, both vehicles, dark colored, unknown weapons.
Yeah. 5:30 Temple. Can't count from 424. Contact whoever the on-call arson investigators, have them respond here. I don't have the means to package this evidence properly.
Five 20 K-Com. Possible offenders, Will Jones, West 15, last name Torres, Kroger, Blackton, Emmett.
Yeah, 10:50.
Yeah, you can, Ken.
Good.
Van 911, it's in the area of 1361 East Hickory. Female answered and said, child had the phone and disconnected. We tried to call it back once voicemail.
She lives at 412 Wabash 30. Looked like she was going, southbound on Washington. I might have passed her as I was coming in here, checking on the kids and the victim now. 10-4. I'm in the area with you.
Spoke with, Maria De La Lue. She's at 1353 Hickory Way, so next down, no problem.
Jason 1028 East Broadway. Kind of seeing violent, screaming, 44-year-old male.
Temple.
512, just for 1043. No weapons in the house. John Williamson.
Temple.
Hi, 12, handcuff. Just 1043, John Williamson has made arrests 2 police in the past.
Temple. What was that call on Broadway?
530, 1028 East Broadway.
There's not on the scene on Ridgeview. I'll head over there first with 12.
10-4.
Familiar with that Broadway subject. Tonight? You familiar with the subject on Broadway? Ready to? What?
520, go ahead.
I got pictures and a signed complaint for a battery. I have the offender's name and date of birth. Last name Jones, first name Detria, Detria. Believe July 8th is all I have. We can look her up, please. And yeah, I'm not, she's gonna follow me down 19 for a statement. And, can't count 530, I'm in your hand, by the way.
10-4, 530.
Five 12 Gonzalez.
10-4, 512.
Status? That's fine. Status?
Successful.
5:47.
So I'm 19 with a statement. Did you get anything on the Jones subject?
Zero personal.
Okay. Last name Africano, Africano. Nicole is the first name, Nicole, 7/14/96, 7/14/96. Go ahead.
She's clear ballot.
Temple. One more by name, please, to F. And Hal, Henry, Ocean, William, Edward, Lincoln. First name of King, Adam, King, Edward, Mary. 6/10/94, 6/10/94. Via mail. Hearing count 512. Dispatch and ambulance is sufficient. Metro Valley ambulance. Foot injury.
CANCOM 45 en route.
Hey, CANCOM,
Go ahead.
it's clear and valid.
Yeah.
CANCOM, speaker.
CANCOM 45 on scene.
Well, from 20. You need more over there? I can come. Yeah.
Hi, 12530,
10-4, Amos, nothing.
Can't come 424. We'll be back in service. Do you have whoever you spoke to on the phone from the fire department? Meet me in the north lot for evidence.
10-1.
And one of them also back in service. And one, you change that call type to arson.
10-1.
disregard the page, disregard the page.
Can't count 520. I'll be available until one of the other units break, and then I can go attempt to locate on the 412 South Wabash.
on Broadway.
What's up, bro?
Go ahead.
So 911, it's over the Tamia Gladden. She's somewhere 12 blocks south Washington Avenue. She didn't know the exact address. Why it was accidental, however. Okay, okay. 1016, 330 South Wildwood, 320 South Wildwood. Caller advised her boyfriend of Rashad Jones is throwing bricks at her car. Have to leave now.
Go.
So, you last seen wearing a white shirt, black pants.
Okay, well, they say which way you went.
Passing southbound on Wildwood, driving a gray Pontiac.
Ask me.
I got 45 patients loaded.
Okay. Karen, 2123 on Washington.
That's one.
Feel better. Feel better. Feel better.
Okay, thank you.
There's all things to do, so she just wanted to leave and all around everything.
Everybody in the area of 472 South Fulton. Caller said he's being very loud near the baseball field.
Yes.
No answer at 1242 and nothing else showing in the area of Lee County. Sample first one. Can't go to one. I'll be on Casey on a business show.
Route 7119, 75K.
See, 31K.
CENTCOM 521 by name.
Go ahead.
Last name Johnson, Johnsson. First name is Treshawn. Ocean Middle. 629 of 07, a male. 629 of 07.
Simple. Five 20. He's clear, no record.
10-4. CENTCOM 520. I had background.
One, calling a child on the phone in the area of 401 South Lincoln, and history at 1353 and Hickory.
CENTCOM, SCO 71.
Yeah, 170.
Sometime refusal within this round.
Ready available.
I'll have 6. We'll get 22 on the round.
Okay. But
and 48 north side.
Okay.
Here, I got 21. Okay.
Okay, go. On a 1017, calling for a welfare check, 1153 East Maple, 1153 East Maple. Just wants to check on anybody that are having some sort of domestic issue possibly. I'm right here at Orchard and Court.
Okay, let me back into this.
Why, what's that?
Well, I'm not getting an answer at the doors. I'm gonna go to the TV and call them.
10-4-5.
Let's see if I can get up. Try that. And then you the second house from the corner, the tan house with the brown roof, and uncut lawn, both of the poplar. It's gonna be next to a white stucco house. Next to the abandoned house. Tenant floor.
Same comment, if you know, 71 will be en route to BP on South Street Drive. 103 South Street BP.
Whenever the delivery, up to the house early this week.
honest, I think there's roughly 3 ways. One, you have a right thing. Yeah, they come back to people that say it's taking up the time. And Trump is the one, now we know that. So, we have a re-swearing in or however that plays out. This would probably be the vice president, much like Dan Quayle, who was absolutely worthless. Nobody liked him at the time at all. Right? He was a functionless vice president that wasn't very popular. He certainly wasn't able to win anything on his own end. Being that out. Maybe the other side of it is we go down the path of they say yes.
Okay, comments, everyone's on 2-1-3 software, man. 31 on T.
Notifying them that Carter is not
That's what.
Saying, all right, I'll go with this as long as you'll go and all the other crowd. Here's the additional information on this information warfare that's coming out. I'm going to let this guy kind of do his own little speech. But one thing I want to point out is super interesting. Did you see the OA?
Okay, 45 returning back in service.
You see the fact that they're putting stuff on microphones to make themselves look like they're news reporters. And in fact, as we found, they had a number of those. We're going to let them play this little thing because it's actually pretty good. Check it out. Getting it, this guy is on. So you're wearing a mask underneath the mask. You should wear this. I'm wondering if I should wear it.
Yeah, here, this is your mask.
Oh my god, the America mask.
I'm not fucking with you. You gotta blend in. I know you can't stomach wearing it, but like you need to blend in. You have to have a visual identifier. Like you're not coming if you're not wearing this. You could also wear this.
Yeah, the America hat might be my both teams. I'll bring them both in my backpack.
We've got Fox News. Oh yeah.
CNN. We're ready to I don't know if we're committing crimes doing this, but
Are you insinuating that I don't work for all 3 of these companies simultaneously?
I am at least a little bit insinuating that.
You feel like you think that I don't work for all of them. They won't trust you unless there's a visual, like there's something visual.
So yes, admitting to crime, criminal activity, pretending to be the press in the middle of an intended false flag effort. The truth is going to continue to come out. The video footage that exists will get leaked out. The information about the 6th will come out. And again, just standing on what they know so far, I'll hold my record against them any day of the week. I don't care. Any day of the week. And on top of that, additional information is coming out. And when it comes to their side of things, additional information keeps coming out, like the FBI knew about stuff. The FBI seemed to be behind it. We keep hearing a lot of crazy. Now, one thing I kind of want to point out, again, this is what the deep state's trying to do, and to some degree, being successful. Again, it's an information war. Some damage is being done, but nothing that we can't undo or fix. We're on top of this now. This may take a little longer to get through than some people want to meet. Maybe I'll talk about that today or tomorrow. We'll see. But I don't want to get lost right now. But the National Guard threatens to cancel training exercises if not reimbursed for the $521 million capital deployment. You understand that they had to pay all of this deployment out of their own budget, out of their own National Guard budget. So the Washington, D.C., these deep state buggers say, all right, well, we need to protect ourselves from all these horrible Trump supporters. National Guard, get here. No, we're not going to pay for you. No, F you. That's your problem, right? So now what it's meaning is they're way behind budget. They're having to forego training because they don't have any money for it. Peak deployment in the nation's capital required 26,000 service members, and it was a hefty price tag. National Guard footed the bill up front. It is critical for us to get this year because the funding will be required for us to complete not only our drills, but all operations and training we have scheduled. It will have a very significant impact on National Guard readiness. Again, trying to destroy the internal components of control. Now, this sort of, in my opinion, doesn't help the deep state, and it does kind of hurt us, I guess, a little, because the riots that are coming, ultimately, we would need the National Guard to help us with that. But if the military's in control and we're under sort of a situation that's unique, well, then technically speaking, the military could, to some degrees, help the National Guard do their jobs, maybe be a little more prepared, maybe help with some training. So again, we'll see, but this is concerning. No question about it. This is what the deep state's trying to do. They're doing this intentionally. A lot of the stuff that's happening is intentional. I've got a really other good example that I think is going to blow your mind.
Hello, Patriots. This is an update from Q the Storm Rider. He has a lot of posts that he put out today. I'm going to start with this one. Since January 7th, the FBI has been forced to close doors and shutting down, not reported, the fake story of construction isn't true. Over 20 main government buildings closed in D.C. Many tunnels that were destroyed and flooded are under many of these buildings. Bird sanctuary should be coming. This is a list of the closed buildings. But basically, if you watch Richard, Citizen Journalist, he's driven around the whole Capitol area. It's all fenced in. Everything's shut down. There's boards on the windows. I've never in my whole life seen that. So definitely something is up there.
Fenced off to the public. These are the House of Representatives office buildings to my right. Got some canna and some, oh gosh, what's the name of that flower? Petunias. Some leaf petunias there. Capitol grounds are being maintained by the architect of the Capitol. We got some strange digging road work going on here, guys. Seems like the new norm. Weird digging going on. This is what Washington looks like, guys. Something left here. This is the Library of Congress, which, as far as I know, is closed. And so you got a concrete truck up there pouring concrete. Making a left here, and this is where. So this is the Library of Congress right here. This is the architect of the Capitol. Does meetings here. Still, look, guys, still fenced off. Still fenced off to the people. No one's even here. That's the Library of Congress. We're coming to the Supreme Court now. Towards Union Station. Union Station is dead ahead. We got some public trucks in here today. Magnolia, public trucks. Nothing's going on there. Then you have the Supreme Court right here, a little media set up. That's what it looks like, guys. Look how fast I can just come across this. Look at this guy waiting for tourists. No one's here. They're on the Senate side, so the Senate office building's here. The Russell Senate office building is right here. So we can zoom in here. Russell Senate building coming to the left. That's Union Station right dead ahead there.
Sometimes on the way to a dream,
See what these guys are doing.
lost. Find a better
Come on, guys.
Caleb, I'm Lori. I saw that once.
Tourists. Look, all this fenced off, guys. Sorry, I forgot to have the radio on. So it's all just fenced off here, guys. The Capitol's fenced off to the people still on June 21st at 2:15 p.m. This is what it looks like. And look at Washington. There's nobody here. I mean, that's Pennsylvania Avenue straight ahead. And it's just abandoned. Look at this. And there's some cars parked, parallel parked, isn't that? It's already past Union Station, coming down off the hill now, guys. This is coming down from the hill. Let's stop off at the Governor, see some friends of mine. There's a Lashy Minor, right? We're coming straight down. So just, you make a left here and then a quick right kind of. And that's where, this is First Street and Columbia, or I'm sorry, Constitution. This is First Street, Constitution. And you got a cop here, right? I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. Why is this still fenced off, guys? You tell me. That's the latest here.
Okay, this next post is he retweeted a Mike Pence post, clones being reprogrammed, white hats in control. Are we suggest?
My family is my wife, my daughter, my elder.
Hey, I got fake grass for that side of the house. No, fake. It's like carpet. Yeah. I'll bring like bags of dirt, I guess. I'll find me a bag that I can fill with dirt and find me a spot that I can get dirt. And I only need like maybe 3 bags of dirt, maybe a chunk load of dirt for that little area. Yeah. So I could skim it off the backyard. Yeah, I guess I'll have to do that.
I talked to him, I believe she's pulling back up now. They had
Yeah,
a
but
argument.
I mean, you're gonna pay a lot of money because it's
anything else comes up.
it's not field dirt. It's topsoil that they use for growing. So, I mean, unless I go out with a few bags of maybe I can get some burlap bags or something and get some of that gravel from that place on 45. Yeah. Yeah, your car's full. I'll fill it whenever. I used your credit card whenever I bought those clothes. But I'll pay you back by filling up your tank both times. I tried to use that card for that cash and it wouldn't work. I'll check on it and then go try to fill up all my gas cans again and fill my car up again. And I mean, we haven't filled up for a month. So you're already full. I'm gonna go fill my car up next and then the 2 gas cans. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there wasn't hardly any damage to anything yesterday that I seen. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, they got their helicopter parked behind Oliver's in on 50. Yeah.
Any comments? You want to move to 71?
Yeah, you know that how it's a there's a
71 going to be on the return, one's on refusal.
A hotel there. The people are staying at the hotel and they got the back parking. There's like a parking area in the back, like where there used to be a building, but there's no longer a building, and there's a parking lot for it. And they landed that helicopter in that parking area. I got video of it, not of it flying, but yeah. They called that a squall, what we got yesterday. Yeah. Sit at home. No. Yep. Mm-hmm. No, I haven't even touched them yet. I'm getting ready to put them in the freezer.
Take on 45 back recording.
All right. Yeah.
Change the address to 823. I spoke with 17.
All right, we'll see. Bye.
They were up front, so we're checking the area. They're not around.
He has a lot of posts that he put out today. I'm going to start with this one. Since January 7th, the FBI has been forced to close doors and shutting down, reporting the fake story of construction isn't true. Over 20 main government buildings closed in D.C.
Can't comment. You know, ambulance 71 back in quarters. 71, you back in?
This is a list of closed buildings, and basically loved Richard Citizen Jarlis. He's driven around the Apple area. It's all fenced in. Everything's shut down. There's boards on the windows. I've never in my whole life seen that. So definitely something is up there.
Fenced off to the public. This is the House of Representatives, office buildings to my right. Got some canna and some, oh gosh, it's in that flower. Petunias.
And I will never stop saying, not only do we need to disinvest in police, but we need to completely dismantle the Minneapolis Police Department.
A few inches later. Developing right now, a manhunt is underway in Volusia County after a Daytona Beach police officer was shot in the head overnight. The U.S. Marshals have now joined the more than 500 officers combing that area.
Well, friends, is Daytona, Florida on fire right now? Can we get a price check on the current status of Daytona, Florida, considering I have a weird feeling that a bunch of meth head, BLM, and Antifa idiots are mobilizing to, of course, mostly peacefully burn the place down now that their shitbag communist comrade over here has been apprehended after trying to kill a cop. Anybody know? I'll tell you who's not going to tell us, the mainstream media press, because they are trying to stay as far away from this story as possible. If you're not familiar with this story, here's the 5-second rundown. This piece of work, he's sitting outside an apartment complex in his car. He's sitting there. Somebody calls the cops. The cop shows up, and the cop's like, "Hey, man, you live here? What's going on? What's going on?" And the dude doesn't want to answer any questions, right? And, of course, because of people like LeBronathan James and all these galaxy brains from the left-hand side keep telling black people, no. It's totally fine to not answer reasonable questions when a cop shows up, and it's totally fine to push past them and to pull off of them. It's totally fine. Nothing bad would possibly come from that. That dude invokes that. And the cop's like, "So do you live here?" And the guy's like, no. Why are you asking me questions? He stands up. The cop says, no, brother. You better sit down. Now you're acting weird. Now you're acting crazy. And my police spidey sense is tingling. And the guy's like, no. Pushes past him, pushes off him, starts to move away, then pulls a gun out and blasts the cop as the cop's radioing for help because this dude's acting erratic. And the left-hand side's like, "Oh, the cop should have minded his own business." The cop's just asking a reasonable question. Listen, Here's how you avoid this situation, this entire situation. When a cop comes up to you and says, "Hey, do you live here?" You say, yeah, I live here. Yeah, waiting for my girlfriend to come out. Or, no, I don't live here, but I'm waiting for my girlfriend to come out. And the cop would be like, all right, cool. All right, bye. You would have left. You would have left. Here's how you get shot by a cop. You start fighting them over that type of stuff. And the left's like, well, shouldn't be calling the police if you could get a black dude killed over here. This dude's clearly up to no good. That's why he's shooting cops in their head. This dude immediately goes to, I'm going to shoot a cop in the head. You think that dude's sane? Yeah, the left-hand side keeps trying to make this sound like this fits their narrative of that cops are constantly hunting black people. No, this dude's up to no good. And hey, lefties, you care so much about gun regulation and just common sense gun regulation. You think he had the proper paperwork for that gun? Do you think that he went through the process? Got a weird feeling that the reason why this dude didn't want to answer any questions is because he was up to no good and he got a fucking illegal gun on him. And he was sitting there going, well, I got another feeling that we're going to find out that this has probably got a long rap sheet. So he said, I ain't going back to jail, so I'm going to blast this fucking cop. Right? All this could have been avoided very easily by saying, yeah, waiting for my girlfriend. No problem. But of course, left-hand side full of shit birds out there. So he kills a cop. He doesn't kill a cop. He shoots a cop in his head. The cop is in critical condition. He's making proper progress. And now a manhunt is ensued because this dude then goes on the run. Didn't seem to have this all planned out. So I'm saying, we're not going to hear any of this from the mainstream media press. Here you got a situation where it seems to fit all of their talking points post January 6th. Post, right? So that's because before January 6th, the mainstream media and the left-wing ideological political rhetoric was more aligned with, how did they say it? What was the very eloquent way that they were putting their position forward? Oh, that's right. Fuck all cops. All cops are bastards, and every single one of the police, even the blackest ones out there, are white supremacists trying to kill black people. So fuck all of them fucking cops, guys. Right, that was before January 6th. And then after January 6th, the left-hand side tried to use the Brian Sitnick situation in the Capitol Hill building.
He believes they took on northbound and
No. Now we look at these domestic terrorists using red fire extinguishers to brain Officer Brian Sitnick. We look up so much. They put his body in the rotunda, and they did all of the funeral shots for this dude, and they did all this stuff telling everybody how only a terrorist would kill a cop. We gotta make sure that we find these hyper-radicalized political terrorists killing cops. And then you find out that the dude died a day or two after January 6th without allergic reaction to something. It wasn't bear spray, by the way. It was another something. The dude had like a blood clot. He had a blood clot. I wonder what type of medicine he was on anyway. So this should fit all those talking points. Here you got a hyper-radicalized, politicized, militant. He's a race supremacist, and he just killed a cop. And the mainstream media press like, fuck, no way you're talking about this. No, we don't care about any of those things. We don't care about hyper-politicized militants killing cops. Unless it's white people. Unless we can pin it on white people. When it's a black person doing it, we're going to ignore it. Oh, you got to ignore it. But this seems relevant. No? Shit, no. Anyway, this dude, he goes out, he goes on the run, he cuts off all of his dreadlocks. Boys, you think that's really going to swerve all of the cops looking for him. They chase him down to I don't know, in a state, everybody. And they've got a whole bunch of these not fucking around coalition members on the grounds, and this dude's in a fucking treehouse. This dude's a galaxy brain. They'll never find me in the treehouse, everybody. Everybody knows that white people can't climb trees. What? It's a what? No, it's a treehouse, man. We find out later on that he's got a shit ton of weapons in there. A shit ton of weapons. He's got a lot of ammo. He's got some hot pockets, apparently. And the dude was going to ride this out. And he decided against his, he actually had some better judgment. It was like, you know what? Maybe I'll turn myself in. Maybe I will come down from the treehouse. The police go up there, they grab him, take him. And so that's a nice little touch that they add there. I'm a little bit weirded out because I was also told that black people were never taken in alive by the white supremacist cops. It must be the error over here. Anyway, he was taken in alive. And so we'll have to see what happens over here again. He was on a 3-acre property outside Atlanta that's affiliated with a group called Not Fucking Around Coalition. That is a race supremacist group. They are hyper militants. They go around telling everybody that they're going to kill white people. And you've got a militant over here shooting white people. And again, you would think that would tick off all of the boxes on CNN, but not when it comes to black people. They only want to push it if they can do the race agenda. Here's a little bit about that Not Fucking Around coalition, by the way. It's led by hip-hop DJ Grandmaster Jay. Looks like we've got a terrorist leader over here, boys. Looks like we've got a terrorist leader. It's got a goal of forming a new ethno-state that is, quote, owned and operated by blacks, funded through reparations to descendants of transatlantic slave trade, according to Vice. A report of the Not Fucking Around coalition, the Atlantic States, quote, eventually it intends to establish a racially pure country called the United Black Kemetic, top cack, everybody, nation. Kemet, Jay explained, is the original name of Egypt, which you've got to be shitting me. Holy shit, there's a meme in here somewhere, boys. Oh, no. Oh, fucking Egyptians, man. Everybody knows pyramids built by Kangs, everybody. So, no, this is just all stupid shit. This dude's being caught. Good to see. Looks like the cop will hopefully pull through. He's making good progress. And the left-hand side is like, shit, what do we do? What do we do? Black supremacist kills a cop. Fuck cops. But he set the place on fire. He was arrested, taken in alive, even though white supremacist cops that can kill black people with impunity. They're all confused. Well, we're not confused. It's all a grift. Mainstream media press, left-hand side, they don't care about anything out there. Anything at all, unless it moves their political agenda. This fucks their political agenda up, so they go and ignore it. But it's yet another situation where you've got a black race supremacist out there killing white people, and everybody on the left-hand side, everybody's totally fine, everybody. It's totally fine. It's not fine. It's not fine. When you have any race supremacist enacting violence against those other races, that's a problem, dipshits. But lefties are fine with it. No. Well, you idiots sacrifice up your own white kid to that type of nonsense. I'm going to tell everybody, got problem here, Not Fucking Around coalition. When we get shit back into order, this is a group of people that we need to start sending FBI's asshole against, right? Here you go, FBI. No, they're not interested. FBI, they couldn't find this dude, man. They couldn't find this guy over here because they're too busy looking for MAGA memes. All right, guys, thanks so much for watching the news support channel. If you want to be kept up to date with these race fanatics on the left-hand side, hit that subscribe button and make way, because the salt must flow.
Public schools in Loudoun County, Virginia, like so many schools in this country, have gone insane in the last year. They've essentially stopped teaching. Instead, they're indoctrinating children with creepy and poisonous racial theories, master race stuff. Scary. In Loudoun County, kids are not allowed to read To Kill a Mockingbird anymore. Instead, they're assigned pornographic novels and told that America is an evil, racist place. So parents in Loudoun County have been revolting against this, not just right-wingers, by the way, not just politically active people, people with kids in the schools. Why would you want your kids taught some bizarro, poisonous racial theory? It's disgusting. So last night, the school board met in Loudoun County and agreed to solicit public comments. They didn't take that many, but those they heard weren't very positive.
The Western culture and values that brought forth Christianity in the founding documents are being called evil and racist.
You're not the captain, we're your bosses. We're not going to contribute to the private sector very soon. I'm reminded of the tyranny of communist China, where your money is legally stolen and then used in government schools, not public schools. These are not public schools, these are government schools, like here, to indoctrinate children against their parents.
My child is not oppressed. And don't assume that. As long as you Marxists push your unconstitutional agenda on my child, she will not be returning back to Africa.
So the school board didn't want to hear it. They're as out of touch as most of our institutions. They didn't want to hear it. So they had the meeting declared an unlawful assembly. One parent, called Judd Tigges, a man from the community, was arrested. Watch this.
And the county taxpayer pays your salary.
You guys are actually supporting the suppression of people's rights. Are you refusing to leave at this time? Yes, I'm refusing. All right.
Kids too.
Deputies, please arrest this individual for trespassing.
So they handcuffed him and dragged him away. Didn't want to hear from him, apparently. John Tigas joins us now to explain what happened. John, thanks so much for coming on. It feels like this is, Loudoun County is the place, and this is the moment where people have just finally just had it with these scary racial.
We have a Floyd client at 191 South Fraser. He's having an issue with his neighbors training their pool in the water running into his yard.
Because, as best I understand it, I was in a place where free speech has to happen. If you want to redress your grievances about a school board, there's no other place you can do it than in a school board meeting. And in this case, we went onto public land, went into a public auditorium. We were there for a public forum that we were invited to, and I was signed up to give public comment. And at the end of all that, every single person there, all 500 parents, have their First Amendment rights trampled on by the Loudoun County School Board and its superintendent.
If they keep acting like this, they're going to get a revolution. I mean, this is what happens when you ignore legitimate complaints.
Light up enough for 65 to fight into.
But I can see how it could. So in this case, these are the people who pay for Loudoun County schools. The building was reserved and open until 7 p.m. They arrested you before 7, as I understand.
Yeah, actually, it was closer to about 5:45, and we were supposed to go until 7, until the school board heard something they didn't like, which was ironically applause for one of the people that we were supporting, Senator Dick Black. And the net result was they shut it down. But there was not violence. There wasn't crazy going on. People stayed there. They actually started singing. And then we just encouraged folks that if the school board didn't want to hear it, we were going to hear from one another. And we allowed a very orderly, peaceful process of allowing people to actually start speaking. And they did that. They lined up and peacefully started presenting their perspectives. And we allowed the other side to do the same. And then suddenly it was declared an unlawful assembly after the thing you're showing right now occurred, which, as best I can tell, was a complete leftist diversionary tactic that was pre-planned.
Would you meet me over at 148 North Center?
No
Sounds
one
like
that
it's
was
just a
lined up to
verbal
speak
argument. She wants
was
to get the
involved
baby
in
in her
that.
items again and leave.
So the net result was they declared an unlawful assembly, and then they moved a whole series of pre-positioned deputies and tried to push them out of the room, threatening them all with arrest.
So they didn't like what you had to say, so they declared your talking illegal, and then they got these stooge cops, who should be ashamed of themselves, to arrest you for the crime of saying something the school board didn't want.
That's
Am I
correct.
missing anything?
No, you're not missing anything, and that's what's so infuriating is there's such a high standard.
This is only 1090 North Skyler at
the most sacred of all of our
Address 6, this is only 1090 North Skyler at KCTC, time of the field 142, respond to city clerk.
Yeah, it does, and it's, not liking it is not adequate justification. I hope you keep getting arrested, John. I mean that, because I think only until people are willing to be arrested for exercising their constitutional rights will those rights be protected. I appreciate what you did and coming on tonight. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page.
1016 1119 South Curtis, apartment 52. Cars at the mall, white side, he's outside now in his vehicle. He's upset because his girlfriend threw him out last night and apparently kept his face. Sam, 813, want me to go become that? Where?
Even
Democrats
complain about Joe Biden's obvious cognitive struggles. Just looking at this article from the AP about Congressman Mondaire Jones and the recent interaction that he had with President Sippy Cup. He said, quote, he told President Joe Biden that their party needed him more involved in passing voting legislation on the Hill. In response, he said, Biden just sort of stared at me, Jones said, describing an awkward silence that passed between the two. Now the AP described it.
13 from 11A. You get 22, I'll head down at first.
Airport, sir.
Sheriff, I'm 21, I'm 23.
You're fucking fat, fucking whore, dyke.
I'm back in Russell 148 North Center, trying to get this female back to her child. I don't know if I ran O'Shea Rosenthal or not. If you get a chance, could you run them, please?
Call history for that Christopher C. There's been 11 calls from the first of the year for various things.
Thank you.
Somebody gang stalking them.
Hey, copy, just 6 on the scene.
6 on scene.
I just wait to hear Studio Street Charles
Lincoln 846 3409.
Last time the footage got sabotaged by a system error. Human or machine error, the servers don't break on their own. I don't care who you are, servers don't break on their own. Somebody's liable. It's not my business to know who.
530,
I often ask myself during my ninja games, if I'm a military hacking ninja, just get short circuited going too much. I often ask myself during my ninja games, when I'm the last cigarettes I'm gonna smoke across the course of my existence, over the course of my existence. I'm a staunch Buddhist. Presumably, if Buddhism proves to be
990 East Minor exit, Hebrew, Outback, the Black. I'll be on 174 South Alamo next to the school.
हम अगरचे हिंदुस्तान में रह रहे हो, भारत में रह रहे हो, मेजॉरिटी जिसकी लेकिन हम मुसलमान ये कानून पास कराने की जरूर कोशिश करेंगे कि भारत में रहते हुए कभी कोई हुजूर पाक की शान में गुस्ताखी न करे। हम इस कानून के लिए करेंगे। पार्लियामेंट में तुम बहुत सारे बिल पास करते हो और अगर ये कानून पास करने के लिए मुझ जैसों की जान की जरूरत है तो मैं पेश करने को तैयार हूं। मेरे 100 टुकड़े कर लो ऐ हुकूमत हिंद, एक कानून ऐसा पास कर कि रहती दुनिया तक हिंदुस्तान में कभी मोहम्मद अरबी सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम की शान में कोई नहीं भोंक सकेगा, और अगर किसी ने गुस्ताखी किया तो उसको सख्त तरीन सजा दी जाए। ये कानून होना चाहिए कि मेरे अजीजों, क्या इस्लाम कभी दूसरे देवी देवताओं के मजाक और उनके भगवानों का मजाक उड़ाने की इस तरह की मजलिस मुनक्किद करता है? कभी आपने सुना? हाँ, हम अपने हक को बयान करते रहेंगे। तुम्हें जिस मजहब से सरोकार है उसी मजहब से ताल्लुक रखो। हमने इन तमाम चीजों को कभी इंटरटेन नहीं किया दूसरे मजहब। मुझे बताओ, बदले में हुजूर की जात पर जब जब हमला हुआ, हुजूर की जात पर जब जब हमला हुआ, मुझे बताओ क्या कभी बदले में हमने ईसाइयों के नबी ईसा अलैहिस्सलाम की किरदार कुशी की? कभी तौहीन किया ईसा अलैहिस्सलाम? अरे हम वहां पर भी समझते हैं कि अगर तौहीन करे तो यहाँ से भी हम निकल जाएंगे कलीमा। जितना तुम नहीं मानते उससे कई दर्जे हम यहूदियों ने अगर हुजूर के कार्टून बनाए तो क्या हमने बदले में उनके नबी मूसा अलैहिस्सलाम के कार्टून बनाने की इजाजत दी? कभी किया हम? हिंदू अगर भौंकने लगा, कोई भी ऐसा आतंकी हिंदू जो नबी की जात पर, मेरे रसूल करम सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम की जात पर मुगल्लज़ात बकने लगा, तो क्या हम बदले में कभी राम कृष्ण या विष्णु फला फला इतने जो है उनकी किरदार कुशी की? उनको नंगा करके दिखाया? कभी हमने उनको गालियां दी? मेरे अजीजों, इस्लाम है ही नहीं, बल्कि इस्लाम ये कहता है ला तसुब्बुल्लज़ीना यदऊना मिन दूनिल्लाह। अल्लाह ने यहाँ तक फरमाया तुम उन लोगों को गाली ही मत दो जो अल्लाह को नहीं मानते, गाली मत दो। क्या होगा? फयसुब्बुल्लाह अदवन बिगैर इल्म, इसलिए कि फिर वो पलट करके तुम्हारे अल्लाह को गालियां देने लगी। हम तो शुरू करते ही नहीं, कहीं पर शुरू करते ही नहीं। हाँ, एक बात याद रख लें, जवाब हम किसी की गुस्ताखी का, अगर तुमने मेरे नबी की शान में गुस्ताखी की तो बदले में हम तुम्हारे किसी देवी देवता की गुस्ताखी करके बदला नहीं लेंगे। हमारे इंतकाम लेने का तरीका कुछ और है, वो इंशाअल्लाह अज़ीज वक्त बताएगा, वो वक्त बताएगा। नबी कौनैन सल्लल्लाहु तआला अलैहि वसल्लम की जात पर किसी ने उंगली उठाई तो हम बदले में ये नहीं कहेंगे कि तुम्हारा खुदा ऐसा था, तुम्हारी देवी ऐसी थी, तुम्हारा देवता, हमें उससे सरोकार ही नहीं। हम छेड़छाड़ देवी देवताओं से नहीं करना चाहते हैं, इसलिए कि हम अकल रखते हैं। अगर एक हिंदू नबी कौनैन सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम की शान में अगर गुस्ताखी किया तो मैं पलट करके उसके भगवान को गाली दूंगा, तो करोड़ों हिंदू और भी तो हैं जो खामोश थे। करोड़ों हिंदुओं के खुदा को मैं क्यों गाली दूं? एक ने किया है ना, मैं इससे निपटूंगा।
This is Noggin, the interactive learning app from Nick Jr. Now my kids' level of learning. Great job! The thrill of the room with learning games, books, and videos added weekly for limited time only. Go to Noggin.com to get a 60-day free trial.
The White House. That's where the president lives. Notable past residents include Corey Baxter, who resided there from 2007 to 2008 in the hit anime TV show Corey in the House. So you would think then that the security for this place has got to be pretty top-notch. And yeah, you're right. The US takes the president's safety very seriously. A professor at the university I went to,
Tyler Perry's studio,
once told the story that many years ago a student had used the computer labs to send death threats to the president, and the Secret Service flew all the way out to the university in Ireland to have a word with the student. Now, I somewhat suspected that stuff.
Grade 4, North Spanish, front door.
I wanted to let Q know that I'm taking his shirt back.
Yes!
Yes, Sparta! Yeah, bitches!
That's all. 284 North Main.
I'm taking this shirt back. It's not the shirt. This shirt doesn't belong to extremists. This shirt belongs to actual patriots. This shirt belongs to actual patriots. It doesn't belong to extremists. So I'm taking this shirt back. In the name of King Leonidas from 300, I am taking the shirt back. This is Sparta! I'm sorry, Jared Butler. I can't help it. I like that one. This is Sparta. Dude, you know what this Holly person can make fun of me for. She doesn't know me, man. She doesn't know me. She doesn't know me. Does not know me. She thinks she does. She does not know me. Dude. She's not.
Okay, 21 seconds.
Green place fans on Nova because I prayed for Nova. And it sounds like she wants to hurt anyone that's a Rockefeller or a Rothschild. That's why I'm like praying for her.
One of the things that people do when they
Just drop you back to
inaccurate
information
or misinformation or lies is that when you point out that they could easily look it up or just explain to them that they said something that wasn't true, it doesn't matter if it's a math error, caps locking, misspelling, whatever, they ignore all of that and move on to a completely different thing because they don't want to acknowledge that. Now, this is a tactic. It is a form of rhetorical behavior.
700 block of West Park Drive. Small white dog, where that works.
Here we go, hold on. Okay. That's good. Okay, I gotta say this, and I'm gonna be honest about it. This has got to be a ploy to mess up the rallies that are going on right now for the Republican votes in certain states. And Trump is starting to rally and everything, and then this has to come out. Birds aren't real movement. Are you seriously? And if you notice, it's mostly college student ages. There's no middle-aged people. There's no older people. There's no really young kids. There's no couples with babies. They're all college students. Pay attention. You can't make this up. Pay attention. Wait, hold on. Here we go. Yeah, they're trying to make fun of us what they're trying to do. This is not your Republican. This is your liberal college students. Just saying. Because this is not real. I mean, come on. If it was what he said about bird poop, wouldn't you think we wouldn't be able to wash it off our cars? Seriously, people. And I'm like some other people I talk to. What the hell am I feeding if I'm not feeding birds?
You're in the matrix. That's what they're saying.
All college students. All college students. Oh, Lord. Hold on just a minute. Hold on just a minute. All right, now what?
It's going to be too many. You're going to reroute the drain holes.
I'm recording. Go ahead.
Somebody just pulled up, somebody he was supposed to meet him here, and I said, get over there.
Right, and it's to get the attention off something else that's going on.
Missouri Southern done it, SMU done it.
I know, but bird poop,
I remember when they done it over there on something.
but you can't make it up. Well, there's something worse than birds or, oh my God. These are all college students. There is no one that, come on, guys. This is to take away from something else. And I'm going to tell you right now, I seriously believe this is the, you know what?
Birds ain't real.
Just ain't up that 50.
From 635 pilot.
Thanks, Bob, go ahead.
Up there, CN 25970.
Bro, the Black BMW, Charles Tom 81952. Charles Tom 81952.
Here's something. Sure.
Smith.
King 125.
25.
I'll be clear. Verbal.
Stop.
All right, 6 on scene. Pilot, 7 pilot.
One 21.
Good.
At a Midsdale 911 from Clarice Aaron, 339 East Monroe. No problem, confirmed all information, phone issues, no previous.
No, what is script?
First on the team.
All right, so I'm going to issue. Power 1, go ahead. Be on the air available on a detail, please
turn over our stove for the next couple hours. Both guys when we're back in service.
Okay.
Site 4530 status.
Hi, 2530 status.
Who is that?
Or 512.
Check out 512. Two registrations. Two zero two 5498. 202 5498. 75185. BM 75185.
What?
Calling the first responder.
Control.
Yeah, I got Herschel Roberts based on their side.
Card 6 and Robert Hood.
$25 30 status.
We'll talk to that couple there.
4. Down. Unknown open line, landline at Yokes and Berries, 505 North Kinsey.
I'm clear right now, I said that way.
10-4, 530.
Morning, clearance center. I'm gonna meet the female with the baby. She got the baby, 19.
Five calls came down. Contact with Sherry at Yokes and Berries. She advised no problem.
cut you off on that way first. And
Pretty Travis.
that's why I'm not far.
T-Mobile is upgrading homes across America with fast, reliable, high-speed home internet. Stream, learn.
I'm 5:30. I just checked everything sometimes. No problem.
I think
Good.
Russia is our ally in this.
So do I.
And, you know, they're outside of Hawaii right now, fucking blowing up aircraft carriers and shit.
But I know they are, but I think the international alliance could put
I do.
that.
I do too, but there's a lot of war game exercises happening right now.
Right, also in the Baltic Sea.
Yes.
Apparently it came out that we have 400,000 troops amassed in the Pacific. Who knew? It's just, what are they doing with our, see, this is another
Russia, Russia seized aircraft carrier near Hawaii as U.S. Navy strike group X-3 and fighter jets on standby.
They're going after Russia.
UK and U.S. F-35Bs launched anti-ISIS strikes from the Queen Elizabeth. So everyone's doing war game exercises. Something's getting ready to go down.
But it's NATO.
That's the
Right.
residents who have to understand. NATO
Right.
is not for us. NATO is the one world government, the world order, army, military. Look, we've talked about it for a long time. The three factions were the City of London, the Vatican, and DC. DC being the military arm, which is NATO. But also at the same time, well, I think all of them have been taken down, but they're still fighting it out. The real headquarters.
An unknown problem should be the greenhouse next door to 1153 East Maple. Anonymous 1017 advised there's a female yelling in the backyard. No further.
And every single one of these conflicts right now doesn't go back to the U.S. military. It goes back to NATO. And like I've said many times, the best thing that could happen is for them to basically get rid of the UN and demolish that whole land. You know, make some affordable housing and some rehabs there, some mental health facilities that are desperate. Get rid of the UN, get rid of NATO, get rid of the World Health Organization. All of these people, they're included. And then the puppet masters above them. And it's coming out also, when I talked to you a long time ago about who owns everything.
Can't come on 52, be on shift 3 now.
They own everything. Well, they are owned by the Swiss bankers, the central bank. So they own everything. Right. And so all three of them, if you look at all the propaganda that's going across hospitals and banks and corporations and all of that, it's going to trace back to those three funds. And those three funds are going to trace back to the Bank of International Settlements in Switzerland. And that all goes back to who? The Nazi regime, Third Reich. We just fed into the Fourth Reich through the UN and all of their people. And they still want the same goal. It's the exact same goal.
Yeah, they just did. All they did was infiltrate for the last 2 decades. That's all they did.
Right.
They brainwashed the sheep. They just got us to their desired, the desired position they needed, and now they're striking. But as we believe,
I'm trying one more time. 148 North Center. Try to grab some of the items for this child and the mother. I'll be back out.
Like I said, this will be a hot summer, nuclear winter, and I think 2022 is going to be blast off. I think it's going to be a crazy 2022.
Yeah. And also, I was, when I was out in Tampa, Patrick Byrne is dropping a Deep Break documentary, which is off the charts. Like, there is no doubt after watching that of exactly what's been going on. And I don't know if people remember.
When's he dropping that?
This week. I think the premiere is
Where can people
tonight.
see that?
Yeah. Well, it's also. I don't know yet. I believe it'll be all around, but in other places we'll probably take it down. But I think it's going to on the website. The premiere is Thursday night. But General Flynn, everyone.
1017 of the female half from South Coast on the 6th of now. She was the male subject deployed at 1032 at her while exclusionary at Q City Liquors. He was last seen westbound on the station of Black Chevy Impala, 20 to C. Charles Wyong 22469, and passenger with him as well.
But I'm starting to really see Black Lives Matter and critical race theory and the LGBT thing as a war on them. Those people that they're pretending.
Yes. It's the
Character.
What they're doing is sending them to their own demise.
Right.
That's how they're going to eliminate those people.
Right.
When the shit pops off.
Right. And everyone can say whatever they want, but all they have to do is scrape below the surface of Planned Parenthood, and you're going to see Margaret Sanger and Bill Gates' father, who started Planned Parenthood for eugenics, flat out saying that they want to get rid of the Negro race, is what Margaret Sanger said Planned Parenthood was for. Okay? And then they put them all in those communities. Also, all this money, first of all, Obama, everyone voted for him because, hey, the white people and Asians and Latino, everyone thought, well, great, he's going to finally help the black community and the inner city. The black community saw it in the game. No, he came in and made it worse.
Yeah.
And then he pumped billions of dollars into these communities, and it only goes right back to the pockets of the same people. They are not helping them. These cities, the Bronx is being run by gangs, and everyone knows it. Run by gangs.
Yeah, the cops don't even go in there.
They don't care.
The cops are like, fucking, they have their own rule law. It's like Lord of the Flies.
Yeah.
Like they're running their own government. They're like, the
Right.
gangs took over. It's like gangs in New York.
Yeah, it is now. It is totally. And listen, most of the cops quit, okay, in New York. Most of them left, retired, moved to other states, and the cops there.
The hell of it.
Yeah, oh, it's a nightmare. And it's really dirty and unsafe.
And what's happening here in Texas, all the cartels are coming in now and starting to take up, run shop.
Right.
This is bad. Like you don't want to fuck with these people, man. Like once they start getting in their talents and things, it's a wrap.
Right. And I was looking into, so there's critical race theory and Black Lives Matter. I was looking into all of this, and it's literally, they just took the Marxism, communist model used back in the day, even in France, but in the revolution, but back in the day, it was the elites versus the workers. Now it's just racist, but they just changed, they inserted race. Well, here's the thing, David, that I have to tell you. Because you and I took different paths in lives, we pursued our dreams, we got a monicum of success, it's great, but then the low is awful, and this and that. But I gotta tell you something, growing up, it was always like, if you went to Harvard, or Yale, or MIT, you somehow were superior, intellectually, and all that. All I found,
that.
I know, but that was what was sold to us. But then I found over this past year, the most easily brainwashed, the most easily following Operation Lockstep are those Ivy League students. It is amazing. It is amazing.
They're the most easily mind controlled.
Right, because they've been mind controlled.
I always look at the lost sheep, the one they call the lost sheep. I'm like, no, he's just creating his own path.
Right.
He's going his own direction. The sheep that goes off and gets lost and he's hurt, that's the one. That's the thief right there. That's
Robert Frost or somebody that said that if you don't know where you're going, you can't get lost.
I like that.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and you and I kind of have lived that life in real life, where you just kind of were like, okay, this is what I'm going to do, and I'm going to figure it out.
Okay, COVID.
Check your UCL sometime, I'll keep an eye on it.
I'll give you a 21 real quick. Maple's calling back. Right, the female solo in the house yelling, asking someone to leave her alone.
They were so photos that
No.
Stop that! No. Stop! I'm just ready to get out of Franklin County Speedway. Man, I feel like I'm gonna throw up. Stop! I don't trust these folks. What the hell is going on?
Man, this is Ringshine capital of the world, and that's how this whole thing started. We started souping their old cars up, bringing them out here to race them, and here we are.
You can feel it. The fans, they're into it, man.
That hard fans.
This place right here, you come over here and you fly your rebel flag.
The man wants to fly a flag, let him fly a flag, you know. Just
Yes. Straightaways are so short. You're in the corner. I mean, you don't have a lot of time to make decisions.
Come to Franklin County and run fast and bounce off the walls. I seen a dude like flip a town car and barrel roll like 3 times over there one time. See a guy get killed,
Oh, some wish they did that. I don't know.
Well, 520. I got it figured out. She's leaving for the area with her child. They're safe. I'll be out 19 calling this hotline.
I felt like we proved we were meant to be here yesterday, but today is so much of a bigger deal.
Today we just got our one session. It's qualifying everything all at one, and then we go right to racing.
We don't have time to like dilly-dally around the type 5 speed. Fortunately for us, we had an awesome practice last night in the form of winning a race.
Nice and smooth. Let it warm up for about 2 laps here, and then I want you to get on it. I'll tell you.
It takes 5 on the go lap. It takes 5.
Start trying to get up to speed, but there are so many slower cars on this track. These guys just will not get out the way.
All right, hold on. We got to step behind you. Back it down. Back it down.
I feel like they're blocking.
That's all of it. All right, bring it to it there.
I still don't know what happened in qualifying. It felt like every single lap I had to dodge a car that was coming off the track. It was just a mess and we never got a full lap. So I have no idea where that's going to put us in the race. Apparently there's going to be an invert.
They're going to do an invert, which means they're going to randomly draw a number so that the top 5 cars all switch spots to make the race a little bit more interesting.
Hey.
So on the invert, you're on the pole.
Yes, sir.
This is like the first time in my whole racing career that the invert has actually worked to my favor.
All right, we're starting first.
The other drivers, I don't think they were all too happy about it. It doesn't matter because I have a fast car and now I just have to drive away from all of them.
You know, Hayden is super, super fast, but those other 5, 6 drivers out there are veterans.
You're dealing with
You
look at these guys in the pits before the race, and they got a pack of Marlboros in the pocket of their shirt. They're holding their kids in diapers, and their wives are all sitting there. And you know they got a Anyone with water or a battery victim of plant claim.
There's been guys that have been racing here for about a decade. I think they've got all the track championships, the wins and stuff. And I feel like coming out here and beating all of them, really sticks to me.
Here we go. Good luck. Have fun.
I'll go with that.
Everybody for the hard work. Time for me and Hayden to go to work here. Outside 02, 12 out back.
Facility, we also have medium route. Ambulance 1801 West Walnut for a battery victim. Come out 1236. Find on firing.
Hold it, roll. Green.
I throw it in the 4th, but unfortunately I didn't do it fast enough. Right off the bat, I'm back to 3rd, and I don't want to lose any more spots.
Good clip A. Just get the straight drive. Be smooth on it. Go window.
I'm gaining on the 2nd car. I'm slowly but surely making progress on his lead on me. I know these guys aren't that much faster than me. If I make my moves at the right time, I'll be able to catch up really quickly.
Yeah, buddy, come on.
Hamilton's enough.
Now I'm in 2nd. I've got my eyes on the lead here.
Coming to halfway to the line right here. Good job. Stay on it.
I see my opportunity coming out of turn 2, and I take it. I completed the pass, and I'm setting sail.
Stay with the hand. Nice and smooth. Tosses out. All right, wave them off. Tosses out.
They decided to throw the competition caution.
Was that competition caution? Come on. Really?
Competition caution is when they wave the yellow flag to bunch the field back up if the race gets too strung out.
Wow. Haters are out there driving away with this thing.
I'm not sure if they planned to throw the caution intentionally because I was leading the race, but it doesn't matter because I have these guys right on my tail now, and I'm going to have to be on my stuff.
They know what Hayes got. They're going to take a shot on them right now. They're not going to let them get away again. Green. Got this, bro.
Now I'm right back where I was at the start of this race. 2 cars in front of me and about 15 laps to pick them off.
Stay on it. Don't give up. Still inside.
Time's running out. We only have 15 laps left, and I need to make my move now. Before I knew I was spinning out.
Guy, congrats on the sponsorship.
Thanks, man. You know I've been working on this for a long time. Yes, you have. You
Check
got
out
my
stuff.
stuff. Of course I know my stuff. Hit me, brother. Old
The offender's gonna be outside, and here comes in bed.
Of course I got this, baby. You know me. We spun out. We didn't hit anything. There's no damage to the car. But at the same time, I'm now in last place with
Okay.
10 laps to go.
Go, drink.
You know, we're in the worst situation possible right now. I've never quit, and I'm not going to start now.
5 laps to go. Lock it happen.
As we're coming around to complete the first lap, after that restart, I just see smoke, and it all hit the fan in a heartbeat.
Record in front of me, man.
After that, we had another restart.
I knew that was going to happen.
I think we were the only car in this race to get through that wreck without any damage.
Always one of the pack just wrecked themselves into the wall. 3 cars into the wall, and Hayden got through it. Hayden always gets through wrecks like that. Like a cat. What a heck of a race, man.
You know, when the dust settled, we were starting third on this restart.
5 laps to go. It's going to be a shootout.
There's a few cars that made it through, but we've been faster than them all weekend, and I should have no problem picking them off this week.
Drink.
Got 2 cars in front of me, got 3 laps to pass them. This is going to be a shootout, and I'm going to have to make every second count.
Come on.
We're right back where we started. We're in first. All I have to do here, get a clean shift, get a good launch, drive away from these guys.
Man, racing is way more stressful than football. Way more stressful. Not even close. Drink. Go to the checker, Hayden. Clear, straight drive. All the way home. Come on.
I'm just screaming.
All the way home. All the way home.
Oh, God, thank you, God. I tried to lose that race.
One more lap if you'd like.
Thank you.
I don't think anybody really wanted us to win that race.
Brother, like I said, enjoy that one. Just beat some of the best in the college and field. Good job.
Yeah, we come up here to Virginia and show them how it's done. Hell yeah.
I mean, there was not a person there that walked into Franklin County Speedway hoping that Hayden Swain would pull out the win. I don't care because I've got everybody here that has supported me all this way, and that's what matters. Doing right by the people that do right by me. Then there was an issue.
So far, but a lot of the other competitors aren't satisfied with that. They think we're cheating. So they're going to have Mike and Thomas tear it down some more and see if there's something wrong with whatever they're doing.
I mean, right.
You don't think it's like, oh, we're illegal. It's more, they're just being, we're following the rules, but, right now we don't have to win yet. They haven't taken it away from us, but they haven't given it to us either.
What's the deal? Y'all want the shot? Why?
I missed out 911 from 1280 Cobb Boulevard. Over the top. Like, guys, you initially called because someone did call, but they weren't able to get up. Everything was okay there. Don't just share the number.
What the hell is going on?
You just stole a race from the only black kid in this
Okay, we tried.
No, that's dead serious where we're going. Hey, man, you know what you all should have done? You should have claimed the driver. That's your problem.
Dad,
That's what you should have claimed was the driver. Because he wasn't the damn shops, he was the driver.
Dad, shut up. Dad, stop. Stop.
Yeah, you're right. You don't need to go down.
Stop. Dad, stop. Stop.
You stop. You stop.
I'm trying to keep my win here, dude. Even when we win, we can't win. God.
Just ready to get out of Franklin County Speedway. Yeah. I don't trust these folks. He's already won the race. They passed through tech, so all of their equipment was legal.
It's just the hometown racers are trying to use this claim rule to grab his shots for $400, but they're several $1,000 shots. And you know, right now they're still going back and forth with the other driver, with the owner of the track, and with Thomas, and it's still not resolved.
Put the summons back together and put it in this.
These are shots.
They're mine.
So wait, so it doesn't stand?
Officially, we're done. Yeah, we're good.
We're good.
Yeah, we win. But long story short, I mean, they claimed their shots. Yeah, let them buy it back. We're going home with the win, our shots, and the trophy. So that's all that matters.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
After the race, there's a package at my door and it says it's from Old Spice. Aventad. Instead, I saw it. I was thinking in the back of my head, like, all right, I gotta call later.
All right, Amazon, go ahead.
CD battery only, we're available.
Okay.
Everything that happened after the race with the claim on the shocks, that just kind of brought everybody down. This uniform, it really makes me feel like just having the Old Spice uniform, having the OT Racing logo, it really makes me feel like I've made my mark with racing and I have a place in this sport now.
We're halfway there. So next steps, we're going to down on that guy.
Next time, the race. We've been on the road for about 8 weeks now, have not had a break in forever. Today is the day. I cannot wait.
Come on, y'all just be sneaking up on me. Alright. Just watch these videos right here, subscribe, and then we'll get back to the dancing.
That I know it's 1 in a million, but I'm going to be that 1 in a million, and we lived it, you know.
I've always thought with my heart.
Me too.
Sometimes it's been to my detriment, but it's also been
Me too.
led to some amazing things in my life.
Yeah.
And, I just like what's happening right now with me. It's an accident. It was a viral video that I did, and I don't know.
You know that I actually believe that Nuremberg 2.0 thing in The Hague right now is a much bigger deal than people think. But one thing most people don't know is that the Nuremberg trials after World War II, there were a lot of doctors and media put to death. Okay,
Yeah.
so people
Oh, yeah.
don't know that.
And
it's true.
I'm gonna say these people can run, but they cannot hide. They are not escaping this. It's gonna
This
be
was mutual, neither party was checked out, paramedics checked both. Now they don't even want either
Right,
party
most people don't
transfer.
realize what it is. That's why I think the red line has to be them going and asking for this responsibility to protect. Because Samantha Power is a very dangerous woman, in my opinion. She was involved in all the color revolution.
What the narrative is, their administration was contracted, and it was by her choice that they did not want it.
Anti-American, full globalist, all the way back. Her father was in the Fed. These are not all people out of Kamala, these were not, these people were born and bred by globalists for exactly what they're doing right now. And that is the war. You and I are right, and we've been saying it. This is not about my neighbor being racist, or my neighbor not liking transgender. That's all bullshit. What it is about is national versus globalist.
This is what it is, and it's not gonna get. It's not like this is just gonna go away. We're gonna go back to normal. No, this is gonna get hot and heavy, and it's gonna climax. And we're going like this. We're coming to a breaking point. We're coming to a fork. We're in a fork of the road, and we're about to come to the massive climax. And that's what I understand. That's what's happening right now with Trump. The reason he's in the background is so that they can minimize the backlash, the civil unrest, the civil war, the potential civil war.
Well, that's all Maine hit her phone by accident. They're just waiting on the plane.
Some kind of they're doing the drip.
Right.
Before the big boom, 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 boom.
Right. And I mean, that's for sure. But
We're part of that, Mel.
Yeah.
We're part of that movement. We're part of the. We're dripping out the information. We're helping people. This is part of it.
Yeah, and it's like you and I would say, you've got to know the enemy. The enemy is not your neighbor. The enemy is way above us. The American people really need to reject this division and this craziness. Again, they're trying to, I am fully convinced that this Black Lives Matter critical race theory stuff is to backfire against the black community. I feel like the LGBTQ, all of that, backfire against that community. Planned Parenthood,
Aston Drive, just traditional. I tried calling my caller back, she disconnected. Unknown medical at this time.
Wuhan Lab, this is about eugenics, and they want to get rid of those groups, but they're using them as a shield, almost. And when I asked,
Warren Buffett left the
yes,
Gates Foundation.
yes, I did. Yes, I
Resigned.
did.
Yeah, Warren Buffett resigned from Gates Foundation.
He was
Warren Buffett resigned one day as trustee of the Bill Gates.
trustee. What does that say to you? One of two things.
So what do you think? You think he's stepping down because the White House are making him step down, or what's your
So,
take?
I think he's involved in all the political stuff,
Right.
all the Epstein stuff. But bigger than that, maybe finally the Gates Foundation has. Maybe they have no money left. Maybe it's the keys. It's sure as heck should be. We have enough executive orders and crimes against humanity and crimes
Trump's
against children.
executive order.
Genetics, with the Wuhan labs, with crimes against humanity. And don't forget, we have a whole level of this that is about experiments on children, experiments, MK Ultra, all that. We have never, nobody's ever uncovered or discussed what was
All
going on.
parade units, go ahead and shut off your routes.
And I think it was
All urban A parade units, go ahead and block off your locations for the parade.
Where in Mexico that was?
God, I don't know where it was. It was like in the middle of nowhere. And Bill Richardson, the old, that was with the Clinton guy, globalist,
Yeah.
he was full on involved in all of that.
Bill Richardson, isn't it?
Yeah, Bill Richardson.
The governor of New
Right.
Mexico.
Right.
Yeah, I heard he was a
Very
bad
involved.
dude.
Yeah.
I heard he was a bad guy.
Yeah, and the Clintons had a house built for them on Epstein's property in New Mexico. And there was
Just
nothing.
right here to me.
Right, and there was nothing. It's 26 miles from anything. So all these girls that claim that they were trafficked there, they were just like the island.
10:42, you might need to wait
But also,
until
the only property in
37
this
gets
property,
complete.
which is very far away, is owned by Tom Ford and Gucci, which doesn't make me happy. It doesn't make me feel any better.
121, 101.
Yeah, that New Mexico ranch, Sorrow Ranch, it's called. Is
Have you seen anyone yet that's gonna cover the South Main and North Street? I can't see anyone at that location yet. Oh, yeah, Martin Trolley truck there with cones. I'm gonna go ahead and check on them. Show us right now. Yeah, yeah, we can get a shutdown ASAP for 7 minutes from start.
All by herself, but there's no eyes on her.
Okay.
Now,
I'll
what
be
is
this way.
going on this week? And you and I know this is a big deal because for everyone out there that says adrenochrome is real, and you and I know damn well it is. Even the World Health Organization put out something about harvesting young blood, good for all kinds of ailments. But anyway, guess who is finally being sentenced on, I believe the 30th, is Allison Mack of Nexium. Now, Nexium is a case that went away, but it's connected to all of it, including Gates, including the Clintons, including Romney, Mexico, Carlos Slim. There's so many people involved in the
Carlos Slim's involved with that too, huh?
Yeah, well, and the former president, Fox, and Salinas, yeah, and the Mexico Salinas family. They're all involved in Nexium. The Mormon Church, not all of them, but yeah, and again, on top of that, they have those crazy satanic child abuse schools all over the world. The Rainbow Cultural Club. And then also at the
No,
top,
51, it's gonna be just in the domino pain. Maybe the issue.
one is in jail
Or thank
right
you.
now, 6 months, Claire Brown. And the other one is somewhere that she can't be extradited. But the the Bronsons also, with Epstein, created what? The Clinton Foundation.
Yes.
So Allison
Do you
Mack,
think this whole time this all been happening behind the scenes?
yeah,
And the panic has just been so, it said it so much to all these people. They're like,
yeah,
they're in full out fucking
right.
save their own asses mode right now.
Oh yeah, and I can tell you, everyone, keep your ears and eyes peeled for Les Wexner to enter.
I've heard of Les Wexner. Who is Les Wexner?
He is the owner of Limited Brands, which includes Victoria's Secret, which is now going full on only lesbian.
And Femship. Yeah, it's Femship. Right?
So no more women, no more women.
Hey, I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna go for it. I think I can be a Victoria's Secret model now.
Probably good.
I'm gonna grow my
Identify yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're going away. No more women over there. But what I will tell you is Les Wexner is very involved. They say that he was
Hello, 325.
Right. Well, that's $70 million house in Manhattan.
There's nobody here to circle either.
Okay. What do you think was going on there? So Les Wexner owns the Limited brand. He also
Just Darren Blair.
I'm
just trying to give him a call.
He's tracing back all of Epstein's stuff. All
I
of
gotta
it.
see a couple.
And we're gonna find out that racket that was going on for
122.
20 years. That they were getting girls all over, not just girls.
122.
Also.
So they're calling over at Jewel, and they're like in the parking lot, there's a gray Toyota Camry with the
Where are all those people? Where's all those?
back door open on the vehicle.
Have you noticed also like the panic with Trump when the pandemic hit and the panic that hit the celebrities?
This weekend only at Ashley Home Store, Stars and Stripes early access sale. Buy one, get one half off, or get 0% interest for 5 years with no minimum purchase and no money down. Friday through Monday only at Ashley Home Store.
Why does the fake news media, the lying fake news media, have to go through such lengths to discredit your audit? What if the audit comes back and says, hey, safest, most secure election ever? Is it not a sham then? Then what happens?
Yeah, we'll see what happens there because, as I've said before on your program, I think Arizona's going to win either way. And I came into this. If I had a bias coming into this, my bias was that there was a 90% chance that we wouldn't find anything terribly amiss. I'm the only Secretary of State in the history of the state of Arizona that ever had to oversee a statewide recount. We recounted back in 2010 just under 2 million ballots, and the vote total changed by 42. And the race that we were confirming, instead of passing by 126 votes, it passed by 168 votes. Nobody called it a sham then. I came into this believing that there was a 90% chance that we were going to find that everything was pretty okay. But as I watched the county, our Democrat Secretary of State, and everybody else who's joined the club of calling this a fraud or a sham or whatever they want to call it, I now have almost flipped in my mind saying, what do they have to, they must have something to hide to be trying to discredit this so vehemently so early before we've released even one final report. So if there is nothing to hide and we find that everything went fine, Arizona wins. If we find some things that were not done as well as they could have been and we can improve our elections as early as next year when we have a very important Senate race here in Arizona, then we will get those corrections made and Arizona wins in that case too. But I started out thinking we were going to not find much, but the way they're pushing back and the way they're criticizing it before we've even announced
Oh, you're just the parade is about to begin.
Exactly the opposite.
Beginning to think exactly the opposite. I think we haven't begun to think the opposite. We've been through this since before November 3rd election. We knew they were pulling this stuff. As a matter of fact, almost a year prior to the election, we knew when they started running around putting out all of the information about this so-called virus that was going to pop up. We knew it was
east of
virus of the
PD.
election.
There's been no cars on
I'm
102.
now convinced that people who are screaming about why we're doing this, people who won't give us the second password to get into the tabulation machines so that we can get in behind the partition where all the configuration is set up, telling us that there's nothing we need to see back there. People that are accusing and calling this a fraud or a sham or whatever they want to call it makes me wonder what they're trying to hide. Because we're not trying to hide anything. We're just trying to get to the facts and tell the people of Arizona whether they can trust their elections. And if we can't have that trust, then we're not going to have a country much longer.
He doesn't even have to say that. He doesn't have to say we're not trying to hide anything. My goodness, I mean, guys, they put cameras all around the tables. Anybody can tune in anytime live and watch what's going on. What were we given back in November? They were boarding up the windows. They were stopping the elections at 10 o'clock at night, and then doing the counting at night. Then we wake up in the morning, and then all of a sudden Donald Trump went from winning 700,000 votes in some states to falling behind. I mean, we know all this,
Oh, yeah,
folks.
right
It's
again.
just interesting. Also, knowing all this is President Donald J. Trump putting out this message. June 22nd, 2021, Georgia now plans to remove over 100,000 obsolete and outdated names off their voter rolls. Doing this, they say, will ensure voting files are up to date, while at the same time ensuring voter integrity in future elections. Capital letters here. But what about the last election? Why wasn't this done prior to the November 3rd presidential election, where they had us losing by a very small number of votes, many times less than the 101,789 figure? This means you, won the presidential election in Georgia. But don't fret, much other information will soon be revealed about Georgia and other states as well. It is coming out fast and furious. The 2020 presidential election was rigged. Guys, when I saw Fast and Furious on there, I said, man, there's got to be some kind of connection there somewhere. I always get excited about those. Somebody put that amazing meme on the right side. You can see Durham just kind of sitting back there in that car. We've got the Sidney Powell from Durham, North Carolina, too. And Pepe the Frog and our great president. Well, sure enough, you hit those boards, the boards that the enemy hates so much because it exposes, just by questions and research, a lot of the information that we were aware of, just wasn't sure how to communicate all of this. There it is, 3278, Fast and Furious. And 119 was posted on the 2017 November 6th. Yep. What is the money flow disruption? List the billionaires. What family history goes back pre-World War I and II? Why is this relevant? Why did the Bush family recently break silence and attack the President of the United States? Where do the funds go? Offshore? What is Fast and Furious? What is the underlying theme? Well, it's money. That's the answer. Who controls the Fed? What's going on in D.C., folks? You know, I've been sent a lot of information lately on the Telegram side. We've got Richard, citizen journalist. We got another one called Nancy Drew. I'll be sharing some more of that in the future. But because we've got so much to cover today, I'm not going to talk about it much or show you everything she's got. But if you have a chance, you can check her out. And they are showing all kinds of pictures and videos of things going on in DC. And one of the big things I noticed was there's a lot of construction going on with a lot of plywood and all the government buildings. And DC seems rather empty. Anyway, so John Solomon, if you guys remember, okay, here's the interesting thing about the Fast and Furious comms. Q provided a link to an Anon replying to John Solomon on Twitter in March of 2019. John Solomon was writing about how Adam Schiff, remember Shifty Schiff, needed to be looked into. So why or what did we learn recently? Oh yeah, we grabbed Adam's communications. Future proves past. Learn our comms. Ooh. Looks like old Schiff, thehill.com, GOP rep calls for investigation to Schiff. It's all coming together, folks. And also had another communication from President Trump. He will be holding a rally in Sarasota, Florida, Saturday, July 3rd, 2021 at 8 p.m. This Save America rally is co-sponsored by the Republican Party of Florida and marks President Trump's further support of the MAGA agenda and comments of his administration. Please join us for a huge fireworks show to celebrate America following President Trump's remarks to conclude a full-day event commemorating our great country. You know, something I liked was Jason Miller in D.C. wrote 2024 or before in relation to this stuff. MAGA. You know, kind of reminder, too, you remember this video when President Trump came out to a stadium? Well, that was an amazing time, huh? Look at all the people. Listen to that.
I got off on the first week.
Well, I can just sense the excitement. Can you sense it? You know, you hear all of the cheering and excitement for this president. And, you know, if you go into your little box and you turn it on and watch all the media, including Fox, you would think that folks really just don't care about that guy. Well, let's see the contrast. Just wanted to play this real quick between him and real quick, you know, just to show you a little some of this from Biden.
The Second Amendment from the day it was passed limited the type of people who could own a gun, what type of weapon you could own. You couldn't buy a cannon. Those who say the blood of patriots, you know, and all the stuff about how we're going to have to move against the government. Well, the tree of liberty is not water in the blood of patriots. What's happened is that there are never been, if you wanted to think you need to have weapons to take on the government, you need F-15s and maybe some nuclear weapons. The point is that it's always been the ability to rationally limit the type of weapon that can be owned and who can own it.
So you have any clue what he's talking about? Huh. Blood of patriots. Where did that come from? Let's see if he, you know, is talking outside of his brain and maybe he needs to be careful.
It's going to get me in trouble. I'm sorry, I'm going to get in trouble. This is the last question I'll take, and I'm really going to get in trouble. I'll take you more time. I'm going to get in trouble. I get in trouble for saying, I'm going to say it again. You may remember how trouble I get in. I get in trouble.
Yep, Daniel Scavino Jr. posted that video for us to all see, and also Code Monkey Z had this. If you steal a TV and get caught, do you get to keep the TV? If you steal a car and get caught, do you get to keep the car? Fill in the blanks. If you steal a blank and get caught, do you get to keep the blank? Fill in the blanks. I'd like to buy a vowel. LCTN, let's see, ELECTION, election. Huh, good one, Code Monkey.
I was at the conference in Tampa, the Health and Freedom Conference, and I got to tell you, first of all, I think we're the majority, and then the media and everything's manipulating everything. This was 10,000 people in horrible heat, so happy to be there for God and country. You know, I met so many vets and teachers and police officers that were there, and a lot of them talking about how, you and I talked about it, these people are stuck in their jobs because of pensions and insurance, and they fighting back, they don't know how
we
to
are
fight
in
back.
the 1776 revolution all over again on steroids.
Oh yeah.
This is happening at a grassroots level. People are waking up. People are pissed.
Yes.
People are mad. And they're looking for information everywhere. Look at all these news anchors that are, well, not all of these. There's only two that I know of. Ivory Hecker being one of them, and another lady that just came out of CBS that are selling out their news stations. They're like, I can't do this anymore. They're withholding information. They're lying to people, and they're coming out. So I commend these brave people. Hopefully more people come out.
Me too. Well, also, they'll be on the right side of history is the fact. And you know what? Save yourself now. Also, people are realizing that the mainstream media...
Save yourself now.
Right.
That's it.
Even yesterday, somehow, you know, Maddow was being sued for defamation by a guest. And the court decided that Maddow's show isn't news. It's entertainment. So, right. So what are we dealing with here? We're dealing with a farce, a total farce. They're all in on it, like you and I were discussing before. Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. They were all in on hiding information from we the people of the world that could have saved lives. They're in on it.
Oh, this is bad. This is gonna be Nuremberg type trials. This is genocide. This is these people. They're so arrogant. They're so used to controlling the planet. They have been.
Right.
They've been in this secret handshake clubs, and you know they do what they do. But it's over.
Yeah.
We have woken up. The majority now. We're pissed off.
Right.
And guess what? I would never want to be on their side. Because when the masses wake up, dude, you're done. It's over. It doesn't
But here's
work.
the one thing that we have to keep in mind. They want us to get violent, and we can't get violent. We can't get violent unless we're attacked, because what I'm watching, David, is very scary. They're letting out hardcore criminals all over this country. They're dropping felony charges. They're not letting out people with smaller crimes from prison.
That just gives me more of incentive to
No, I know.
I'll go in and come out. I mean,
No, they're letting out, though. They're dropping charges on murder, on armed robbery. the worst of the worst are getting free
It's all
passes.
engineered now. They're opening the borders, letting all these people in. They're letting go convicts because they want the desired climate for a civil war or civil unrest.
Right, and like we discussed last time, their color revolution playbook, how they ceded sovereignty of many countries, is by creating so much unrest on the ground, and then faux Biden regime has put in an America hater that says American white supremacy and all that in the UN. And their next move, I believe, will be to go to the UN and say that
We need peacekeepers here.
yeah, it's called.
That's what they would build them at. Oh, peacekeepers, but they would be soldiers here on our soil.
Right, they'd be.
That's the end game for them. They accomplish that. We're done.
Right.
We're done because now we have military foreign troops on our soil, and that's it. That's it. Game over.
Right.
So I think it's a race. Both sides are like at a race for some pinnacle event that happened that 107 talked about. And I think the bad guys or the globalists wanted to bring in the troops. We wanted to make some kind of interceptive kind of boom switch, make a switch, but it's going towards that.
Yeah,
And
I mean,
this is
that's
all
their
happening.
playbook. They've done this before. They've done it all over. The what happened in Libya is a total war crime. And they assassinated Gaddafi because people loved him. They created the war on the street. Same thing in Ukraine. And right now they're using Ukraine through the NATO, which is the one world government's military, as an excuse where it's not Russia that's it's NATO. It's us. That's the hard part, I think, for we the people. Like I've been trying to tell people, you got to know the enemy. They're trying to tell us that our neighbors are our enemy. No, the enemy is so much above what anyone gets. But you and I have been trying for all this time to say, no. Go to the bankers in Switzerland. Go to the UN. Go to NATO. Look at the World Economic Forum, World Health Organization. They're all in on it. And guess what? There's about 3,000 of them and 7 billion of us.
Exactly. But that's why they're so desperate. They're so desperate because they're like, uh-oh, we're slipping. They never thought they'd be confronted. I mean, they had plans for Hillary to get in. I mean, it was Obama and then Hillary to wrap it up.
Right.
Big wrench thrown in their plans with Trump.
Yeah. Well, they also did not know. This is how you know it was a military operation. They did not know that Trump was going to win until that night because they had cheated already. So that's why, that's why everything that's happened since has been the level of arrogance and panic. They've made so many mistakes, and it's just so glaringly obvious. And though everyone's looking at the audit in Arizona, people should be looking at the criminality of what went on in Georgia. Georgia is a disaster. And
you know what it's like, Mel? It's like, and I use this analogy a lot so people can understand it, but I understand it like this. Like you're in a fight and you're fighting a guy that's a bum you're supposed to be. And he catches you with a boom, knocks you on your ass, and you're going 12 rounds, and it's the 10th round, and you just got almost knocked out. You get back up on your feet, and you still got 2 rounds to fight, and this guy's going all in. That's the deep state just got knocked on their ass when Trump got into office, and now they're fighting in panic mode.
Right, and I also think that they're interacting with each other, and I'm seeing people that I know are gone. Coming up and doing interviews like Podesta on the UFOs. Of course, people are thinking Harry Reid and John Podesta giving out the UFO information is trustworthy. There is deep state swamp as you get. And people, especially the Podestas, they've been gone a while. But the truth is that they all also, I believe, a lot of them turned on each other.
That's the nature of these people. They're slime balls. They're evil. They're going to eat, if they can't eat us, they're going to eat each other.
Right.
They save their own asses, but they're still going to hell. I mean, what are you doing? I mean, save your fucking soul, man.
That's what
I would be doing right now. I'd be like, you know what? I'm coming clean. I'm a piece of shit, and I don't want to burn in hell. And so, you guys, I'll do whatever I have to do to sell my soul, to save my soul.
Right.
Because I believe firmly you can't do this to humanity and not have a price to pay.
No way.
In the afterlife. There's something after this, man.
Yeah, for sure. And like we've said for a long time, this is good and evil. And I don't know if this is happening in your life, but it's certainly happening in mine. That I'm seeing it clearly everywhere I go. Who's good and who's evil, and who's toxic in like a visual sense. Who's toxic and who's fighting for the goodness and humanity. And it's
No.
becoming more and more
You got a big
obvious.
gap.
No, I was
Between
just on a
the-
trip, and I'm not gonna say where, but we were close to the
Marching
border.
Black.
4 or 5 hours from here, and we walked into a bar, and I looked around. It's the only bar in a desolate place, and I looked at the paintings in the.
What, 1.5 West Lodge? There's no problem.
We're holding up for a bit.
General Milley wouldn't hesitate to use the military on Americans, especially MAGA. Check out what General Milley says in his little reaction from critical race theory being taught in the military.
First of all, on the issue of critical race theory, et cetera, I'll obviously have to get much smarter on whatever the theory is. But I do think it's important, actually, for those of us in
Silver Line
uniform
911 area,
to be
200 South
open-minded
Lane.
and be widely read. And the United States Military Academy is a university. And it is important that we train and we understand. And I want to understand white rage, and I'm white, and I want to understand it. So what is it that caused thousands of people to assault this building and try to overturn the Constitution of the United States of America? What caused that?
So I'm not going to play the whole thing, but did you notice his pivot? He went from critical race theory to January 6th insurrection, white rage to the attack on the Capitol building. You see how he twisted that? You know, folks, I was public affairs officer for a general in the Army. I was public affairs specialist for nearly 20 years in the Marine Corps on the enlisted side. In civil service, I served as public affairs officer. Tell you what, you have to prep generals to talk like this. You have to put the wording together perfectly for them so they can learn how to talk like this. And let's say, okay, when you bring up critical race theory, twist it so we say that all of those people that showed up for January 6th, most of them were what? Filled with white rage. You catch that? Then all these folks that watch this on TV fall for it. You know, MAGA X-Man on the top right said if he's in favor of pushing critical race theory, then he is General Woke. Do we not make military leaders like Patton anymore? Ben Taylor said, no, we don't. Every single one of them went through the propaganda machine we call college. The left has infected everything in every aspect of everyone's life. I totally agree. When I've talked about this with my friends, especially in around the military, I'm around them all the time. One of the things that I catch a lot are, it seems like many of the officers who have been indoctrinated in universities, right? A lot of them to become an officer have to go to college. They come out thinking completely different about our country and the way that we should think. And one of them has fallen for this junk called critical race theory. It makes me sick to my stomach, and I've seen a lot of it. William Erdell said he, like all members of the military, does exactly what he's told to do. Guess who tells the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff what to do? Now, do you understand the importance of the last election? That's right. I'm going to bring this up right here. Trump didn't create political corruption. He revealed it. He didn't create media bias. He revealed it. Trump didn't create urban decay of Democrat-run cities. He revealed it. He didn't create censorship of faith. He revealed it. You know, another thing he revealed, just who these sick generals really are. It is really, really sick. Now we're going to hit this one right here. John McAfee, if you guys don't know, he received the antivirus, McAfee antivirus on your computers. This is the guy that invented it. He published this video in July 2020 calling out the so-called deep state in the U.S. A week later, a U.S. arrest warrant was issued and he got arrested in Spain. I'm sorry, a week later, an arrest warrant, not U.S. Less than a year later, he's found dead in a prison cell.
The deep state is a conspiracy theory it's defined as the people within the U.S. government and military who are in secret control of government policy. Secret? Please, people. The deep state is those people within the U.S. government that are career employees that cannot be fired by people that we elect by the Congress or the president. There are the FCC, the CIA, the Securities and Exchange Commission, the IRS. Are these people in control? Can they enact laws? Fuck yes. They're called regulations. For every law that Congress passes, and we elect Congress to pass our laws, there are 20 regulations enacted by federal agencies that have far more impact on our lives than anything Congress can possibly pass. Is there a deep state? Yes. Can we fire these people? No.
So he went on to talk about that, interesting because he said getting subtle messages from U.S. officials saying, in effect, we're coming for you, McAfee. We're going to kill yourself. I got a tattoo today just in case. If I suicide myself, I didn't. I was whacked. Check my right arm. And he put whacked on his right arm. And then you could see light Q. Look at that, June 17th. So almost to the day. Very interesting. John McAfee said, I am content in here on his official McAfee Twitter page. I have friends. The food is good. All is well. Know that if I hang myself a la Epstein, it will be no fault of mine. He was letting everybody know I'm not going to kill myself. And then he said, also, I've collected files on corruption in governments for the first time. I'm naming names and specifics. I'll begin with a corrupt CIA agent and 2 Bahamian officials coming today. If I'm arrested or disappear, 31 plus terabytes of incriminating data will be released to the press. Is that right? So right here we look at the drop. Here the flood is coming, emails, videos, audio, pics, etc. No such agency accidentally releases it all. Shall we play a game? Is there a dead man switch? 31 terabytes of damning info. I think McAfee isn't dead. Part of the plan. Who accidentally releases it all? The NSA. Isn't that interesting? Because even on the Instagram side, the Q got dropped on McAfee's Instagram account 40 minutes ago. Confirmed it was dropped there on Instagram. Now here's something really cool. Truth Hammer said if you go in there, you pull up the instructions on the actual picture. We can do this in Photoshop. You can actually right-click it, go to instructions. You can see that you put in. I used to do this with our photos when we would deploy. We'd have to label all the photos. There is a rumor confirmed that McAfee QPic has a cryptographic key embedded in the image file. He was able to view it in Photoshop, and there's the instructions. Very, very cool.
WikiLeaks cable, Hillary Clinton warned France research at Wuhan lab may lead to bioterrorism. Now, my guess is she meant it kind of from like North Korea and Iran and all that kind of nonsense. But long story short, I think it was back in 2009. So I think it was even before the actual but essentially, yeah, she basically said, "Hey, look, this could be dangerous. You sure that you trust all the people that you're working with? They must create noise before the Arizona audit. They're going to have to do something." And yeah, there's something big going to happen. I'm afraid that what it's going to do, it's going to further divide the country. It's not going to be dramatic as something you're talking about with the 9/11 and the stupidity and this nonsense of UFO and this apocalyptic crap. It's such garbage. People need to face reality. We need to face reality. They're going to continue to go after Donald Trump. Okay. They're going to continue to go after Donald Trump. And I'm glad to see the president finally getting out and doing rallies. He's going to be doing one in Sarasota here on the 4th of July. I think he's going to be up in Ohio on Saturday. So he's going to get back out and he's going to light the world on fire because I know they're going to go after him. And whenever they go after him, it's never pretty. It's going to be ugly. And that creates a lot of media attention and everybody has to cover it. What does it mean? What is it going to do? And it keeps everybody off the election fraud. As I've said at the beginning of the show, now repeat after me. The 2020 presidential election was stolen. There is no doubt in my mind anymore. There is none. And the truth will continue to come out. Something is going to happen. I don't think we're going to have to wait until the end of summer. I think it's going to start here fairly soon because they must create noise prior to the Arizona audit starting to really bubble out. They are going to have to do something. I've been saying it. He's saying it. A lot of people are saying it. This audit has to be stopped from Rachel Maddow's standpoint and all these other people. They cannot allow it to happen. Now, it's going to, and as we've heard, and I believe it's true, nothing can stop what is coming. But they're going to try. And if nothing can stop it, that implies that they're going to try very hard. that they're going to try anything and everything they can to stop it, because nothing will work. They're going to try everything. Be careful, be wary, have supplies at home. And again, folks, this is not about fighting our American patriots, even if they're on the other side of the political fence, even if they friggin' hate you. This is not about fighting Americans. It's about fighting the deep state. Keep your focus where it needs to be, on getting the truth, on making sure the truth gets out, on making sure that even the people on the left see the truth. They may not buy it, and a lot of people won't, but a lot of people will. And certainly it'll be the proof and vindication for the rest of us. Stay focused on the prize. Hold the line. United, we are strong, folks. We're seeing it in these school board counts. We're seeing it everywhere. Continue the push. Continue to hold the line. Where we go one, we go all.
Good. 43, that's subject sign 911 again about the citizens.
So this is, the title of this is called McAfee Bombs or More McAfee Booms. And this is an article about how he mysteriously posted something on Q, or excuse me, posted the letter Q on his Instagram account after he, the announcement of his death. So you can always click here to get today's video or go on the homepage. But there are a lot of connections and information. And here is the newsletter for McAfee, so you can share it with your friends, post it on your own forum. So I'm trying to keep this up to date, but there was so much that was dropping. I'm just trying to put it all in one spot so you can share it very easily. Donald J. Trump Jr. posted this: did McAfee kill himself? And then he gave two choices: yes, or he was Epstein. 91% voted that he was Epstein. John McAfee posted this August 9th of 2020. He posted about having doubles and that they live with him, and that the youngest is 58 years old, and the biggest difference with these doubles is the lips. So take a look at this. They all have different lips, and that's what he was sharing. Interesting, right? Then he talked, and that was before he was arrested. And then he posted this on January 16th of 2020. For you panic people involved, even peripherally in Epstein's murder, I do absolutely 1,000% have not just a dead man switch. This is to the bad guys he's talking to, guys, but a twice daily switch, check-in switch. If you think you're fast enough to grab me, torch me, and get what you want from me before it activates, think again, guys. Oh my gosh. All right. Because the SEC was the ones that, they were the ones that actually, well, they've been given, yeah, well, okay, I'll get to that in a minute. And sorry, kind of getting off the beaten path here. And then LG2 posted this: 31 terabytes of incriminating data to be released. He already released it, guys, in this collection of tweets. It's what we talked about yesterday, how he's collected he's got 31 terabytes. He'll begin with the corrupt CIA agent and 2 Bohemian officials coming today. If arrested or disappear, 31 plus terabytes of incriminating data will be released to the press. And then this person here is replying to McAfee saying, have you considered releasing those files with an encryption and a failsafe to spread if anything happens? John McAfee posted, already done. Oh my gosh. All right, then Francisco posted this. He or she was replying to McAfee, I hope you've set up a dead man switch so we know the true why instead of whatever's fed to us when that sad time comes. And McAfee posted, I have. If I'm arrested or disappear or die, every news outlet on the planet will be told the truth. Those in power, if they have any sense, will pray that I live free to 100. All right, so he's going after those in power. And then he posted this: getting subtle messages. This is about 11 November of 2019. Getting subtle messages from U.S. officials saying, in effect, we're coming for you, McAfee. We're going to kill yourself. I got a tattoo today just in case. If I suicide myself, I didn't. I was whacked. Check my right arm. All right, so this is also kind of like a identifying that's him, because if they threw in another person, he really showing proof that this is him and this is his arm, because he's got ink now. Then this is from Dekine, who posted this that connected the dots about the Barcelona. This is Q1528 Barcelona. The world is watching truth like Q. Okay, is this all coming together? Oh my gosh. And then Alexander Smith, she took the same tweet or same Q post, 1528, and then she tied it into McAfee stops canvassing in support of cryptos due to the SEC. However, he would not have thought that such kind of marketing activities will be forced to stop soon. Today, McAfee tweeted that he will no longer come out in open support of any crypto token because of a threat we see from the US SEC. This was in 2018, guys. What were they threatening him with? So you got the IRS going after him for a misdemeanor because he didn't file his taxes. Did you know also, according to, if you got your Constitution booklet, it says in there that the taxes are to be paid to Congress and not to, it doesn't say IRS. IRS wasn't created when the Constitution was written. Yeah, so he brings up a very valid point, and he's making a very strong statement, guys. Code Monkey posted this. McAfee's postmortem Instagram post was deleted along with the entire Instagram account. Remember when they took down the majority of the internet right when Julian Assange's Dead Man Switch was rumored to be activated, third week of October in 2016? Guys, is that what happened? Just, like, remember the outages that were going on like in the last week or so? And even Reddit was down, Quag News was down. There were, I think it was some of the big techs were down. A lot of things were down. What's going on? Internet outages. I know I had that. I had more serious like buffering. But this is what's interesting, because I'm going to share a couple of videos that's going to support the next two things that I share with you. Hillary, this part. Hillary's private server email used the McAfee-owned software, which was susceptible to security breach and which was made the information on her server accessible to McAfee employees during numerous intervals in which her emails were passed through the system. The server was prone to crash, guys. Oh my gosh. And then we learned also that the software or the antivirus software that's installed on those Dominion machines, those Dominion voting machines, they're McAfee's, 75% are McAfee's. Oh my gosh. And then here's a couple of very explosive, he had an interview on this one, and then he did a talk about how to get the state. So I'm going to go ahead and play both of these back to back. Check this out.
Attention, because really, that's all that matters to me.
Did you think Trump was going to be president?
Yes, I hoped he was, actually, because the alternative was not very palatable to me.
Did you
And
think
I'll tell you why, because it will implicate me in horror.
Sounds like you're asking me to inquire, but I'm not sure.
I am actually, because I'm not sure I'm going to save or not.
Well, it sounds like you're egging me on to ask you. I want to respect your
I am
privacy.
actually, because I'm not sure I will say it. I've never said it ever.
Well, if you want
Not in
to.
16 years since I left police have I ever stated why.
Do you want to?
Absolutely.
Okay, well then, you're welcome.
Okay, so when I went on the run in Belize, I had friends in the U.S. Embassy in Belize. I knew what was coming down. I'm not stupid. I'd arranged with the head of security. I was going to come in. He said, "Sir, we have it from the highest authority. We are not to allow you entry into the U.S. Embassy." Understand me. Who was the highest authority in the State Department? Hillary Clinton. I'm an American citizen with a American passport. I'm sorry. I'm not wanted in America. I've got no crimes in America. Is it not a reason to say, I don't think I'm going to vote for you?
And yet you're here now.
For a month and a half, I was on the run. The reason that the government wanted to collect me was that after they had raided my property in 2012 in the jungle, shot my dog, abused me, destroyed $500,000 worth of my property over a bogus charge, I was pissed off. And so I donated to many secretaries within the government laptop computers, really nice ones that were preloaded with viral spyware. Within a week, the entire government computer system was under my control. I was watching, monitoring, listening. I was looking for information that they had set me up for that raid. I didn't find it. I did find out that the Minister of National Defense was the largest drug trafficker in all of Central America. The Minister of Immigration, the largest human trafficker.
We don't want to get killed by them either, so we're probably not going to.
That's fine. That's fine.
It was good.
The deep state is a conspiracy theory it's defined as the people within the U.S. government and military who are in secret control of government policy. Secret? Please, people. The deep state is those people within the U.S. government that are career employees that cannot be fired by people that we elect, by the Congress or the president. There are the FCC, the CIA, the Securities and Exchange Commission, the IRS. Are these people in control? Can they enact laws? Fuck yes. They're called regulations. For every law that Congress passes, and we elect Congress to pass our laws, there are 20 regulations enacted by federal agencies that have far more impact on our lives than anything Congress can possibly pass.
23 monocle.
Is there a deep state? Yes. Can we fire these people? No. Can presidents fire them? No. It's designed that way so that political parties and political interests cannot affect the deep state. Do you understand the nightmare of our situation, people? I'm sorry, it's not secret. It's as open as anything could be. In the past, since 1975, 200,000 regulations have been passed by federal agencies, encompassing 800,000 pages of fine print. People, it is no secret. It is as open as it can be. The deep state does control America. Wake up, people, please. God, use some common fucking sense. Thank you.
There was fireworks.
Oh my gosh, are we seeing how all of this connects, guys? I never even thought about looking at John McAfee's Twitter account. And he even was saying, I have 1 million followers, but not a lot of engagements. He was asking for interviews back in 2019 from podcasters, us ordinary people. It was amazing, and I didn't see it. I didn't see it at all. So he posted this on Instagram after his he had passed. And somebody took this and did it. They said there's a code in this queue. As soon as I find out a little bit more about that, I'll share it with you. And Patriot in New York was replying to McAfee on February of 2019. Do you follow Q? John McAfee replies, no, but Q follows me. Oh my gosh. So that's what that article was up there. And then there was someone noticed that there was a military plane that flew overseas from Madrid to America, East Coast of America. You can't imagine that. Guys, what a coincidence, right? How many coincidences do we need in order for us to say, oh my gosh, right? He was so well connected, and so was his software. We have pictures of him with Epstein. Some of them were Photoshopped, but so he knew Epstein. So here I got a little graph I can put together where it has events in green, installs in red, and I don't know in blue. So because we're seeing the banking corruption happening right now, and how the hedge fund company, the hedgies are kind of freaking out. Those that are trading in the dark pool, or that they are doing shorts, and they have synthetic shares. I had to post this. This is from Tigger Tom too. Again, it's we'll work for bananas. There's the tape banana again. Oh my God. So did he have a software? Were those installed with banking systems and the electronic systems?
I'm just
right?
trying to catch up. I'm coming across Monroe now.
Can't see, but they have all these automated trades that go on. And so according to those videos, we know the installs because he donated laptops to the government and to Hillary. And when was that? When she worked at the State Department during the Obama administration. How much information did he get? Not just from her, but from Obama's government, Obama administration overall. How much came out from there? You know that he's very, very well connected with big tech, which is the hardware. Because when you buy a computer, you get a McAfee software most of the time, and it's like a trial. You could try it out for antivirus software. So he worked out that kind of a business relationship with big tech. How about the other big tech, like Facebook, social media accounts? How connected were they? How much did you get from them? I don't know. I'm just asking. Of course, he had his installs with many of the Dominion voting machines. Now, these are events, meaning that things that had happened or that he had some kind of association with. He knew Epstein. And what was Epstein? Other than a freako pedo, he was a hedger, right? So is Epstein seen about the Hedgies. I don't know, or did he? But he was a Hedgie, so he knew Epstein. He was arrested at sea for tax evasion, which is a misdemeanor. He was arrested just before the 2020 election. Are you connecting these dots, guys? All right, because I did last night. I couldn't sleep because I was like, oh my gosh, there's so much more. Didn't have enough time today or not to do this. In 2012, he was not allowed in the U.S. embassy. This was during the Obama administration, right? So they didn't like the fact that he knew so much about them. How did they know he had that? Was there a leak? Did someone share something? Well, anyway, that's when he started getting into traps. They were watching him very closely. But going back to the tax evasion, guys, you have Al Sharpton running a TV show. He hasn't paid taxes. He owes, I don't know how many millions in taxes, and he won't pay it. And it tells me, even crooks like him who owes tons of dollars in taxes, that is a crime. But for not filing tax returns, it's a misdemeanor for a certain amount of years. I don't get it. And then you don't see Al Sharpton arrested or behind bars and being thrown into a prison and okay, so I'm wondering what's going on. So while he's in prison, McAfee is tweeting a lot. He is in prison, he has internet access, and he's tweeting daily, and he shares about life in prison and the people in prison and how really, it would be very scary for somebody to go because of the stuff that he's sharing. Did he know that he had all of these bad people that didn't want him to release any of the information, reading his tweets, and they're going, oh my gosh. So were they trying everything they could to try to silence him? Now, is he in a safe place? Or did he actually, I don't know.
And the line advising that he has two subjects following him. He's heading towards the depot. It's a blue Chevy and a maroon sort of vehicle, 1017 and a brown
There's a lot more stuff happening about McAfee and how it's connecting, and is he the first arrest that shocks the world? I mean, in terms of exposing everything. So that was the newsletter you could share.
He's at the depot. There's a lot of singing at this time.
Extraction, all in caps. Woo! Was it Extraction? Was that McAfee? When I think of Extraction, I think of like deep extractions. Okay, but what was extracted? What did they get? Right? How many others will get extracted? And where will they go, right? And how is it that we found out about the podcaster, which, by the way, thank you for those that have been following me for a while. You have told me that you've been around for a while, the Magic Eyes Only podcaster that's been sharing some deep dives on Q-Post. Man, I'm hooked. But how much more is actually going to be coming out? Because there's some other stuff that came out. I'm going to do a second show. Actually, take a break because I did this show twice. So I'm going to do a second show, and I'm going to cover not only the Mr. Cool post, we had 6 other posts. I'm going to cover big news that was announced by OAN that's going to make you do the Saturday dance.
Now let's begin today's discussion over in Arizona. And to start with, in order to set the stage for you, although you likely have already heard, the Arizona State Senate has been conducting an audit.
He's advising those vehicles just took off. One of them, 1028, was Adam 244806.
2.1 million ballots. They are looking for any possible IT breaches that might have occurred, and they are examining close to 400 election tabulation machines which were used during the 2020 contest. Now, auditors are wrapping up their final paper examination over at the Veterans Memorial.
We just disconnected. I advised them to step out.
Saturday is the target date for the completion of the paper ballot examination, and from what we see, it seems like the audit team is on track to hit that goal and wrap up tomorrow. Now, what exactly happens after that? Well, after completing the paper ballot examination, the audit team will leave the Veterans Memorial Coliseum. They will pack everything up, and they'll inform the county officials that they are done. Then they'll have to hand back all the custody of the physical election evidence back to Maricopa County officials. And so the physical ballots will go back into the possession of Maricopa County. However, the auditors had in their possession eyewitness photocopies of the ballots, and so they will continue to run evaluations on them remotely. It looks like there will actually be 2 different groups which will be conducting the final phase of the audit once they leave the
veterans in the Coliseum. Over in Washington, a contractor called Cypher, they will be doing the IT evaluation. And over in Florida, the cyber ninjas, they will continue doing the ballot authentication using the ballot images that they have captured over at the Coliseum. And so the big question is this: when can we expect to see the final result? Well, the auditors themselves are under a non-disclosure agreement, and so the official results will have to come to us from the state senate, from the Arizona State Senate. And according to Ken Bennett, who is the audit liaison, once the audit team moves out of the Coliseum, they will need another few weeks to complete the final phase of the evaluation. And then after that, they'll need another about a week or two to complete the final report, which the Arizona State Senate can then expect to receive in early August. Now, one thing that you might have heard is that the Arizona State Senate is actually adjourning their legislative session until 2022, meaning they are no longer going to be in session until January. And so a lot of people are wondering, what does this exactly mean? And what impact, if any, will it have on the results or the possible actions that the Senate can take? And so that is a great question. And in order to understand what's happening, we need to go through a bit of Arizona state law, specifically the law surrounding how the Arizona Senate operates. And so within the Arizona state law, there is a term called sine die, which essentially means that the legislature needs to adjourn. According to Arizona state law, the legislature actually has to adjourn in order to make the legislation that they passed during that session effective. The way that it works out in Arizona is that the laws that the legislature passes go into effect 90 days after sine die, after they adjourn. And so if they don't adjourn, none of the laws that they passed go into effect. Now, it's worth noting that sine die will not affect the election audit almost at all. The audit will continue as scheduled without delay. The adjourning of the legislature will pretty much not affect it. Furthermore, while they're adjourned, the Arizona State Senate does not lose their investigative authority. They still have the ability to continue the investigation, and they can still hold hearings. The only thing that sine die limits is the Arizona State Senate's ability to vote or their ability to take specific actions based on the results of the audit. In fact, here is a letter from the Senate Majority Whip, and here is how they explained it. The legislature's investigative authority does not end at adjourned sine die. When the full forensic audit is completed, the findings and results will be presented to the Senate Judiciary Committee, whether we are in legislative session or not. At that time, the Senate will proceed to determine which actions need to be addressed. More to the point of sine die, all the legislation such as the Second Amendment protections, election integrity, education, economic development bills, etc., that have been passed and signed into law does not become effective until 90 days after the legislature officially adjourns.
New shopping center. Folks that came to work advised there was no problem at Sentinel, no history, and then no.
Adjourns sine die. Rest assured, the Arizona Senate will take all necessary steps to ensure elections in Arizona are protected, to include the 2020 and 2022. And so once the results of the audit come out in August, one of two things will likely happen. Either there will be a need for further fact-finding, maybe there will be some litigation that will come out of the results, and then in January, when the Senate comes back into session, they can take some concrete action based on the audit. The other option is that there might be something urgent that comes out of the audit, something that needs to be addressed ASAP. And then it is possible for the Arizona governor, Doug Ducey, to call the Senate back into a special session. And so ultimately, in terms of which path will be taken, that will be likely determined based on what the audit results turn out to be. Now, if there is some indication of anomalies in the final report, then the Arizona State Senate might have to take some further action. For instance, the county routers, which to this day have not been turned over, and the administrative passwords to the election machines have also not been turned over. And so litigation to get these issues resolved might actually take up a few months. And so all that might actually be needed to be done before the Arizona State Senate can take any concrete action. And therefore, the fact that they reconvene in January might actually be the normal timing for things anyway. But honestly, there is no reason to speculate. We'll just have to wait and see what the final report says in about a month. Now, aside from what's happening over in Arizona, as we mentioned in a previous episode, many delegations, as well as many individual lawmakers from different states, have gone over to Arizona to take a look at the audit firsthand. In fact, as of today, lawmakers from 20 different states have gone over to take a look in Maricopa County, and many of them are now calling for similar audits to be conducted in their home states. However, Republicans are not of one mind when it comes to the question of whether to hold forensic audits or not. For instance, Robin Vos, he's the Speaker of the House over in Wisconsin, and Chris Kapinga, he is the President of the Senate in Wisconsin, and they are both Republicans, and yet they are both opposed to conducting a forensic audit, even as different lawmakers in Wisconsin are trying to get one off the ground.
And what's interesting to note is that Republicans are generally supportive of these types of audits. In fact, just a few days ago, a Rasmussen poll found that 7 across the country want to see forensic audits. And interestingly, in that same poll, it found that 55% of all voters, not just Republicans, but all voters across the country want to see forensic audits. And so what will likely happen is, based on the results that come out of Arizona, we'll likely see whether the political winds blow in the direction of And just as a quick aside, it looks like Pennsylvania might potentially be the next state in the country to conduct a Maricopa-style audit, since just a few days ago, David Argyle, who is a top Pennsylvania senator, said this. It's a very careful recount, forensic audit. So yeah, I don't see the danger in it.
No need.
I just think that it would not be a bad idea at all to proceed with an audit similar to what they're doing in Arizona. I'm not hung up on how exactly the audit is completed. I just think that we should complete one. I think it needs to be independent. I think there is going to be mistrust if the same people who conducted the election conduct the audit. And so we'll just have to wait and see what ultimately comes of it. And as always, if you would like to watch the tail end of the Maricopa County audit, you can do so over at azaudit.org, which is the website that was set up by the Arizona State Senate, which allows you to watch the audit in real time from 9 different camera angles. The links to azaudit.org, as well as all the updates that we've discussed in Arizona, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, as well as Michigan, all those links will be over to Texas. In a turn of events that I almost couldn't believe when I first came across it, the IRS decided to deny giving tax-exempt status to a group over in Texas. Why? Well, that group, which is called Christians Engaged, is a nonpartisan group which encourages members of the church to pray for state and national leaders, regardless of their party affiliation. However, the IRS reasoned that Bible reading advances the interests of the Republican Party, and therefore they were denied tax-exempt status. Again, I just want to reiterate, the IRS, through this letter right here that they sent this group, made the claim that since the Bible aligns more with the interests of the Republicans, this group cannot be considered a tax-exempt entity. Here's what part of this letter says. And by the way, this letter was written by a man named Stephen Martin, who is the director over at the IRS at the Office of Exemptions. And here's what it says. You do not qualify as an organization described in IRS Section 501c3. You engage in prohibited political campaign intervention because you operate for a substantial non-exempt private purpose and for the private interests of the D party. Now, I just want to pause here for a moment. They really have a weird legend here in this letter. And so when you look at the legend, the D party actually refers to the Republican Party. And in that same legend, the letter M, it stands for the Word of God. It's kind of odd that they won't write that in the letter. I wonder whether that's standard practice or not. Regardless, here is what the letter says as it continues. Quote, specifically, you educate Christians on what the Bible says in areas where they can be instrumental, including the areas of sanctity of life, the definition of marriage, biblical justice, freedom of speech, defense and borders and immigration, U.S. and Israel relations. The Bible teachings are typically affiliated with the D party and candidates. This disqualifies you from exemption under IRS Section 501c3. And so again, to reiterate, this group, whose goal is to teach biblical values and to pray for national leaders, cannot be tax exempt because according to the IRS, the teachings in the Bible are too closely associated with the Republican Party. Perhaps the IRS has not taken into account the fact that, according to the current Congress, 76% of Democrat lawmakers say that they are either Protestant or Catholic. And besides that, of course, even Joe Biden himself says that his Catholic values drive a lot of his decision making. And yet, still, the IRS declared that the teachings of the Bible are too closely aligned with the Republican Party, so close, in fact, that it cannot even be considered nonpartisan activity. Here's how Ted Budd, who is a Republican lawmaker from North Carolina, here's how he described this decision. The act of praying for our country and our leaders is about the most nonpartisan and patriotic thing that Americans can do. Millions of citizens do it every day. The IRS was wrong to deny tax-exempt status based on the false belief that the Bible somehow only belongs to one political party. The IRS still has a long way to go to ensure religious liberty for all. Now, this group, which was denied tax-exempt status, they are not taking the decision lying down. That's because the First Liberty Institute, which is a public law firm which specializes in defending religious freedom, they have taken up the case, and they have filed an appeal with the IRS. In fact, our team here at the Epoch Times, including myself, we were just down in Texas yesterday, and we got a chance to speak with both the president as one of the lawyers for this law firm. And here's what they have to say about the case.
The IRS not only denied their tax-exempt status, they did it in writing, and they said why. They said, because you're aligned with biblical values, well, the Republican Party is more closely aligned to biblical values, and therefore you cannot get tax-exempt status. Well, of course, if that's true, every church now has to have its tax exempt status revoked because they're aligned with biblical values. Every Christian and even, Jewish, Old Testament, maybe Muslim, anybody who believes in any parts of the Bible is now evidently Republican overnight. It's a bizarre argument. It's not what the law is at all. It violates our IRS regulations. It violates the First Amendment.
Whether it is by a matter of principle or a matter of political ideology, is moving forward in a way that is ignoring their own rules and regulations. That's unlawful. We've informed them of that. We filed this appeal in this case to the IRS, and if they don't change their behavior, then we'll have to be forced to go to federal court to apply the law to them.
So what is the actual next step that you took? You sent them a letter of appeal, and then they can change their minds before you take them to federal court?
That's right. So we're giving them the opportunity to reverse their own decision, say, oh, we got the mistake, we made a mistake here, we got the decision wrong, perhaps they'll correct that. But if they don't, we certainly can pursue.
F is for like sport fast. F is for frightening. Sleep with the lights on scary. F is for finally. It's time to go back to the movies with Fandango.
Here we go.
See what's playing now at fandango.com.
Pursue this matter in federal court, and I think we should, because again, it puts at risk every parachurch ministry in this country, including Christians engaged in, and other organizations that believe in biblical values, which we're now told for the first time apparently are too Republican to be of any worldview significance.
This would wipe out just massive numbers of all the nonprofits, take away all their tax exempt status. Certainly would close down all the churches' tax exempt status.
Now, if you remember, this is not the first time that the IRS has done such a thing. Back during the Obama administration, the IRS singled out hundreds of conservative, Tea Party, as well as Christian tax-exempt applicants, and they gave them, you can call it special treatment, which included extremely long delays as well as bureaucratic stonewalling. And then, after multiple lawsuits, the Department of Justice, they came out and they acknowledged what was happening. The IRS issued an apology, saying in part that they did target these groups based on their religious beliefs and activities, and then they agreed to compensate them for an undisclosed amount of money. And yet, it looks like 10 years later, the IRS might be doing the same thing once again. Now, in terms of the next steps in this case, the attorney that we spoke with down in Texas, he said that they are asking the IRS to appeal their decision, and then if they don't appeal, they will file a lawsuit in federal court. Now, if you'd like to read more about this case, including this very, very, very interesting letter right here, I'll link all that down in the description box below this video for you to check out. Now, lastly, as we already mentioned in several previous episodes, on the very same day that Joe Biden was sworn into office, YouTube made the unilateral decision to demonetize our program. We can now no longer run any ads before, during, or after episodes, and the Super Chat feature has just been disabled. They are essentially snuffing out our ability to monetize our content, and that is, by the way, besides any type of other censorship or throttling that they have already and pretty much always been doing to our channel. However, we here at the Epic Times, we took action and we created something very cool. It's called Epic TV. It's our brand new no censorship video platform where you can find all of our awesome content, such as The Larry Elder Show, Crossroads.
Okay, I want to get deep on this a little bit, sir, if that's okay with you, because, if you look at the package of all the news cycle around this presidency and you roll it back 50 years, where we've come to today is a culmination of conspiracy like nothing we've ever seen before, could even have imagined could have happened. You served in the intelligence capacity at the highest level. Colonel Phil Waldron has talked about starting the tracking of foreign interference because he was actually looking for the funding sources of color revolutions that were happening worldwide. I have to ask you, is that where you first became suspicious of foreign interference in our elections, or is it further back than that?
Oh, it's much further back than that. I mean, I've been in the business for the better part of 4 decades. And here's what I would say is that, so repeat after me, audience, the 2020 election was stolen. And over the decades that I have been dealing with the adversaries overseas, I've been dealing with the United States intelligence community, and I've been dealing with our government and governments overseas. Elections and big elections, whether it be presidential or prime ministerial elections, they're always under assault. They're always going to be attacked. I mean, Trump predicted it. He said it. He talked about it prior to the election. We have discovered so much truth since the election. So I've always known about it. I have been in some ways part of of overseas operations and actions that we have taken as America does in the ways that we operate overseas in some of the foreign wars and some of the foreign outings that we have been on, that I have been on. I mean, the two that really jump out at you are the most recent in the last 20 years is Iraq and Afghanistan. We ran multiple elections in those countries. Everybody remembers the blue dot on the lady's finger in Iraq. So we've been involved in elections for a long time to shape them, to influence them, and to change them to an outcome that we would like to have. We always want to have people that are that have America's best interests in mind. The challenge now that has happened, Ann, is that now it's inside. So that threat has occurred from inside of our own country. There have always been elections stolen or corrupted at various levels, from county up to federal levels. But this is really the first time where the presidential election has ended the way it has ended, in this real sort of, talk about a debacle. And as I said, repeat after me, the 2020 presidential election was stolen. Therefore, a lot of down ballot candidates that should be in office right now, meaning a lot of Republicans that should be in office right now, are not. And I think too many people quit, too many people gave up. And that's why I think this movie, The Deep Rig, Patrick's book, The Deep Rig, is such an important, it's actually a vital piece of history for the world, not just for the United States, to watch and to learn from, and to take away all the lessons that are going to be brought up in this great movie that's been created by Steve Lachesky.
Well, I'm really anxious to see it. I've only seen the outtakes that we've been showing our audience this week, so they've been holding me with bated breath as well. I feel hostage. I feel like I should have seen this already, but I've read the book twice and loved it. You mentioned something, by the way, we have it on the screen here, The Deep Rig, where it's going to be premiering in Phoenix, Arizona. This is where you folks can go to the deeprig.movie to pick up either an ability to download it and or attend the live event in Phoenix if you're in town. So you mentioned something about President Trump knowing that, there was going to be foreign interference.
At UBreak iFix, we diagnose any electronic device for free and promise to keep you informed every step of the way. Our trained technicians are equipped with the knowledge to get your device back up and running as soon as possible. And you get all of this with our same 90-day warranty and excellent service that you know and love. Let the experts at your local UBreak iFix take a look at your broken device today.
Possibly a problem in the background disconnected.
Introducing Standby Cash. Extra cash when you need it. Free when you want to pay it back. New when you bank with Huntington.
He knew the election was going to be rigged. And from my understanding of what we're now hearing from Mike Lindell and Colonel Phil Waldron and others, the packet capture data, or PCAP, if you will, must be screenshotted at the exact moment of things happening. So if you want to know what's happening, you screenshot it, then now you have it memorialized for posterity. President Trump did sign an executive order back on September of 2018, talking specifically about foreign interference and what would happen if it was found guilty of said. Do you think he organized that or set up that packet capture event to happen so that we were ready to track this and pounce on this at the moment of the election because he was already seeing into the future?
Well, first of all, he signed off on a document in 2018. He re-signed that document in 2019, and he did it again in 2020. So every single year, in those 3 years that I just mentioned, the president signed off on that. Basically, it's a national emergency to be able to be prepared for foreign interference in our election system. So he was very prescient about that. Now, in terms of the technical detail that you just asked, no. I mean, no. But to direct the capabilities of particularly the U.S. intelligence community to be prepared to be able to capture that kind of data, absolutely. The individuals who are responsible for what you just described, if they did not, if they were not aware of all those, sort of the misappropriation, however you want to say it, the theft of our election, if they did not observe it, then they're incompetent and they need to be, you know, they should have been fired way back when. But we have capabilities in our government that absolutely pay very, very close attention to these things. The thing these days, though, Ann, is that, and this is where I think Patrick and a lot of this is going to come out in the movie, because we have people that this is what we do for a living. This is what people do for a living. And when we talk about packet capture, I mean, all this technical stuff is nothing more than a highway. It's an electronic highway where data is moving like cars move on a highway. And people are able to observe that data in real time from a distance, just like you're able to do it with cameras and such that police departments do in big cities now. So all of this data was captured. You cannot delete this data. Okay, you cannot delete this data. And this data was captured. And much of it, like in Mike Lindell's documentaries, and I know that what's going to be talked about in the Deep Rig, it will come out. I mean, this data is known. Everybody knows what it is. When you talk about, well, are these things connected to the internet? Well, they're not supposed to be. No voting machine is supposed to be connected to the internet, right? This highway of electrons. None of it's supposed to be connected, but every single bit of it is connected to the internet. And that's the big lie. I mean, that is the Deep Rig.
Do you think Mark Meadows served the president well at that moment in time with respect to what you were presenting him and what we clearly know now by the evidence that's coming forth and that will be presented in this movie?
I think, well, the point where it got quite cantankerous, Mark Meadows was not in, he was on the phone. And my read of Mark Meadows was a mild guy. At the time, it was a mild guy, but not a fighter, milk toast. I did not see him as venal like I did see some of the folks there. General Flynn and I was a couple Irishmen in a barroom brawl there in the Oval Office. Just got in a brawl with these three lawyers. But Meadows wasn't there when that happened, and when he was in later, everything was calm. He looked like a sad and defeated guy. He was quite sad about if this decision had been made at the time to go forward and do this with Sidney. And I was pushing very hard for General Flynn to be named kind of Trump's field marshal, because his organization skills are so superb compared to the group of clowns I saw trying to operate around the president. That if the president had at that point stuck with his decision to just have Sidney be the special counsel to look into this and General Flynn be sort of the field marshal running this effort, the chance that he'd be in the White House today are very, very high.
General Flynn, comment on that, and then I'd like you to comment on Vice President Pence's decision on January 6th and how that impacted and how you felt about that.
Yeah, I agree with Patrick on his description of where Mark Meadows was at, and what was going through his head. I mean, you sort of guessed, but he did come into the room later. I do believe that it was a defeatist attitude that they had all taken. And what we learned was that they took it really right after probably the 4th or 5th of November. So it wasn't just that night, that they came in with this attitude. These guys they really had quit on the country. Everybody keeps talking about Trump or President Trump. I mean, it's really quitting on the country because what we know to be true, and what we knew to be true then was pretty stark, was pretty serious. I mean, these were beyond allegations. This was a solid proof that was known then. So, and to answer your second question about the 6th or any period of time between really that I think a fateful meeting in the Oval Office where actually decisions, to a degree, a decision was made about bringing Sidney on board, and then it was backed away from by the team around the president, which was too bad because history would be in a different place today. But I think the vice president for sure, and actually others still, but certainly the vice president, they always have time when it comes to the Constitution of the United States of America to step back and say, okay, are we about to completely violate the Constitution of the United States of America? There's always time, always time. Do not allow the Constitution to be ripped to shreds. And what happened and what could have happened was a decision could have been made that would say, I'm going to throw this back to the states. I'm not going to let this go to a vote. We're going to throw this back to the states. I am going to direct in 10 days. I want the following things to happen. You know, A, B, C, and those things would have been basically recounts in various counties, probably six counties, maybe 7 if you threw in the county out in Las Vegas there. But 6 counties, just recount them and do a thorough count, legitimate, as we are now seeing out in Arizona, out in Maricopa. And that could have been done in a very short period of time. And history would be different. But yet here we are, and we're doing exactly what could have been done, but now we're doing it under the gun and under the attacks of lawfare and media out in Maricopa. And we've got 9 states, I think, that have visited Maricopa or visited Arizona, and now Pennsylvania. These others are trying to run their own audits. All that could have been done prior to the 20th of January, this past January. All of it.
In fact, sir, if you remember, we pointed out there on the December 18th meeting that if he signed the paper, then we would have answers. We could have answers for the 6. We could have a preliminary answer.
आज अमित ने अपना वैक्सीनेशन करवाया। अमित ने फिर एक वैक्सीन लोकेशन पता किया अपनी बहन के लिए, जिसने अपनी बेस्ट फ्रेंड को रिमाइंड किया, जिसे क्यों दिया गया। अब वक्त आया है to let our friends and family know कि सब लोग 12 years and older COVID-19 वैक्सीन के लिए eligible हैं। We can do this.
Answers for 6 counties, perhaps before Christmas, for 6 counties before Christmas. In 1 week, we could have had, before we got to Christmas, preliminary answers for the 6 counties. And all of this would have been resolved. And, you know, here's another thing, General. You know how they've written about this in the press as, like, Trump was some tyrant who was clutching at power, couldn't let it go. I saw a man who was perfectly happy to walk out on January 20th, if that's what the facts were. But he felt a moral duty that if he, remember, he said several times, you know, I'd be very fine to walk out of here. Yeah. If I think they're stealing this, how can I walk out?
Right. And this is exactly, I mean, that's exactly the case. And that's the way Trump, it's actually what he said, in other words. I mean, he basically said if it was a fair contest and the guy beat me legitimately, I would have no problems walking away. You know, I've done my job. I've done the best I can, but that's not how I feel. And that's not the way things are starting to show. And that was at that time. We had so much evidence at that time. So the best thing to do would be to make sure that the American public feel confident in their system. Why not allow another week, maybe 10 days, to let's go check a few things, go look under a couple of rocks, go pick up a couple of rugs where maybe some dirt has been swept under it, and let's take a look at those things. And let's make sure that when we get to the 20th of January, that the American people feel confident that the person in the office is a duly elected president by them. Trump, it's funny because everybody always makes this about Trump. Trump never made this about himself. Trump made this about the United States of America and what's the constitutional duty of everybody. What is the constitutional responsibility for all of us to do? And that's really what he made this about. I think when people watch this movie, The Deep Rig, they're going to walk out of there, and this is not a shoulda, coulda, woulda kind of a scenario. This is really about a front row seat to how our election system, basically was manipulated and has been manipulated. And frankly, in many places around this country, people are going to go, I've seen that happen in my own town, in my own city, for decades. And now we go forward because the big question is, what's next? Well, I didn't tell you what's next because I think that some of that can be talked about maybe for a few minutes. I know I got a few things to say about it. In fact, I'm heading into Pennsylvania. I'll leave at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning to head up to Pennsylvania to talk to some of the politicians up there to talk about election integrity. From there, I'm going to another state for a couple of days to talk about election integrity. People are not going to give up. I mean, the American people are like a pit bull on the election integrity meat right now, and they are not going to let go.
To that, then check 1017 is Jeff Siegels at 820 South McMullen.
A credible whistleblower who has verified and validated the transcripts of the interviews that Lynn Wood has produced and released. We talked about the stolen election. Is there anything that we missed there? Are there any names specifically that you want to name
here, who coordinated this domestically?
Oh, well, I mean, everybody up to Pence had a part in it. I mean, he's manipulated, he's controlled. He's always kowtowed to Pelosi for his entire career. I told him prior to his certification he wasn't going to do it. He couldn't. And he's been paid off. He is now being promoted for a presidential run, which I'm looking forward to.
Is there truth to the fact that Pence is involved with child sex trafficking? Is he a pedophile?
Yes, yes, he is. The young man that I mentioned in his interview, I'm speaking to Pence right now. Let's test Mike Pence's memory. Hey, Mike. Sure. Do you remember you betrayed President Trump and the entire country just a few weeks ago? Probably not. Do you remember a young man named Jeremy from about 6 years ago? Because we do, and we know where he lives. And, you know, he remembers you. So he's 20 now. But, you know, I'm really looking forward to your presidential run. They cotton wears silver board shorts. But, you know,
I don't know about, you know, your constitutional scholar. I don't know about that. I don't know if you have the answer to this. I don't know what we are going to do to fight or reverse this. But you can unequivocally 100% say that Joe Biden is not the legitimate president. So is any action, any executive action, any executive orders, any legislation that's happening right now, is any of it legal? Is any of it official?
Small child, wearing white shirt, named Benjamin. It's like if I broke into a bank and took over and bribed the guards and threatened everyone, it doesn't make me the bank president. I can't just empty out the vault and change anything I want. They can change it all because they know that it will have a lasting effect. When the President Trump back tomorrow, it's going to have a lasting effect. This is why certain persons are not going to the southern border. It's not a crisis for them. It's exactly what they want. And they want more and more and more. And there's a ton of money going south to Central and South America to transport these people in from all over. They're coming up here. I mean, they're not walking. They're being transported. It's a non-stop human train coming in because this is what they want. They know that you, like I said, President Trump is back tomorrow. You've got how many millions and new people in? And you're not going to get them all out. They do this. This is why they vote every day. Every day is a victory for them until they lose their grip on their former presidency. And the sooner the better.
We briefly alluded to hundreds, if not thousands, of political prisoners. They're currently being jailed. They're being mistreated. They're being tortured from what we understand. They're in solitary confinement. They're not allowed phone calls. They haven't been charged with anything. Those that have been charged with misdemeanors are still facing decades in prison for what happened on the 6th of January at our Capitol, which, by the way, is now vacant. Nobody is there. Washington, D.C. is a ghost town. I'm not quite sure that there's anybody actually at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue inside of the White House. Can you speak to that? Do you know why Washington, D.C. is vacant? Why is the FBI boarded up?
What the FBI was to support the House, to hear everything is and how the attacks are bad and the white terrorists are going to attack them. So this is their form of solidarity. They want to appear as their victims as well. We're doing our best. We are investigating this with our normal level of integrity, but it makes us a target. So we're doing this. They don't portray themselves as victims. We're being complicit when they help. And there's no reason to have a whole bunch of people in D.C. who have 5 or 6 people running the entire show just giving out orders.
The black Chevy Tahoe.
Who are the people that are running the show and handing out orders?
Nelson and Short.
Pelosi at the top. She did not become a legitimate speaker, as I mentioned. In 2018, they had to get balance on.
Are you available to meet with someone in the station reference?
She didn't have to get enough seats to control Congress. And illegitimate speakers, every of the BS impeachments were all illegitimate, so the Russian collusion. It's interesting how that started. It was actually the Russian and Israeli people thwarted a lot of fraud. They didn't change anything, but they did thwart a lot of the fraud coming, or attempted fraud. They just stopped the fraud from occurring. They didn't change anything. And this is why they immediately screamed Russian collusion, Russian collusion. That's how that started. And because they would shut it down and blame them and make it look like they really stopped their fault, but they wanted to blame President Trump for it and say they helped him. They reversed it. They blamed them for what they had done.
Is it common knowledge in Washington amongst congressional members of Congress? Is it common knowledge amongst senators? Is it common knowledge throughout our entire government that this election was stolen and that Nancy Pelosi is an illegitimate speaker and that Mike Pence is a pedophile and that Justice Roberts is a pedophile? Is all of this stuff common knowledge by those so-called elected representatives, by politicians, by people in power? Does everybody know this to be true and correct?
Yes. They know it. So, I mean, that's the way they do it. It's like, what good is a wild card in there? What good is it to elect someone that you don't know, that you don't control? Then you have to fight. You have to expand your process. You have to put money and effort into convincing them or something like this. It's easier if you control them. And they're controlling themselves by their own disgusting behavior. So you control them now. We need something signed. We need a decision in court. And it's important to you. You don't have to make any effort. You don't have to spend money and buy them and all. You already control them. You just don't have to remind them, really. You just put it through.
So 100% of Washington, Republicans alike, America First so-called patriots, all of them know.
Certainly, it's obvious. I mean, anybody common sense too. It's wrong. And a lot of Republicans do it. This is one reason that I've actually started running. I'm going to bring it up. But too many politicians will tell you all the time, I'm going to win my days. I won these elections. It becomes all about them because they think they won something, they deserve a prize. Not about people, not about their duty, and what they swore to protect. It's not about the country as a whole. It's about them because they won. We're special now. And that's the attitude they have. And it all becomes about them. So you get in there, and there it is. This is how it is. This is how it's been. They're not going to go in and try to change it. They want what they want. They want their piece of the pot. They want to be on the inside for a change.
Let's talk about the January 6th insurrection. What do you know?
Well, I read what they said on Twitter. That was very well received. Thank you, everyone. They listed the stuff and who the issue was. Now, I can tell you here that the information I received to write that thread was forwarded by two of them.
Geico presents two truths and a lie. 1, Geico could help you save 15% or more on car insurance. 2, the first cheesemakers were entrepreneurial mountain goats. And 3, it's easy to switch at geico.com. You could save hundreds. Gooch.
FBI agents and one Secret Service agent. I corroborated 3 times before I put it up. You can see the shootings, see the video, and I'm going to tell you a couple parts that are not on the thread and then let's talk about it. You know what happened? They're not releasing the thousands of hours of video, although other countries have it. I'm hoping that the family actually have it. Can request it in discovery very soon, get a hold of it somehow. And we'll see, for the most part, really boring stuff. You'll see people just meandering around looking at stuff. You'll see people standing right there talking to the Capitol Police, and they're just standing there on their phone for minutes on end. Really violent insurrection. But they're losing control. This is what I got to towards the end. They're losing control. They needed the violence. They had tried to ramp it up before. So it's back to the election fault. They did not think that they could pull it off. They didn't think they could steal the election. And they thought that if they did manage to do it, they knew they could get the phone numbers. That was all set up. But they didn't think anybody would accept it. They thought the fraud would be uncovered quickly. They thought that President Trump would not leave until it was uncovered and the whole thing would fall apart. This is why they started that, he's not going to leave, he's not going to leave. We're going to vote everybody to see. That's why. And they couldn't believe that they actually got it, and that he was leaving. They were absolutely stunned that Patriots didn't take to the streets and shut down the country.
2 FBI agents and a Secret Service agent corroborated the fact that this thing was 100% a setup. Who set it up?
It was Pelosi. She learned it in the she had control of it, not doing all that help. The thing was, now there are FBI agents, there are federal agents all over January 6th. They were all over the place. And one of the persons who corroborated this was there.
How many areas?
What's that? They needed, I think, because everybody wanted to stand up and use this. It's the same thing with the bombers, the bombs that were placed. And the FBI knows who they are, because I'll put it right out here publicly. I know who they are. And so the person who transported the bomber and the devices,
was a
that's a direct connection to the DOJ.
Who is
And
it?
he'll take your orders.
Okay.
Who is it?
Who's related to a DOJ official?
Do you want to name these people?
25.
Not that one. Not yet.
on
But who's related to a very high-ranking judge.
And I'm hearing you guys.
Anyway,
Okay, thank you.
so they know who they are, but it's more valuable to them to keep the myth going. Oh, this is a late terrorist. And there's a bomber out there, so we have to keep our building closed. I mean, that's what you bomb. You could be a victim. They don't know who it is. They supplied the crappy device that didn't work. But you have to keep forwarding that because there's a bomber out there. We can't find them. They know who they are. They have a picture of them in their phone.
Had it downway from four.
So they know that.
After
And it's just to keep
making
the
the report.
vote. Now, Rosie, who's masterminding this stuff, really stepped out behind the curtain to do this. Whether she works to practice, and she did to an extent on this one. But she didn't trust anybody to get it right. She didn't call any orders.
135.
Yep.
I love the entire south side of Jewel, it's a good way. UTL. Can't come Bradley, and we'll fly back through. Right?
I've returned.
Can't come 37. Put me out of Jewel with a minor accident. I'll play when ready.
Go ahead.
John, Ocean, Nora, Tom, Henry, Nora, 9. JONTHN, 9.
Okay, 21. Okay, 21.
43 provided.
Okay.
131.
Okay, she's one of the new officers. I grabbed it yesterday from a call that she put. They were on it. you're ready. For three, you see all insights and will staff and manager midway. There's another killer in the parking lot. Still on the scene. Anybody check inside McDonald's? Negative. 143 inside the McDonald's. After you check McDonald's, all day shift and parade units can clear and go off shift. King 125, I'll be off parade detail. King on 124, afternoon says the street calls.
Did I get any roster for today? I haven't set up a check yet.
I'll give you a 21. It's kind of congested down there.
So, thank you.
Did she give you a name?
Yeah, Jeremy Bramer. Says he owns one, unsure if he has it on him or not.
26. Want to head that way as well. 45 minute course.
45, 10-4. I'm seeing there, advising the door, nothing's answering, the doors are locked, but the subject vehicle is at the residence. Amber Bramer, that's like.
$103 for 132.
Dude, I'm by Lowe's. This is the baddest fucking camp ever fucking seen.
They're good to buy.
Look at this
Every
shit.
business in the Jewel
These
Plaza.
motherfuckers are not playing around.
Giving the mother and child subscription. No
Oh my
contact.
fucking god. Dude, I hope I don't get in trouble for fucking trespassing. But it's just a fucking empty lot. Look at that fucking shit, dude.
Can't come from 138.
Oh my fucking
I'm on the festival
god.
grounds. I am out with a missing juvenile. It says his name
Unbelievable.
is Tommy. Green shirt, plaid shorts.
Dude.
Separate missing child?
I have to fucking touch it. Oh god.
I'm not sure if it's the same one. I am by the Ferris wheel. And for well breathe and route to your location.
His name is Donnie, you said?
Walk the dog to your location and see if anybody's looking for somebody. Uber right behind you in the intersection. There's a woman in a gray shirt. Looks like she might be frantic. She's walking away westbound. She was walking westbound to the intersection at Latham and 102.
Look at what the Bradley police station brought into town. They brought the devil in himself. Let's see what else they fucking got back here. We're in a parking lot, so
7 North Hill Street.
Minnesota Limited. Minnesota Lip Flat.
Robertson, I'm saying simple.
It's a fucking dude. What the fuck?
He had got 103, the juvenile 138 was out with, has been reunited with his mother.
Yeah, they got shit that they would have at a carnival. This must be where they're all fucking staying at. That's why the damn. That's just a 250. I got the 350.
Yeah, come fight you.
He's got a fucking beer can on his fucking tire. Pacific Union.
Can't come, already will be on scene. Don't need your status. Anything for your own?
Damn. Damn.
Number 5, just go in.
Damn. Damn. Damn.
Robert 8 from Cancun.
Damn.
Can't count all 2. I all 2 is transporting one to Riverside. Oh. Go straight in.
Trust in Tractor Supply to have the lowest
Big doors
prices
should
in
be
town.
open, the screen door may possibly be locked, but you said if you just pull on it, it should open.
Hello, Patriots. Okay, I'm at the Judy Byington Restored Republic via a GCR update as of Friday, the 25th. I have not seen Saturday's post, so I'm going to read Fridays. And then if Saturdays she comes out with that one, I'll just compare and see if there's any updates to add. And I will let you know in another video about that. So, popcorn time. It's moving. Party started. There was a time when the world asked ordinary people to do extraordinary things. Band of Anons are us. And that includes everybody listening to this. Everything could go dark at any time now. The best is yet to come. Welcome to the Great Awakening. Trust the plan. Enjoy the show. Where we go one, we go all. Cue and Trump, the Great Awakening. Over last weekend, the new rates were put into the banking system. On Saturday, June 19th, an announcement was made on the new dinar rate in the Iraqi mosques, and the Iraqi dinar was being traded internationally on the Forex. On Monday morning, June 21st, some bankers tried to confiscate RV funds. The issues were resolved by Tuesday, the 22nd of June.
Phone number, you can phone.
Wednesday, just gonna scroll up a little bit. See, Wednesday, June 23rd at 11:51 Eastern Standard Time, new rates of currencies of 22 nations went live on the Forex. On Thursday, June 24th at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the banks passed Basel IV compliance. The gold was in place to back the GCR. On Friday, June 25th, Tier 4B, we obtained notification to set appointments. Bondholders may gain access to their monies, plus results of the Arizona audit would come out. They say Monday now, but we'll see. Saturday morning, June 26th at 12:01 was the official time for the GCR to take place. Monday, June 28th, we could get announcements on the gold-backed dollar and on a new tax system, which was on new items only, no tax on wages, food, or medicine. July 1st was the first day of the third quarter, so that would be the day when the gold-backed dollar went into effect.
Maybe by all of that area.
On Saturday, July 3rd, the IMF was set to make a public announcement of the global currency reset, and the general public could explain
Yes,
currencies.
I believe that they were walking in the parade over by the Olivet area, the Chevy Key.
As you see, I'm not reading every
Look before you
little
laugh
thing
at
here,
it, just for information.
just some of the key points. So again, you can print this off. I'll put a link in the description. So if you want to print it off and look at it more closely, you can do that. The banks would exchange currency at whatever international rate the teller window displayed for that day. And everything you need to know about the new quantum financial system, QFS, is on this link. And so if you want to watch a video about it, she has the link here on this page. So you can go to that. Okay, so what we think as of Thursday, June 24th. Blackout is coming and very necessary all at once. The whole world, Nicola ready. Very shortly, they could shut down all the trains, planes, and ships. All U.S. federal buildings
Okay,
will
County,
close,
gonna be out of Riverside.
as we saw in Richard Citizen Journalist, several of his
Hey, go
videos
to
show that.
Riverside.
On Wednesday, June 23rd, soldiers were pouring into the U.S. Capitol in Washington, D.C. that had been fenced in since the fake Biden 20th January inauguration. Hundreds, perhaps thousands of cargo ships were stranded in the ocean and not allowed to enter Los Angeles ports. Cargo shipping vessels and containers were often used to transport trafficked women and children, plus contained weapons of mass destruction. Containers holding 4 cruise missiles, each had been scattered throughout the U.S. during the Obama administration. But they did get those. I just want you to know. I've read about that. Project Pelican is what that was called. Obama embedded nukes. Thanks, Obama. Change we can count on for sure. The Port of Los Angeles was the biggest and most active port in the world and processed 80% of our global goods and services, and has been closed since Monday, June 21st. Okay, let's see, where am I?
Good.
I have to actually print this and read it. It's hard for me to read. I have to blur things out.
You got a dark blue metallic, newer model Highlander.
The trucking in the U.S. has slowed to a trickle. Freeways in Southern California were virtually free of 18-wheelers. Normally, there were millions of trucks and truck drivers on the road in America at any given moment. It was theorized that the Alliance wanted these trucks and workers temporarily off the road as much as possible before military operations begin, maybe. All dumps were being flooded as of Wednesday, June 23rd. There was an extreme cleanup going on.
Vehicles here?
Mass arrests were taking place. Geneva headquarters of the CIA, the Khazarian Mafia, and many other localities were affected. David Rockefeller was arrested on Tuesday, June 22nd in Geneva. Trump was in Geneva for the international meetings and flew in with Air Force One. Major bank shortages starting. The National Guard just simulated a cyber attack that brought down utilities nationwide. On Monday, Tuesday the 21st, June 22nd, main branches of the Wells Fargo bank offices were closed throughout the Southern California region. Private security guards were seen turning away would-be customers, claiming that the computer system had been down since last Friday. Wasn't it illegal for a bank branch to be closed for more than 3 days? Monkeyworks. I have not seen this much activity at Guantanamo Bay since I started tracking it 2.5 years ago.
You
So
can
there's
take
a lot of
143 off shift,
planes bringing people
and
to get
144 is going to be on the ground.
Commonwealth Bank appears
The
to
other
be
ground
suffering
unit.
its second major service
Rest units on
outage.
afternoons are available for calls.
Major damages have taken place after the drone attack on the Atomic Energy Organization.
Are any specific zones or?
AP, Reuters, and Fox News
We'll just
were
rotate it for
confirming
today.
U.S. seizure of dozens of Iran-linked news websites on Tuesday, the 22nd of June, citing U.S. national security officials. The U.S. Justice Department is supposed to make an announcement shortly. Dam, 2 bridges collapsing Wednesday, the 23rd of June. One called Washington Bridge in Seattle and one in D.C. London Bridge is falling down. Washington, D.C. Bridge is going
Just
down.
occurred,
Bridge.
338 South Curtis Avenue, apartment 2F. The caller is going to be a call advising Sandra Martin busted into his home. She has an order of protection against him. She's taken off in a Ford Focus, red Ford Focus at this time.
Make sure that I am. Here we go.
Are you so ready?
On Thursday, June 24th, Surfside, Florida, one side of the condo building north of Miami Beach collapsed early Thursday, killing at least one person. 55 units collapsed. The collapse appeared to be purposely detonated. I actually saw the video and showed it to you. There was some sort of weapon, you could see it coming down from the sky at an angle. The building was a popular residence for Jewish people. Within the next few days, expect cyber attacks by the Chinese Communist Party and the Cabal. As Cabal satellites were taken down, there would be intermittent internet, TV network, and media shutdowns. Weather news reports could go down, forcing planes to ground and ships be unable to enter ports. There could be global electricity power outages and a shutdown of the energy system, all of which would activate the emergency broadcast system Starlink satellites to take over mass media. Internet would experience only short outages.
43, the caller advised that she lives right off of Kennedy Drive near the Shell gas station in Bradley. She may be headed that way. She's also advising she has a suspended or revoked license. I haven't ran it up.
During 10 days of darkness. Okay, I'm going to shift down here. We could also get an announcement about the gold-backed dollar on Monday, June 28th. So I'm going to go to see the real news for Thursday.
Email the rifle right.
Okay. General Michael Flynn, the end is near. They fear us, they panic, the truth is about to come to light. Enjoy the show, patriots. Stand ready, birth of a new nation, a new world. Elected by 80 million people on the 3rd of July, Florida rally, July 3rd.
As of 3 minutes ago, that phone is pinging at that residence.
And Mr. Poole, the launch of the ship. The audio message is an EBS. This is not a test. The emergency alarm system has been activated. The telephone lines must be kept closed. all of these different cities, a list of cities, all with ports or military naval bases. Let's see. I'm not sure why Poole is warning us of already official naval and military operations. This is from Romana Didula, Head of State, Commander-in-Chief in Canada. Dear Canada 2.0, regarding UN troops in Canada, that's fake news. There are 0 UN forces in Canada. The military aircrafts you see landing, departing are U.S. Special Forces aircrafts, Global Allied Special Forces aircrafts, Federation of Earth Defense Special Forces unmarked aircrafts. If you see unique aircrafts, they are Intergalactic Federation Allied Special Forces. They are in Canada per my prior informed written consent. Fraudulent banking system. We are working on eliminating credit card debts, student loans, mortgages, and interest payments. Hold the line while we continue to unshackle the we the people from the enslavement perpetuated on humanity. Pain carries many significances. Hammer, reprisals, and corruption, tribunals, the moment of pain and moments going through the pain, darkness before light, most of all, pain and then pain
out at 325 South Curtis, apartment 2.
Future proofs past, 22 Nations Alliance beginnings, 1947 after the false World War I and II wars. Message from General Flynn. What should happen if we find out that there are sufficient number of electoral votes that are reversed because proper audits are done and Trump now has over 270, right? Then you reinstate the guy and the guy that's there. Everybody's going to go, oh, this is unconstitutional. BS. So that is unprecedented at the presidential level, but it doesn't mean that it's not going to happen or cannot happen. Wait till this 4th of July. I got a surprise.
Law enforcement under attack this week. In Colorado, police released video of Ronald Troike, the man who chased down and killed Denver police officer Gordon Beasley on Monday, along with chilling excerpts from a letter written by the shooter saying, quote, "My goal today is to kill Arvada PD officers." Meanwhile, in Florida, after a widespread manhunt, police captured Orthal Wallace, a suspect accused in the shooting of Daytona Beach police officer Jason Rayner. Rayner was shot in the head and remains in the hospital in critical condition. According to the reports, the shooter may have ties to a black militia group. Now, homicides in many major American cities have also
Tank on 45 going to South Florida.
Homicides are up 533%. Albuquerque, 131%. Los Angeles County has seen a 111% increase, and Oakland is more than 82%. So for more on this, we're going to bring in former Milwaukee Police Chief Ed Flynn. Thank you so much for being with us, Ed.
Definitely.
So as you have this rising crime, you also have a rise in police retirements and resignation. Over the course of the last year, New York City had a massive exodus. Chicago retirements were up 15% in 2020 compared to the year prior. How do you recruit and retain officers when you've got this sharp rise in crime compounding the challenge of staffing?
Well, I think all of those issues are magnified by what's basically been an unrelenting campaign to delegitimize, stigmatize, and dehumanize America's police officers. I think a climate's been created in which, you know, the deranged as well as the career criminal, well armed, feel emboldened to engage their desires to basically assassinate police officers. It's seen in Nevada and Fort Lauderdale. Nationally, I think it's no surprise that
she does, and it looks like he was served on the 25th. She's been there for the last couple of days.
Not streets that are available to the average citizen. So it's a
Anything I'm saying that's wait for your conversation.
And it's very difficult to attract
Councilman Liberty.
to what is right.
Councilman Liberty, 10-4, thank you.
Dangerous and difficult job. It's difficult to attract recruits when they feel as though by accepting the badge and wearing it, they'll be vilified in the popular press. So it's a tough time.
There's a pretty broad sentiment that this political climate, the social climate, it's basically a tinderbox. One incident could spark a summer like we had last year. How do you think the Biden administration should respond as city mayors are expressing this fear that they've got really few options on how to regain control in their cities and curb the surge in crime?
I think it's important for this administration to pay attention to its base, which is those people who live in cities that are vulnerable as potential victims of violence. I mean, the most victimized community in America. Central cities, they suffer terrible homicide rates. And I think, given the fact that those mayors are Democratic cities, not that I think that any president would care about the party of the mayor.
I don't know if you have any apparatus that might be able to open the door with minimal damage. That's what I'm looking for.
The administration to continue making investments in quality criminal justice. I know they've made some moves recently that may be helpful in terms of.
Can't count from 45. We're 10-4 on that traffic. Go ahead and take out an engine. Come here.
The programs they've had for years that have transcended administrations and help the city.
10-4 requested an engine.
Because time is wasted.
The Biden administration said, effectively with announcements over the last week that part of the solution to this is more gun control. What's your take on that?
Well, it's a variable. I mean, certainly not an immediate solution because, today somebody's going to get murdered with a gun that's already out there. There's 340 million firearms on the streets of America. Last I heard, we had more firearms than Americans. Certainly, it's an approach that is not harmful to crime control. In the long term, might be helpful. But right now, we've got a serious problem with the guns that are already out there in the hands of the wrong people who are not shy about using them. And I think that's what we're going to focus on.
One last question for you. Police reform talks on Capitol Hill. The Fraternal Order of Police is involved in these talks, but there's been concern that rank and file officers are skeptical Washington can solve this. Yes or no? Do you think it's possible to get around that on the Hill?
Well, I think they're going to have to get around the qualified immunity issue, which I think is grossly, badly oversimplified by those who pretend that police departments aren't already being sued. So I think that's got to be disposed of.
Ed Flynn, thank you so much for being with us. We've run out of time. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Okay, take your team. Okay, check behind your car. No violation.
This is going to be a campaign, clearly, in which I talk about cracking down on crime, supporting the police, refunding our heroes, the police, hiring more police.
Okay, 142 is around 332.
The police and putting it on the criminals.
Well, that is the one and only Curtis Sliwa.
1049, good job, 332,
Founder of the anti-crime volunteer group that
249 for Maryland 45.
decades on the streets and in the subways of the Apple, focusing on crime and the quality of life.
Hey, Skyver to Erie. Go down to Erie. Meet us over at Bolton. We'll talk to you there.
Curtis is the Republican candidate for mayor. He is expected to potentially face Democratic.
That's a correction. Engine 42, not engine 49.
The ranked choice votes are all tabulated. So,
okay, sorry about that. Engine 42 going with 332, hold on.
Curtis Sliwa joins us now. Curtis, always great to see you. First, what does New York City and other cities across the country, what do they need since they're confronted with such rising crime rates?
Well, first off, Eric, we are the largest city in America with the slowest recovery rate. And all these political politicians, the professionals, the wonks, they have no idea. They haven't made the connection yet. That the reason people aren't flocking back to work in the empty high-rise buildings that are a ghost town, the reason people are not visiting, the reason the tourists are shying away from New York City is because of the crime. Crime in the streets, crime in the subways, crime in the park, crime everywhere. And that needs to
turn that over to Riverside,
and
please.
I have been consistent in fighting
Turning over to
crime since
Riverside,
I started
10-4.
the Guardian Angels in 1979. I obviously helped Rudy Giuliani get elected.
Bring
His
it over. I'm not
mandate was
getting
law and
here.
order, and
There's nobody in there I can see.
I learned a lot from what he did. to take the city from being the crime capital, the murder capital of America, to becoming the largest safe city in America. And it starts by putting back qualified immunity. Now, this is a difficult argument because most of the taxpayers don't understand what's happened here and is happening across the country. Our police officers who risk their life each and every day are having stripped from them the protections that we, the taxpayers, afford all civil servants.
42 today for saving 45.
Now police officers have to go out and
42 taken, working your 45.
police malpractice insurance policy, the way doctors and lawyers do in private practice. Now, how is a police officer who graduates the academy earning about $42,000 a year for the first 5 years in the NYPD, can't even find affordable housing? How is he or she going to be able to afford an actual personal policy for malpractice as a police officer? So what you've done is you've made it even twice as hard for police to go out there and do the job. I want to refund the police. I want to hire 2,000 more police. I want to take the handcuffs off the police, the heroes, not the zeros that they were made last summer, and have them put on the criminals. Lock them up, throw away the key, and then address how's that working, that no bail issue that has released so many predicate felons into the street. There should be bail, and these criminals should be remanded to jail.
Yeah, Eric Adams would potentially be your opponent. You know, he's a former police officer, captain in the NYPD, who carries his service revolver. He's been tough on crime. Here he is talking about that. Listen.
When you have worn a bulletproof vest for 22 years and stood on street corners and watched babies wake up to gunshots and not alarm clocks, when you watch mothers teach their children the drills of how to duck, how dare those with their philosophical and intellectual theorizing in their classroom mindset talking about the theory of policing? You don't know this. I know this. I want to keep my city safe. I know this.
Well, he says that, but what does he stand on qualified?
Well,
48.
he urged it. He became a proponent. They would always, the Democrats say, well, look at Eric Adams. He served as an NYPD police officer for 20 years. He wants qualified immunity stripped from them. By the way, he carries a weapon. I don't carry any weapons. As you know, Eric, you've seen me out in the streets. I don't have a bulletproof.
Yeah, for just for your information, send an email to the 204 South Skyler for a diabetic female sleeping, doesn't wake up.
Each and every day, Eric Adams does it. And last summer, when there were the shooters and looters, did he stand up for his fellow police officers who were being attacked, having Molotov cocktails thrown at them, the equipment vandalized, graffiti everywhere, F the police, and worse words that I can't even use on the Fox News channel? No. He actually stood on the sidelines where I was out there with the Guardian Angels battling, fighting the shooters and looters from Antifa and Black Lives Matter, while Eric Adams every day with his friend, because he's a de Blasio Democrat, they're like two peas in a pod, was painting Black Lives Matter in the streets instead of supporting the police, which I was doing not only verbally, but physically. I got a broken jaw. The cops were told to stand back, Eric, by de Blasio. And you know, you heard crickets from Eric Adams, former police officer, about that.
Well, you know, Adams is not here to defend himself. We hope to have him on. I have asked for an interview. I have not heard yet. But finally, Curtis, look, New York's an overwhelmingly Democratic city. But we've elected Republicans before. John Ploy Mitchell, the great LaGuardia, John Lindsay, Rudy Giuliani. Why do you think you can succeed with this message?
Well, I have a general election, so people would never vote for a Republican. They can segue through. Also, as you know, very compassionate person, emotionally disturbed. I hope it's them with the Guardian Angels.
Ambulance 1, 1995 South Skyler, left, Echo 25, pretty official, female grams, 1504, respond out,
to call for no-kill shelters. We are not going to be killing dogs and cats any longer who are sent to the animal shelters and within 72 hours are euthanized. And it's do as I say, not as I do, Eric. I not only take the subway, I have 15 rescue cats that I raised with my wife in a 320 square foot apartment in Woodside. Yes, and every one of them would have been euthanized. That's right. Everyone would have been euthanized in the shelter had my wife not gone to rescue them. And Eric, people can learn more about my campaign and help me fight off the Democrats and especially AOC all out crazy. All they have to do is go to CurtisLewa4Mayor.com. That's CurtisLewa4Mayor.com. Help me defend my honor, because you know what they're going to call me? A racist, a homophobe, a sexist, a misogynist. It's what they always do against Republicans.
Curtis Lewa, who started as a night manager in the Bronx and McDonald's and started his group. I've covered you for decades, Curtis. This is going to be quite an astounding election, folks, as you can see. Curtis Lewa, Republican candidate for mayor of the great city of New York. Curtis, thank you.
Creepy Joe trending on Twitter after a truly bizarre moment when President Biden aggressively whispered into a microphone. Viewer warning, it's weird.
They said people are waiting for release. I got them $1.9 trillion relief so far. They're going to be getting checks in the mail that are consequential this week for child care. For Shingleton, I wrote the bill on the environment. Why would I not be for it? Paying them more.
Income Engine 42.
Employees bargaining chip.
Can you see if Renee has the engine bill for that, please?
Imagine Joe Biden doing the whisper thing while
And-
touching or sticking someone's hair.
I don't know. Does he know that everyone can hear him? Like generally, when you whisper,
I couldn't hear him.
When you whisper, it's so people can't hear you. When he's whispering, everybody can hear him because he's got a microphone. Look, it's one thing to whisper. Like, why is he doing this? Because he's pretending that he's stating something that is obvious, right? Except that's a really stupid comment. It's kind of stupid. Really dumb. It's like that's not the beginning and the end of an opinion. Although he would be really great as a character in a horror movie. I was discussing this earlier. That if they ever do a horror film that takes place in an abandoned and there's this backstory where there was a male librarian who had been like attacked by crazed kids, and he was left to die. And then but he's still there. And then like years later, these other kids show up in the library, and they call it Whispering Joe. It sounds like a great little name.
Something out of like Hogwarts. He could be like,
yes,
right? Could come right in.
Renee, is that 60 on the 196 South Lane?
Good old Joe.
Okay, come here, table of 60 in route to Blaine.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, I'm saying we're not.
I insulted you. All of you, well, not the girls, babies. So I did my research on it. It's something that he does, but I think that we can all agree as adults and our children that there's a large contingency of Americans, mostly Democrats, some are Republicans, independents, who find Joe Biden charming. And this is part of his charm. It's part of his thing. I mean, I watched Donald Trump do that weird dance, like on the stage at rallies.
It's the YMCA.
This is not the YMCA.
It's not a weird dance. It's a YMCA.
I've done the YMCA. It's like up here.
Joe Biden
like
doesn't even know how to spell YMCA.
I don't think that a Donald Trump v. Joe Biden spelling bee, well, it would rate well. But it's just who Joe Biden is, and people like him.
No, Jesse, find it irk Martha. Well, this happened with President Trump, right? Like, hours of morning TV, like, there's something wrong with this man. We need to have a medical examination. We need to have it psychologically analyzed. He's unstable. He's unfit. And that's what I just find, like, that for me, that's the whole thing. It's like, you want people to sort of treat things in some kind of equal semblance of manner. But every time he does something weird, it's like no one's allowed to talk about it. Every time he looks so exhausted that you're afraid that, he might fall down. No one's allowed to talk about it. But in the past presidency, it was like fair game all the time. So why is that?
Well, I think he was in a good mood yesterday because he thought he cut a deal, which ended up not being a deal. But at the time, he thought he cut a deal and he was happy. And he's not a very articulate guy. I'm not talking about his stutter. I'm talking about in the history of presidents, He's not an effective communicator. He's not known to be a persuasive guy. He doesn't speak in a clear and concise way. And he gets frustrated. So he has 3 tells. The first tell is, come on, man. And that's Joe giving up. That's Joe knowing he can't convince you with an actual sentence. It's just, come on, man. And then the other tell is the anger, the finger, the wagging, and the flash of the temper. That's when he gets frustrated that he's not communicating. The third tell is the whisper. The whisper is Joe lowering his cadence, because he never does that, because he's very boring. He lowers his cadence and he comes down and he tries to reassure the audience. Everything is okay. I have things under control. And that's the way a limited guy like Joe Biden communicates sometimes. And I hate to agree with you, Jessica. It's one of the things he does.
Well, you know what he says? He says, softly and
Grammar on the line, do you need her?
Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not
If you respond here, give them the key to get in possibly. That's the more.
Gotta wake up. All right, President Biden, North Carolina, encouraging Americans to get vaccinated. That was so rude. Was it rude? Oh, you've never been rude, have you, Geraldo? Yeah, you've been spending your decades, ducking chairs. Yesterday at the White House, the president blamed guns and not criminals for the surge in crime. He also tried to claim the rise in violence is because of the weather and the pandemic. And then President Biden mocked the Second Amendment.
The Second Amendment from the day it was passed limited the type of people who could own a gun, or what type of weapon you could own. You couldn't buy a cannon. If you wanted to think you need to have weapons to take on the government, you need F-15s and maybe some nuclear weapons.
So, Katie, he was talking about how silly the idea is of having the Second Amendment to protect against a hostile government or whatever. Now, this is after weeks since he claimed that a few hundred MAGA protesters were a threat to the democracy, the worst threat since the Civil War.
Right.
So what's it going to be?
Well, he's trying to say both, right?
Yeah.
He's trying to say, A, he's threatening gun owners that if you dare to exercise the Second Amendment or stand up for your rights, then the government may nuke you, which is a weird position to take. And then at the same time, he's saying that people who were unarmed and didn't have F-15s or nuclear weapons who went to the Capitol on January 6th are also capable with nothing to take over the government. So that argument doesn't fly. But when it comes to what he's trying, the argument he's trying to make, he's very out of touch with the current situation when it comes to firearms. First-time buyers last year, 40% of them were women. More than 50% of them were African Americans. The left is losing this argument.
Not entirely certain, but possible.
People who buy guns are white supremacists. It's just not true. It's borne out by the data. And the bottom line is that they are buying guns, if you ask them why, to protect themselves from criminals, because all of these people who are in charge of Democratic City are taking away their police. So they're their last defense. They're their only defense, and they're trying to make sure they exercise their rights because they're under really tough situation with the crime right now.
Jesse, last night we saw an attack on a police station after drug dealers were arrested. I think it was in North Carolina. Am I right?
Yeah.
So these are things that the Democrats ignore, but and as they release looters and decide that they're not going to charge people who are rioting. But the good news is we were able to sentence a grandmother. Did you see that?
We sentenced the grandmother?
Yes, we sent an Indiana grandmother for entering the Capitol on January 6th. We did. Yes, to 120 hours of community service. So she got 120 more hours than Hunter Biden did for violating his gun law.
Geraldo said she had it coming. God, you are tough, Geraldo.
Think about Hunter Biden violated the same gun laws.
10 years in prison, a felony.
Yeah.
And nobody's talking about it.
But at least we got that
zero tolerance. Right.
So when Joe Biden says the F-15 thing, that's a straw man argument he got from Barack. Remember Barack always said, what do you need a bazooka for? You do that because you're trying to make the other side look crazy. Right. You're crazy if you want to protect yourself.
What do you need a bazooka
So no one needs a bazooka. That's the point. You just fell for the straw man argument, Geraldo. So they'll defund the police, trigger a crime wave, and they say, what do you need a gun for? Or they'll bail out deranged homicidal maniacs. Well, what do you need a gun for? The McCluskeys, they get a rifle. BLM comes to their hood, starts yelling at them. They get indicted by a Democrat. We need guns because we don't trust the criminals and we don't trust the government. Not necessarily in that order. We rely on ourselves. And that's why the Democrats don't like that. We're self-reliant and we don't rely on them.
The best thing about McCloskey is they had to turn in their guns. The moment they turned them in, they went and bought them. They got a bigger one. That's an American, Geraldo. I think the issue here is they can't identify the problem because that goes right back to the cause, which is their policies.
Right, but the Second Amendment, as currently construed, and even people who love me get mad at me when I say it, it's stupid. Haiti's position is one thing.
Yeah.
You know, African American women buying pistols and so forth. But what do we need these heavy
And AR-15s.
But what do we need AR-15s for? Well, you can't hunt with this.
Yes, you can.
No, I have hunted with one.
Biden told, I don't know what you were hunting. Biden told
little rats in the river.
President Biden told the joke badly yesterday about the deer wearing Kevlar. And then he apparently forgot he had told the joke. He told the same joke about 2
He
minutes later.
forgot.
But I mean, you don't need I think that these heavy weapons should have at least the same kind of requirements for qualifications as you get to drive a truck. At least have some instruction about what it is you're buying, what you're supposed to do.
There are more people killed every year by hands and fists and hammers than there are by AR-15s.
And also, this is not having any dent in what we're experiencing in this massive spike of handguns.
I agree with that.
Yeah,
that's not the story.
Yeah, Dana, there was something he said yesterday that I keep. Remember you were saying that there are criminals living under bridges? Do you remember that part? And that was part of the problem. The criminals living under bridges, and we need to figure.
Also, we need to have community programs for summer jobs.
Yes, there you go.
I think
Yeah.
you said that they
Summer.
need to be busy and they need to be not on the street. Like, well, they were kept out of school for a year.
Yeah.
For example, what was that all about? Yesterday, the president found a way to make everybody mad.
Mm-hmm.
So if you are in favor of gun control, you're mad because there was nothing new there.
Right.
If you're a community leader wanting to work on the problems in your community, you're mad because they're not coming to help you.
Mm-hmm.
They're dealing with something that is what the Republicans are mad about, which is that they're not talking about the root cause. Now everybody's mad.
Yes.
Well done.
Yes.
Everyone. Good job, Joe.
Well, they often say a great leader gets everybody pissed off, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure if this fits that.
Neither do I. I was just being diplomatic because Geraldo called me rude. That hurt my feelings.
I'm delighted.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
48. Could you re-register?
We made an assessment within our government about when it was an appropriate time for her to go to the border.
That was Jen Psaki answering the question from Peter Ducey about why are you going tomorrow, Friday, Vice President Kamala Harris. It has anything to do with July 3rd's appearance by the president, who's going to the border because nobody else is. With me in studio is Dana Perino. She is fresh off her show. She's going to give us an exclusive look behind the scenes at her show, what Bill Hemmer does say in the breaks and everything like that, because we've heard different reports. But first on this, timing's everything. She really denied that this is the reason they're going. But what about this trip, Dana?
I was just completely baffled and actually frustrated and mad because it's just such a bad practice of politics and communication and also of leadership and of governing, because when you run for office, you should want to help fix problems. That's why you run, I assume, right? And so there's that one, that you're dealt a hand, you deal with the hand, right? That's what you do. That wasn't their instincts. She put off. And if she had gone to the border, let's say 2 days after Biden had first given her the assignment, she probably would have had like one bad news cycle, right? Like one bad news cycle, but they wouldn't have then had